notes. Okay? So let's start na. Pharmacognosy. Ready na
Yes,
po?
ma'am.
Okay, let's start.
Yes,
So what
ma'am.
is
Yes,
pharmacognosy?
ma'am.
So pharmacognosy deals with the biological, biochemical, and economic features of drugs of biological origin and their constituents. So again, ang pharmacognosy, naadalatan na no atong isa diyan mga plants. Kaya di ba ang atong mga plants, dila man gikan atong mga drugs. So that's why very important na sa diyan nato ang mga plants kay dira ta mag-base kung asa nato ginakuha ang atong mga pharmaceutical active ingredients. Okay? So next, so sa history. So isang history sa ato ang pharmacognosy. So si Babylonians, they made clay models of the human body. And for the Egyptians, they act in the practice of embalming and mummification. So kabalo mo tanan no kung asa gikan ng mga mummy. So sa Egypt na siya. They also write the Papyrus
Hindi ka ba
Ebers,
magkain lang?
which is discovered by George Ebers. So sa India naman, or the Hindus, they practice Ayurveda. So, Ayurveda is the mother of all healing. So, mo na siya ilang ginimino. That's Ayurveda. And
Ano ang meaning, ma'am?
yes, ang Ayurveda is the mother of all healing. Diba? Sana oil. And naa siya duha ka books ang Indian. So, that's the Sushrota and the Charaka. So, ang Sushrota, that is the book about internal medicine. While ang Charaka, it contains 124 chapters with 1,120 illnesses. So, dira nila gipang lista. So, dati pa, naanagid sila kanang establish nga kung paano sila mag-diagnose og mga diseases and meds. Okay? So,
Wait
for
lang,
the
ma'am.
so for the Greeks, Pedanius Dioscorides, he is the one who wrote the De Materia Medica, also known as the medical material. Excuse me, mag-water sa ako. Ayan. So, the De Materia Medica is also known as the medical material. Muna siya yung English term, which contains 600 plants. So, dira gipang lista tanan, no? Si Claudius Galen, he introduced the Galenical pharmacy, which deals with the preparation of drugs using plants and animals. So, for the Germans, muna siya kaganina to nasa quiz. Si J.A. Smith, he is the first person to use the term pharmacognosy in his book, Lehrbuch de Materia Medica. And si C.A. Sadler, he coined the term pharmacognosy in his book, Analectica Pharmacognostica. So that's why kaganinang answer is si C.A. Sadler because he is the one who coined the term pharmacognosy. So siya ang naghimo sa term nga pharmacognosy. Ang first nga naggamit sa term is si J.A. Smith. So sinabtan na ita. So si Flackiger, he is the one who made the most comprehensive definition of pharmacognosy. So silang tatlo no nag-connect lang ni sila. So si A. Sadler, siya naghimo sa term na pharmacognosy. Si J.A. Smith ang naggamit sa pharmacognosy, and si Flackiger siya ang nag-define, naghatag og comprehensive definition sa pharmacognosy. So, ang atong mga drug constituents. So, first, we have muna to siya ang atong history. So, part of the drug constituents are your natural and synthetic. So, natural drug constituents, they are directly obtained from plants and animals. And ang examples ani kay ang natural camphor, which is from the steam distillation of camphor tree. For synthetic naman, natay duha, that's your total synthetic and your semi-synthetic. Total synthetic, they are totally made in the lab, so from the tern itself. And example nato ana is ang cyclopentadiene from camphor. And semi-synthetic, which start from the mats came from the nature. So, ang mats niya sa nature, tapos himo siya sa laboratory. So, example ana kay ang atong pinene from pine stumps of camphor.
To come.
So, ang
Wait
atong
lang,
drug...
ma'am.
Hello? Okay lang mo?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
Paspas
ma'am.
kayo?
Oh, ma'am.
Socks lang. Naman mo yung slides, no?
Yes,
Apo, apo.
Okay. So, for our ato ang mga drug constituents na siya, crude drugs, natural substance, and derivative and extractives. So, for crude drugs, they undergone only collection and drying. So, tandaan lang nato, no, for crude drugs, C for collection and D for drying.
Seed.
crude drugs. C, collection. D is drying. So, mauna ang
Dry.
iyang process for the crude drugs. For our natural substance, they found in nature. While ang atong derivatives and extractives, these are the chief principles of crude drugs that are separated through extraction. So, kato siya ang ato ang menstruum, that is your solvent, ang mark, that is your undissolved portion. So again, the solvent is the menstruum and the mark is your undissolved portion. So these are the appropriate solvents and or menstruum used sa atong mga plants. So sa pag ang chief principle is fat, ang solvent used must be an hexane or petroleum ether. For resins, you should use your alcohol. For chlorophyll is your acetone. Crisarubin is hot benzene. So tandaan lang nato na si Chris Aquino for crisarubin, Chris Aquino, naa siya, dato man siya, so naa siya hot benzene. Mayaman. So si crisarubin, ang iyang ginagamit is hot benzene. So si inulin, that is your alcohol. So dalawa na ang ginagamitan og alcohol, that is your resins and inulin. For your pectin, you should use your dilute acid. And for solanin, you should use your acetic acid or vinegar. So na-joke ang mong teacher ani dati. So si Sola daw, ang pangalan niya, gisugo daw siya og suka. Pwede niyo malimtan? Si Sola gisugo og suka. So that's your acetic acid or vinegar used as a solvent for solanin.
Solanin.
Okay. Next, let's proceed. For indigenous plants, these are plants growing in their native country. Siyempre, indigenous sa native country. Naturalized plants, these are plants growing in a foreign land and locality other than their native source. So, how do we prepare our crude drugs? So again, sa ganitong letter C for crude drugs,
Collection.
collection. And D is
Dry.
Drying.
drying. So we have our CHED CG. So tandaan lang nato CHED CG, that is your collection, harvesting, drying, curing, and garbling. So CHED CG.
Shed. Shed.
CHED CG, that is your preparation of good drugs. That is in order. So first is collection. So what is the best time to collect? So kailangan na tumabalaan kung kano sa dapat mag-collect sa ato ang mga constituents. So first is when the constituents of the certain plant part are in the highest content. So muna ang answer. So mag-collect ka sa imuhang plant when the constituents of that certain plant is in its highest content. So sa pectin, it is obtained from the rind of citrus fruits. Ang unripe fruit ana kay protopectin ang imong makuha. Kung ripe siya is pectin. Pag overripe is pectic acid. So dapat kabalo ka kung kano sa ka magkuha, kung dili pa siya hinog na ba or overripe na siya. Kay mag-matter dira kung unsa nga constituent ang imong makuha. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
So for marijuana naman, ang atong paborito, syempre. So kung young leaves ang imong kuhaon sa marijuana, ang imong makuha is ang cannabidiol. So that is not euphoric. So di ta mahay ani. Pero kung mature na ang leaves, so that's your cannabinol, euphoric siya. So tandaan lang ninyo nga ang mga dagko dapat ang pa-euphoria, dili ang mga bata. Do not do that, okay? So dili siya pwede ka ng young, dumb, and broke, dapat mature, dumb, and broke. Yun siya. Okay?
Nice
So
one,
next
nice one.
is, so protopectin plus diluted acetic acid, ang imo makuha na is ang pectin. So sa root crops naman, dapat i-collect nimo siya when the overground parts are withering na. So kanang palaya na. So sa flower, the best time to collect is in the morning when the flower just blooms. So pag nag-bloom na, dito na ka magkuha. Sa bark naman, this is between summer and spring. So wala man ta dire, summer lang. So bark lang itong makuha, summer. So next step in the preparation of crude drugs is your harvesting. So harvesting, this is the process when you use your mechanical devices or manual labor for potent drugs. So pwede ka magamit o mechanical kung naka mga equipments, pero kung medyo potent ang inyong plant, dapat manual labor siya. So isa-isahon gini mo siya kuha. For drying naman, this is the most important step in the preparation of crude drugs, and it removes the moisture content to prevent microbial growth. So kabalo naman mo kung asang tubig there is microbes. For curing curing, this is the special drying process. So it enhances the property of the active ingredient. So ang example nato ani is ang fresh Cascara Sagrada extract. Kung madungagan nimo siya og magnesium oxide or mga alkaline earth, so makakuha ka og vanilla. So that is 9 to 10 months pa nimo siya makuha. So medyo dugay gyud no kung manganak ka 9 to 10 months vanilla. Okay, so garbling. So garbling, this is the final step. So kaganina na ay nagsagit sa answer. This is the final step and the removal of extraneous material. So tandaan lang, sa preparation of crude drugs, the most important step is drying. Drying ang most important step, but the final step is garbling. So tandaan lang kayo, na step-step. So the last step is your packaging or storage and preservation. Of course, this is for protection and marketability of your products. So what are the ways to preserve? So first is, ang simplest method gid natong gamiton is express the drug to 65 degrees Celsius. Second is the fumigation using your methyl bromide and add a drop of chloroform. Okay? So let's proceed with the classification of drugs. So drugs are classified based on this. So morphologic, based lang siya sa plant part or the animal used. Pag taxonomic naman, natural relationship or phylogeny, zoologic or botanic. So for pharmacologic or therapeutic naman, depende siya sa therapeutic effect na ginhatag sa imong drug. And for chemical, kung unsang chemical class and the preferred method na gamiton for that drug. So the taxonomic hierarchy, so mo ni siya ato ang dapat memorize niyo siya in order. So we have our kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, and species. So naatay mnemonics ani, so tandaan lang nato ang king play chess on fuzzy grain stool.
Unsa ma'am?
Okay,
Ulit, ma'am.
okay. So that is king play chess
Chess
on
on
fuzzy
fuzzy
green stool. So mao ni siya. Makita man ninyo nagasulat ko diri. Makita ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So king play chess on fuzzy green stool. So king is kingdom, play is phylum, chess is your class, on is your order, fuzzy is your family, green is genus, and stool is your species.
Okay, ma'am.
So mo na siya ang pag-memorize. So king play chess
Play chess
on
on
fuzzy grain stool.
green.
Okay, so gets na?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's proceed. So how do we evaluate crude drugs? So ganina gi-prepare na to ang crude drugs. So unsa itong preparation sa crude drugs? CHED,
Ched
GC.
CG.
CHED,
GC.
GC.
Ched
Okay.
GC.
So how do we evaluate? So mo ni siya ang ato ang the evaluation of your crude drugs determines the quality and the purity. So for organoleptic, we use this as a macro, which is you use your sense organ. So mabalo na mo sa iyong mga senses. Microscopic, of course, magamit ka og microscope with the presence of adulterant. Pag na adulterants, magamit ka microscope. For biologic naman is pharmacologic activity or the bioassay of the drug. So pag mag-bioassay ka sa imong drug, of course, di man ni pwede i-try sa tao, no? So let us use our samples. So ato mga samples diri your animals. So for digoxin, you use your pigeon. Your atropine is you use your cat. For glucagon, again, that is cat. So, pwede lang ninyo isulat pag mag-ano mo glucagon is glocatgon. So, para matandaan lang ninyo nga ang cat, muna siyang ginagamit sa glucagon. Glucatgon. And then, sa atropine, cat ang ginagamit kay di ba na atay plant nga Atropa belladonna, yung ginapahimo kay ginapadako ang mata. So, ang ginagamit ana
Yes.
nga animal is your cat. For oxytocin, you use your chicken. So, pwede niyo basaw ng oxytocin as oxytocin, oxytocin for chicken. For your PTH, that is your parathyroid hormone. So, you use your dogs. And sa sheep, ang heparin. So, pwede nyo basaw ng heparin nga sheparin. Para heparin is sheparin. And your insulin, you use your rabbits. For tubocurarine, you use your rabbits or cats. So, ang tubocurarine, no, ang ginagamitan ani nga test is your head drop crossover test. So, tandaan lang nato na head drop crossover test for tubocurarine. For chemical, we determine the potency. You use your titration process. And for physical is, of course, your physical constituents that includes your specific gravity, your boiling point, dili na blood pressure, that's boiling point. MP is your melting point, and your RI is your refractive index. So these are your physical constituents. Next. So the chemistry of natural drug products. So pharmaceutically active, it causes the chemical changes in the preparation. Pharmacologically active, of course, responsible for the therapeutic effect. Pag inert constituents, pag inert, diba, walay effect. So this is no definite pharmacologic activity. And the secondary plant substance is the extracted, the crystallized, and the purified substance. So naa na tayo mga old and new family names sa ato ang mga plants. So tandaan lang nato ang kani, old and new. So, naatay ni Monix ana para dili ta maglisod. So, let's do the pag composite, compas na siya pagbasa. Then, crubra, use grapo, gutklus, umapi, lala, and paler. So, kay wala man ta ninyo yung whiteboard. So, kaya lang siya. Or the old name sa composite na family, no? So, compas, composite, asteraceae.
Masaka
Then,
ako gamay, ma'am. Kaya
compas, compas. Wait. Forward na ko gamay. So, compas, makita?
Yes.
Compas, crubra, that is your cruciferae and brassicaceae. Tapos, grapo, graminae and poaceae. Tapos, gutklus, guteferae and closicaceae. Tapos, umapi, umbellacerae and your apiaceae. Lala, lambiaceae, lamiaceae. Then, paler, palmae and your aricaceae. So, tandaan lang ninyo, ang magbasa mo, dili ninyo basahon tanan na composite, kay sayang di mo makamemorize yun anak tanan. So, kailangan ninyo i-memorize itong mnemonics, that is your compas, crubra, grapo, gutklus, umapi, lala, paler. Na gets po? Nakuha?
Yes, ma'am.
Sige, ganyan ka.
Nakuha ninyo? So again, that is your compas,
Masyado?
compas, crubra, grapo, gutklus, umapi, lala, paler.
Sige na yan.
So kato lang inyong kailangan tandaan para ma-memorize ninyo ang atong mga old and the new family names. For biogenesis or the drug biosynthesis, so this is the process of producing secondary metabolites. This process, ang primary metabolite himuon niya to secondary. So from carbohydrates to glycosides, from proteins to tannins, from fats to essences or fixed oils. Mao ni siya ang atong mga example sa biosynthesis. Again, from primary metabolite himuon niya to secondary. So example
Uy.
ana, from carbohydrates to glycosides.
Oo.
Glycosides is the secondary metabolite of your carbohydrates, which is your primary metabolite. The proteins to tannins, fats to essences or fixed oils. Sabtan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So kani siya ang biosynthesis, no, this is influenced by how. So unsa ning how? Of course, your heredity, ontogeny and your environment. So mao na sila ang mag-influence sa imuhang biosynthesis. So let's proceed with carbohydrates. Unsa gani ang carbohydrates? Is this a primary or secondary metabolite?
Primary
Primary. So unsa iyang secondary metabolite?
glycosides.
Glycosides. Okay. So carbohydrates, this is the most abundant group of organic molecule in nature. This is also known as your polyhydroxylatone or polyhydroxyaldehydes. So this is also the first product of photosynthesis. Tandaan lang natin that carbohydrates na siya duha, it could be an lactone or an aldehyde. Okay? So, ang empiric formula is CH2ON. History, this is known as the hydrates of carbon na siya. This is the hydrates of carbon, carbohydrates. Mo na siyang gitawag na carbohydrates because ang iyang history is hydrates of carbon. So ang function of course is to provide energy. Kaya sa carbohydrates mo ko ang imong glucose. So ang storage form of energy is glycogen. So glycogen is the storage form of energy for your animals. And for your starch, this is the storage form of energy for your plants. Sabtan?
Yes.
Glycogen, animals, plants is starch, your storage form. So let's proceed with monosaccharides. So monosaccharides, this is the simplest carbohydrate unit. It cannot be hydrolyzed to simple sugars, kaya mo na siya ang simplest. Ang atong example ani is your octulose diglycerol manoctulose. So, ang origin ng octulose is your avocado pulp and the sedum plant. Pag nunose, kung sa tong walay ilong, example ana is sialic acid or your uraminic acid. Okay? So, naapa na siya kasali ang monosaccharide. So, gisulat lang nako siya kay wala man tayo available na di man ni siya physical, no? So, pwede pasulat na lang ko.
Yes.
Can you have your notebook and ball pen?
Okay, ma'am.
So, di ba ang ang atong carbohydrates, inko kaganina nga na siya duwa. It could be a lactone or aldehyde. Tama?
Yes.
So, mag-start sa ta sa aldehyde. So, ang simplest monosaccharide na atong ibutang is glyceraldehyde. So, dira magsugod ang tanan. Kabalo mo sa spelling sa glyceraldehyde.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? So, glyceraldehyde, under kay glyceraldehyde is your erythrose and your threose.
Hindi siya makita, ma'am, pa sa kapag-gamay.
Okay, ani, makita?
So, thank you, ma'am.
Makita siya. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That is your erythrose and your threose. Tapos, under kay erythrose is your ribose and your arabinose. Under kay threose is your xylose and lysose. Tapos kay
Atras
dinorsa
gamay,
kini
ma'am.
higher.
Atras lang gamay, ma'am. Okay,
Atras
may
gamay.
goal kayo. Yeah.
Okay. Kana, kita.
Oo.
Okay, muna mataringa ano. We have your allose, ultrose, glucose, mannose, glucose, idose, galactose, and your talose. So, how do we memorize this one? So, tandaan lang nato ang get truck cell. Kanya akong gisulat. Get truck cell. Follow po. So, G is your glyceraldehyde. Tapos magsugod ka tanan og sulat sa right side, diri ang side. So E is your erythrose, threose, ribose, arabinose, xylose, and your lysose. Diri alang ikutob ang get truck cell. The rest, kay basahon nimo siya nga pagkanta. So para memorize ninyo, allose, ultrose, glucose, mannose, glucose, idose, galactose, chalose. So wala mi nimo next diri alang kutob sa taas. So tandaan lang nato na kani siya nakapa ano di ba ni siya? Bawat row ani, per row na siya mabalaan ninyo kung pila ang iyahang carbon. So sa taas sa glyceraldehyde tulo lang ka carbon. For your erythrose and threose, that is 4 carbon. Tapos, ang inyuhang ribose, arabinose, xylose, and lysose, it has 5 carbons. And the rest, sa baba, has 6 carbons. So, when we say 5 carbons, that is your pentoses. And pag 6 carbons, that is your hexoses. So, makita ninyo na atay mga plus, negative, plus, negative, plus, negative. So, nganong naiingana? Pag plus, that means nga ang OH, pag nagsulat ka sa imuhang monosaccharide, naa siya sa right side. Tandaan, pag plus, naa sa right side ang OH. Pag negative, naa sa left side. Nasinabtan? Ay, nasabtan?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Yes, ma'am.
example, magsulat ta ninyo. So, ang atong sulaton is glucose. Ang glucose na siya nakabutang nga plus plus negative plus. So si glucose since na siya diri nga under na siya 6 nga carbon. Tama?
Yes.
So magsulat na kadaan og 6 nimo na carbon. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ang first carbon pag aldehyde is CHO. Ang last carbon pag aldehyde is CH2OH. Again, pag aldehyde, CHO. Tapos ang iyang last carbon is CH2OH. So muo nang upat lang nakabutang dari, positive, positive, negative 4. Kaysa tunga lang ka magbutang simuhang OH. Sabtan?
Yes.
Okay. So since positive, positive, negative, negative, positive, ang first nimo na carbon is naa sa right side. Sa next, positive na po, naa sa right side. Ang negative, left side. Tapos ang sunod is right side. So muna ni siya ang imuhang glucose. Sabdan?
Yes.
Nasabdan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, ani akong himuon kay since dili man niyo siya makita jud maayo through this. So, mag-picture ko ani then I'll send sa naalang ay pag ano sa ko na mag-send ko. Naman kay mga friends sa Facebook no. So,
Yes, ma'am.
send na ko dito para mas maklaro ninyo.
Okay,
Okay?
ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
So, mauna
Thank you,
siya ang
ma'am.
ato ang for for monosaccharide nga aldehyde group. Pag ano naman, pag
Pwede ata siya masend sa chat.
disaccharides, sorry. Kung lactone naman siya, di ba kaganina, that is your aldehyde. Pag lactone, pag aldehyde gani, unsa gani atong starting element, that is your glyceraldehyde. Pag pag lactone or lactone is your dihydroxyacetone. So, natay erythrulose, ribulose, xylose, psychose, fructose, sorbose, and tagalose.
Send
So
na ni
again,
ma'am,
yung ato
no?
po siya, isend po na ko ni.
Okay,
Natay 4 carbons, 5 carbons, 6 carbons. So yung ato lang. Ang difference lang nato, pag aldehyde siya, ang imuhang first na carbon is CHO, tama?
Yes.
Yes. So pag lactone siya, ang imuhang first na carbon is CH2OH. Ang ending carbon gyapon nimo is CH2OH. So pag CH2OH ang first carbon, that is lactone. Pag CHO, that is your aldehyde. Okay? So this is the example of fructose. So sa fructose na siya sa 5 carbon. So sulat ka 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So ang imong first na carbon is CH2OH, ang last is CH2OH. Tapos fill in lang nimo ang atong fructose na siya negative, positive, positive. So left side, right side, right side. Okay? So isend lang na ako ni sa inyo. Next. Let's discuss pentosis. So pentosis, pila gani ni ka carbons? Pag pentose,
5.
pila ka carbon? How many carbon po ang pentose?
5.
5 carbon.
Five,
So,
sir.
ang example ani is your ribose. Ribose, this is a product of gum hydrolysis. Second is your xylose, which is also known as your wood sugar. Tandaan, wood sugar is your xylose. And this is the simplest sugar found in plants, but not in free form. So, pag free form, since dili siya free form, ang tawag sa iya is xylan. So that is xylan. It is obtained from the controlled hydrolysis of xylan in corn cobs and straw with diluted acid. So this is used as your diagnostic aid for intestinal malabsorption of cystic fibrosis. So muna ang use sa imuhang xylose. Diagnostic aid for intestinal malabsorption and cystic fibrosis. Okay? For hexosis, so naani siya ay 6 carbons. So, number 1 na to ana is ang glucose. Beta-D-glucose, that is your most abundant form in nature. So, tandaan lang beta, pag beta-D-glucose, naa siya sa structural body polysaccharide in cellulose. Tandaan lang that beta, letter B, kay structural body, letter B. Okay? Pag alpha-D-glucose, this is the storage polysaccharide in starch. Tandaan that alpha is letter A, storage siya. letter A. Okay? Pag beta, structural body, B. Alpha is storage, A. So it is obtained from controlled hydrolysis of starch and used as a nutrient given by mouth or by enema, subcutaneous, and intravenous. So ang glucose, this is also known as your dextrose, grape sugar, your physiological sugar, and your blood sugar. Tandaan lang nato ang iyahang mga other names. Again, kinsa ganitong wood sugar?
Ah,
Wood sugar, which is a pentose, that is your
Cellulose.
xylose. So, tandaan
Xylose.
ninyo ha, xylose, that is your wood sugar. Pero ang grape sugar, ang dextrose is also known as your glucose. Let's proceed. So, fructose. So, fructose, ang iyang other name kay levulose and fruit sugar. Levulose and fruit sugar, this is the sweetest monosaccharide with bitter aftertaste. This is from the inversion of aqueous sucrose solution and hydrolysis of inulin. So si inulin, this is a chief principle. Unsa ganing ginagamit nato nga menstruum ani?
alcohol.
Alcohol. Very good. Kauban niya si resins. So alcohol ang ginagamit na menstruum. So next is galactose. Galactose, this is a C4 epimer of glucose. So unsa meaning anang C4 epimer? Pag C4 epimer ka, since sa tong sulat-sulat na to, diri, kaganina, di ba, naatay ka tong plus, negative, plus, di ba, mga ingana? So, since si glucose, ang iyahang pagsulat sa iyaha is naka plus, this is plus, negative, plus. Ang galactose naman, ginasulat siya as plus, negative, plus. Matawag din mo siya nga C4 epimer siya pagka-last na ninyo sa inyuhang OH. Sa OH na siya mag-depend ang inyuhang epimers. Galactose is also found in milk used as lactose and neuronal fibers as galactoside. So, pag C4 epimer, tandaan ninyo, galactose is glucose. Okay? Next, disaccharides. So, sa itong disaccharides, gibutang na ako siya diri ato sa slides. Okay, na siya. Bilang sulat ako. Okay, so sa disaccharides, tandaan lang nato, it is composed of two monosaccharides. So, monosaccharide plus monosaccharide equals disaccharide. So, dapat ang inyong mga disaccharides, tandaan lang ninyo, nakatunggi pang istorya o ganina ng mga monosaccharides, pag i-plus ninyo to siya, mag-form siya og disaccharides. So, this is formed using a glycosidic bond. Ang atong tawag nga ether bond, which is produced by dehydration reaction. So, ang first na example sa atong disaccharide is your sucrose. So, sucrose is also known as saccharum, cane sugar, beet sugar, and table sugar. So, kung saan natong ginakaon nga sugar, muna siya imuhang sucrose. So, atong sources, so natay tulo ka source, that is your beet, mutang itawag siyang beet sugar, kaya ginakuha siya sa beet. So, beta vulgaris, dungagan siya o beta-lane, makuha nimo ang sucrose. Sugar cane, mutang itawag siya nga saccharum or cane sugar, from Saccharum officinarum, that is your scientific name. Sugar maple or your Acer saccharum. This is only, sucrose is the only disaccharide that occur free in nature, and this is a non-reducing sugar. Ang use niya, of course, this is used as a manufacturer of syrup and as a nutrient. So at 85%, this acts as a bacteriostatic, kay ang atong sucrose is self-preserving at 85%. Tandaan, that's 85%. So, ang atong sugar, so sa sugar cane, from sucrose, no? Kaya diba ang atong sucrose, it came from sugar cane with a scientific name of Saccharum officinarum. So, from sugar cane, dungagan nato siya, i-treat nato ang atong sugar cane with lime and dapat mag-crystallize siya, maka-form na siya og duha, that is your brown sugar and your molasses. So, pag ang sugar cane daw, i-treat nimo with lime, tandaan ang atong treatment na ginagamit is lime, mag-form og brown sugar and your molasses. So si brown sugar, pag gamit ka og sulfur oxide, mag-decolorize ang atong brown sugar, mahimo siya nga white sugar. So mo na natay duha ka sugar present in the market, that is your brown and white sugar. Again, ang ginagamit na decolorizing agent is your sulfur oxide. And ang nabilin, that is your molasses, which is the dark color syrup that is the residue after the complete crystallization and use in the manufacturing of your ethanol. That is your molasses. So, picturean po na ko ni, isend lang po na ko sa inyo. Okay? So again, unsa ganitong ginagamit nga treatment sa sugarcane para makaproduce og brown sugar, brown sucrose and molasses?
Lime.
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 So that is your lime. Tandaan lang lime. For another disaccharide is your maltose. So maltose, this is also known as your malt sugar from the germination of barley. Next is your lactose, also known as your milk sugar. So ang source nato ana is cow's milk. Ang use na atong lactose, tablet diluent, and of course your infant feeding, itong ginapainuman to sa atong mga anakis. So it is important to establish intestinal flora sa atong mga lactose, kaya natin ginatawag nga lactose intolerance sa atong mga bata. Mao nang natin ginatawag na mga natay mga non-lactose sa ato ang mga gatas available sa market or low lactose. So, basahon ninyo na sa mga Nestogen na nakabutang nga low lactose, kinay mga bata nga na ay lactose intolerant. So, next is your lactulose. Lactulose, this is a semi-synthetic sugar. This is from the alkaline rearrangement of lactose. So, tandaan that lactulose came from lactose. Laxative, this is used as a laxative for patient with myocardial infarction. So, paano siya naging laxative? So, gina-metabolize niya ang, pag ma-metabolize siya by colonic flora, mahimo siyang lactic acid. So, ang lactic acid that is irritating sa imuhang tiyan, mo nang makalibang ka. Again, mag-irritate siya, maghimo siya lactic acid, makalibang ka. Ang brand names available sa lactulose in the market is your Dufalac and Lilac. So, for your lactose, since this is known as your milk sugar, natay ginatawag nga, ingani, okay, ito siya. So, sa milk, ang milk, pag separate nimo siya, ang top, ang top, that is your cream. Ang bottom, katong mabilin is your skim milk. Again, ang milk, pag undergo siya o process, ma-separate na to siya. Ang nasa taas is your cream, ang nasa baba is your skim milk. Pag ang cream, i-further process na to siya, mahimo siyang, ang nasa taas is your butter, ang isa is buttermilk ang nasa ubos. So for skim milk, pag dungagan nimo siya, i-treat nimo siya with renin, with double N, renin na double N, mag-provide siya og coagulum and your whey. Ang coagulum, pag i-treat nimo ang coagulum, mag-provide ka og cheese, and ang whey, this is your lactose and organic salts na. So mao ni siya ang for milk. So nasa yung screen karon ang ato ang mga definition sa katong mga products of milk. So skim milk, that is the milk left after the separation of cream. Butter is formed when fat globules unite. Buttermilk is the liquid left after fat globules unite. Coagulum formed when skim milk is treated with renin. And ang cheese, that is your treated coagulum. Condensed milk, this is formed by partial evaporation of milk in hermetically sealed container by autoclaving. That is condensed milk. Malted milk, mali ang spelling. That's your evaporation of milk with malt extract. So, daw siya nga malted milk. And of course, kumis, that is a fermented milk. So, picturean lang ninyo, kaya murag wala ni siya sa slides na akong nahatag. Okay? Sabtan?
Yes.
Next na. Okay, so kaganina we have our disaccharides. So mao ni siya ang atong disaccharides and ang composition niya. So since ang disaccharides is composed of two monosaccharides, mao ni atong mga monosaccharides ug mao ni ang atong disaccharide. So ang three halos, it is composed of glucose and glucose. Sucrose is glucose fructose. Tandaan lang po nato ang mga linkage. So ang very important lang ani is C Ang atong tandaan ani nga medyo tricky siya is your trehalose, your sucrose, sulfurose, and cellulose. So as you can see, kaning apat, the same sila og composition. That is your glucose and glucose. Sorry, tulo lang di ay. Trehalose lang, sulfurose and cellulose, glucose and glucose. Tandaan lang ninyo mag-iba lang sila sa linkage. So ang link ato nato mo to atong glycosidic bond. So si trehalose sa alpha 11, si sulfurose is beta 12, si cellulose is beta 14. So muna inyong tandaan for your trehalose, sulfurose, and cellulose. The rest, kailangan niyo siya i-memorize. Okay? Next, let's proceed with oligosaccharides. So oligosaccharides, this contains 3 to 10 monosaccharides. So pag duha lang ka monosaccharide, that is disaccharide, pag 3 to 10 na, monosaccharides na siya. So that ang composition sa itong oligosaccharides is first your dextrine, which has a several dextrose unit, which is the one that causes the browning of your bread. For maltotriose, ang composition niya is tulo ka glucose, nelitriose, melitose or raffinose, that is glucose, fructose, and galactose. Gentianose, melizitose is glucose, fructose. So, gentianose, glucose, fructose. So, giya-joke na po namo ni dati nga glu facyaw, kay si glu facyaw, gikan siya sa gensan. So, gentianose. Glu facyaw, that is your gentianose. Yan. So, let's proceed with the product of starch hydrolysis. So, ang product sa itong starch hydrolysis, mag-start siya sa dextrine, that is your partial product. And maltotriose is your intermediate product. Maltose is the complete or your major product. And of course, your liquid glucose is the incomplete product. So, nakapasunod na siya, dextrine. From dextrine, may mo siyang maltotriose, then maltose, then liquid glucose. Okay. Next is your polysaccharides. So, from kanisya, more than 10 na ni siya tanan kay kung 3 to 10 oligo, pag more than na ang iyang bonds, that is your polysaccharides. They are also known as your glycans, so more than 10 monosaccharides. This is the complete high molecular weight polymers of monosaccharides linked by glycosidic bond. So, again, glycosidic bond ang ato ang linkage. It can be a homoglycan or homopolysaccharide or a heteroglycan or heteropolysaccharide. So, sa homoglycans, this is composed of only one type of monosaccharide. So, homo, one type. Example is your starch. So, unsa ang mga source sa tuang starch? That is your corn, potato, wheat, and rice. Corn, potato, wheat, and rice. Tandaan lang nato ayahang mga scientific name from Zea maize, corn, potato is Solanum tuberosum, your wheat is Triticum estivum, and your rice is Oryza sativa. So, naapoy other source that is your arrowroot or your Maranta arundinaceae. Maranta arundinaceae. So, ang use sa ato ang starch, this is used as your tablet filler, binder and disintegrant, antidote for iodine poisoning, and permanent preserved food material in plants. Glucosan, this is all molecules niya kay glucose ang tanan. So, glucosan, all molecules are glucose. So, that is your homoglycans, glucosan, and your starch. So, in starch products, mo ni siya itong mga starch products. We have starch paste. Disperse starch in cold water. Oy, your battery is running low. Wait lang, mag-charge ako. Okay, so starch products. So, ang starch paste, disperse starch in cold water. Pre-gelatinized starch is your all granules have been ruptured in the presence of water. Sodium starch glycolate. Glycolate, dapat na siya may L. So, that is your sodium starch glycolate. Semi-synthetic sodium salt, disintegrant, and ang brand na to ani is Voluven. So, present na ni siya sa market. Hydroxyethyl starch or your heta starch. Ang greater than 90% of amylopectin, this is used as a plasma expander in 6% hetastarch. Okay? Next, homoglycans pa rin. We have your glycogen, dextran, and cellulose. So glycogen, tandaan lang nato ang linkage, that's alpha 1,4 and alpha 1,6. This is more branched compared sa starch. Sa every 12 to 15 units na ashay linkage. Stored in the liver. So kaganina ang starch is stored in the plants. So glycogen stored in the liver sa ato ang mga animals. So naatag yung tawag nga glycogen storage diseases. So this is the glycogen storage diseases. Pakipicturean na lang kay wala na siya available sa inyuhang slides. Okay. So, ngayon na ito na i-discuss. So, dextran, ang linkage sa dextran is alpha 1,6 and alpha 1,3 bonds. This is also used as a plasma expander. Leuconostoc mesenteroides ang iyahang scientific name. And dextran sucrose is also known as transglucosylase enzyme. Sorry na siya, dapat na space ni. Dextran sucrose is transglucosylase enzyme. Cellulose, this is the chief constituents in your plant cell wall. Ang linkage is beta 1,4. So, tandaan lang nato permi ang mga linkages. So, si glycogen storage diseases, di na siya kailangan memorize yung tanan. Tandaan lang ninyo kung isa tong type 1, type 2, type 3. So, ginaisip lang na ako, pwede niyo i-memorize nga Vice President si Cory Anderson McErdle. Okay. Vice President si Cory Anderson McErdle. So, tanda lang itong 5. McErdle, Herspad ay may 6 din ni sila. So, Von Gerke, Pompey, Cory, Anderson, McErdle, and Hers. So, ang kasagaran ko gina-question lang ani, this is the type, a type of glycogen storage disease which is also known as McErdle. Tapos butang niya type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4. So dapat kabulo lang ka that McErdle is the type 5 of the glycogen storage disease. Hindi mo siya kailangan memorize on tanan. Okay? Next, cellulose products. So ang cellulose products nato, we have our purified cotton from the hair of Gossypium hirsutum. This is used for your surgical dressing. Next is your powdered cellulose, mechanically disintegrate alpha cellulose, and microcrystalline cellulose, which is a purified, partially depolymerized alpha cellulose. And of course, your purified rayon. So these are your cellulose products. Cellulose derivatives, so mo ni sila. Methyl cellulose, this is used as a suspending agent, protectant, and artificial tears. Ethyl cellulose, tablet binder, film coating. Hydroxyethyl cellulose, your thickener. HPMC, hydroxypolymethyl cellulose. Tandaan po, hydroxypolymethyl cellulose. HPMC is your ingredient in artificial tears. Pyroxylene, cellulose trinitrate, or your soluble GAN cotton. This is made by the action of nitric acid and sulfuric acid, or your cellulose used in collodion. Oxidized cellulose, that is your local hemostatic. And your cup is your cellulose acetate phthalate, your tablet coating, and your sodium carboxymethyl cellulose. This is used as your suspending agent and your bulk laxative. So this is the importance no nga ginasadihan nato ang pharmacognosy kay ang atong yung sa pharmacognosy kay katong mga constituents, which is this constituents or mga active constituents muna atong ginagamit sa paghimo sa atong mga tambal na magamit na ma-link ninyo siya sa inyong drug delivery system. Okay? Homoglycans pa rin po tayo. We have your inulin. Inulin, which is dissolved using your alcohol. Inulin is a fructosan. Ang linkage is beta 1,2. It is obtained from the cell sap of the underground organs of the plants in the family Compositae. Unsa gani ang new name sa Compositae? As your Asteraceae. So, di ba? Asteraceae. It improves the indigestion, and this is also used as diagnostic agent to estimate GFR, your glomerular filtration rate, since it is neither secreted nor absorbed. So, muna ang gamit sa ito ang inulin. So, kinsa itong ginagamit as diagnostic aid for cystic fibrosis? That is your xylose. So tandaan niyo itong mga diagnostic agents na to. We have also chitin. This is the exoskeleton of mollusks, fungi, and your arthropods. Ang homoglycan of N-acetylglucosamine. So let's proceed with heteroglycans. So ang homoglycans kay nagakontain lang siya og one lang na monosaccharide. Ang hetero is the other way around, mas daghan. So more than one monosaccharide present upon hydrolysis. So ang iyahang example sa ato ang heteroglycans, we have hyaluronic acid na makita siya sa vitreous humor or your synovial fluid, your chondroitin sulfate, that is makita sa inyong cartilages, tendons, and ligaments. Ang dermatan sulfate, makita sa inyong skin. Keratan sulfate sa inyong nails. Heparan or heparin sulfate used as your anticoagulant. So muna ato ang heteroglycans. Proceed. So the oxidation of aldoses nomenclature. So dili kay nato ni siya ma-discuss no kay sulat-sulat pud ni. Maghatag yapon ko katong picture na lang sa kaning ani. So basta tandaan lang sa aldehyde group mahimo siya di ba sa atong monosaccharide ganina pag aldehyde group imong first carbon is CHO. So mahimo na siya pag i-oxidize mo siya ang atong aldose mahimo siyang aldonic acid. Pag sa terminal group katong sa alcohol group di ba CH2OH mahimo siyang uronic acid. So may kunyari glucose ang tawag sa iya is glucuronic acid. Ana siya. So at both aldehyde and terminal alcohol groups ang tawag na is aldonic acid. Example na to ana is of course your glucose. Next is your cherry juice. So cherry juice, this is from the fresh ripe cherry fruits of Prunus cerassi. This is a scientific name. More than 1% is malic acid and this is used as to prepare cherry soup. So cherry juice, cherry soup. So plant acids. So plant acid, we have your citric acid, tartaric acid, lactic acid. So citric acid, this is also known as your tricarboxylic acid, discovered from the lemon juice by Scheele. So naay sikat karon na laboratory nga tawag siya nga Scheele Laboratories. So tartaric acid, dicarboxylic acid. Tandaan lang nato citric acid tatlo, tricarboxylic. Pag tartaric duha lang ang letter T, dicarboxylic. Lactic acid is from the lactic fermentation of sugars and acidulant and infant feeding formula. So pag lactose gani infant feeding kay siya man ang unsa gani ang lactose is also known as your milk sugar. So ang test nato to differentiate tartaric acid and citric acid is known as Dinige test. So tandaan lang, oh my gosh, kasi na-touch na, move. So to differentiate tartaric acid and citric acid, you will use your test Dinige. So si Dinige test, gina-differentiate niya ang tartaric and ang citric acid. So how do we differentiate? Depende siya sa positive result. So pag citric acid ang iyang positive result, letter C is carmine red. So ang isa na emerald green, syempre si tartaric acid na to siya. Tandaan lang nga citric acid, letter C ang first, so carmine red. And that is the positive result for your Dinige test. Ang tartaric acid is your emerald green. So that is all for your introduction nato sa ato ang pharmacognosy. So let's proceed with our second topic. So gusto ninyo mag-break, di ba 11:27 naman? Pwede mo mag-storya, guys?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 11:30. So, I'll give you the 30 minutes to study katong first sa atong introduction.
Okay, ma'am.
Oo. Tapos, after ana, pagsugod na to by 1 o'clock, unya, mag-quiz sa dayon ta sa atong intro.
Magdiretso na lang break para lunch,
Mag-diretso
ma'am.
na lang tag-break kay. Ano naman po, 11:30 na.
So, 1 balik.
Oo. 1 ta magbalik. Then, mag-quiz dayon ta sa atong intro. As after ana, let's proceed with carbohydrates test na another topic na po.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay lang sa inyo?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
pwede na ta mag
Same gyapon ta na ano, ma'am. Diri gyapon, no.
Oh, diri ayaw lang ninyo siya i-out siguro. Dili lang mo mag-leave sa meeting, di ko sure. Kung
Pwede na
saon,
atay
pero
uliton siya og ano, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Same
Okay,
gyapon na meeting ba.
oo, same meeting gyapon siya. So ayaw lang nimo pag-leave siguro. Ana lang. I-mute lang sa og i-out lang sa ang video siguro.
Okay,
Na siya
ma'am.
tong himuon. And then please study. Ang ato ang quiz gyapon kay ing ato katong paragod kaganina kahut kahut
Okay,
gyud
ma'am.
gamiton. So i-ready lang
Okay,
kay
ma'am.
phones inyong gamiton then sa screen siya mag-flash. So at least ano ta kaganina. Naka-trial sa ato ang kahut. Okay?
Okay,
So
ma'am.
let's have our break.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, paulay sa ta. Bye.
Okay, ma'am. Bye, ma'am.
Kinsa pa wala lang sign in?
Pwede pa mag-appeal, ma'am. Bagulak mata.
Oo, sige, pag-appeal na mo. Wala pa man tayo nag-start. Nabawasan na po.
Dahil lang, loading na, ma'am.
Sige.
Kaya, ne? Dali lang siya, ma'am. Kaya may naka-loading. Yun. 5, 5, 3, 0. 5, 8, 5, 5, 3, 0.
Okay. So, wala na yung magsulod. 9 lang.
Ang butod, ma'am.
Okay. So, pwede na tayo mag-start. So, again, ang inyong ang
Ma'am.
true phone, di ba? Kabalo naman mo, naka-trial man tagadina. So, ang
Opo.
choices na sa ato ang screen. So, ayun ninyo, isa ba ang answer? Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Ano po,
Sige.
singit
Kaya mas dahil
answer.
makasyagit ba? Kulbaan. Ang shoot
Excited.
kabalaka.
Sige,
Napay
mag-mute ni
mag-join?
ma'am.
Wala na. Chokes na ning 9. Ayun, napay 10. Napay magsulod?
Ako man ata.
15 man good mo, tapos 10 lang. Sige.
Go, guys. Pasok na kayo.
Napay magsulod? Wala na? Okay, pwede na ta mag-start. Sige na, natay 10. Okay, ready na mo?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, kaya niyo yan. Go, start.
Lo. 20 questions din eh.
20 question.
Wait, sa ano. Hapit ako na yung ng answer. Loading na. Hi, Mama.
Oh,
Yay!
false ang answer, no, Kai? That is your
Egyptians,
Egyptians.
ma'am.
So, si Babylonia sa itong made clay models. Okay. So,
Napo di
tunga lang
load,
yun.
ma'am.
Ano yun? Ngayon, depende. Oy, kisa si Angeline.
Me.
Wow. Ikaw pinakapaspas. Say po siya answer ha. Okay.
Masusay din, ma'am.
Loading pa kaya ko, ma'am. Di ko ka-answer.
Sige lang. Napakay 17 seconds.
Wait lang.
13, 12.
Na ko ka-answer. Di ko.
Si Angelica na po muna ni ba?
Dili, oy.
Ka-bright dyan ay. Loading po siya, ma'am.
Ayun, letter A. Ay, mali. Sayang. Ito man ako na ganina. So, diagnostic A. Oh. Okay. Yes. Tulo lang mali. Isa yung tulo. Okay. Next.
No, dili ko sure. No, mali ko.
Total synthetic. Uy, wala yung nagtama. Why? Wala ka na something. Ah.
Nakuris-kuris na yun, ma'am.
O gani, di ko kabalo sa abagaw. Hot benzene. O, diba? Kasi Chris Aquino na siya. Hot benzene. So, dapat letter A. Oh, malabon si Angelina. Pumapalo ah. Wow, isa lang mali. Hindi na to ingon kisa lang mali, no? Next. Alcohol.
Alo. Nagbasa-basa, mangod ko ba?
Wow. Na all.
Kapit na ako makatulog.
Kayon pa dyan ko. Karoon pa dyan ko kayon.
Isa na lang. Acetone. Okay, next.
Hala. Pag dili, ay, charot. Ngayon.
Napaisa, wala ka answer. False. Ah, tama tanan. Kasi di ba grapo? That's your gramani and poasi.
Nandyan ka.
Nawalang isa?
Wala siguro internet, ma'am.
Um,
Wala, di ko sure. Hala, as in, limot ko.
fructose. Monosaccharide ang fructose.
Char. Mm, mm, mm.
May isa mali. Y-O-Y.
So, ganun ha.
Dili ko sure.
Tama. Ang giingon ni ma'am ganina.
Ay, as in, tama.
Nelly try O's. Andyan sa notes is Gugu,
Tama din,
Facto,
no?
diba?
Gugu,
Dapat
Facto.
Gugu. Okay. Uy, nangunguna na si Belle. Ay, may namali. So, citric acid, di ba ang carmine red? Kay C is citric acid.
Loading lagi ay.
Lactulose. Bakit may... nay namali. Nay nauto sa lactose. Hmm. So, most important step, kung sa ganito,
Drying.
drying. Wow, malaba si Angeline. May isang ano tagak.
Hala, kalimut ko. Rabbit.
Ah, okay. Gusto.
Hala, ang sa ini. Ay, dili di ay. Kana di ang isa.
Yung picturean, di ba?
Cheese. Last one.
Hala. Di ko sure. Sad.
Okay, wala ko.
It's
Yay!
Eh,
Okay, and the winner is?
Yeah.
O, third place.
Oh, Jeffrey. Sibel.
Yay!
Oh, grabe nga,
Okay,
Angelica.
congratulations. Mhm.
Congrats!
Ma'am, mag-CR sa ka dali, ma'am.
Okay, sige, si Arza. Okay. Kung nakabalik na to nag-CR, mag-iwan lang ha. I'm talking to them. So, nag-start na ta kaganina sa atong introduction sa pharmacognosy and na-touch na po na to ang pectin. So, let's proceed with alcohols na. So, alcohols, they are greater than or equal to 92.3% by weight or 94.9% by volume. Ethanol at 15.56 degrees Celsius. It is obtained via fermentation and distillation, and 70% of the weight and volume are locally and anti-infective. Diluted alcohol is 48.4 to 49.5% by volume at 15.56 degrees Celsius solvent. So, what are the alcohol products? So, tandaan nato ni mga alcohol products, no? Muni inyong permi ginainom. So, ayun yung kalimti. Brandy.
Ma'am, dili
Obtained
makita ang slide.
Di makita ang slide?
Kahot ang makita, ma'am. Kahot.
Ang
Yes,
Tinuod.
ma'am.
Okay, sige, sige, wait.
Unsa na slides na, ma'am?
Kato na tang, kani, nakita ninyo?
Ah, okay, yes, ma'am.
Nanata sa alcohol products.
Okay, ma'am.
Proceed na.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Okay,
you.
so again, your alcohol, ayun yung kalimti. Brandy, it is obtained from the distillation of wine. Whiskey is obtained from the distillation of fermented malted grain. Your rum is distillation of fermented molasses. So kaganina, di ba, si molasses, this is a product of your sugar cane na pag i-treat nimo ang sugar cane with lime, maka-provide ka og brown sucrose and your molasses. Then brown sucrose, pag decolorize nimo siya og sulfur oxide, maka-produce ka og white sucrose. So mao na si rum. So si rum dai gikan siya kay molasses. So D-mannitol is from manna. It is a dried saccharine exudate of Fraxinus ornus, which is used to estimate glomerular filtration rate and osmotic diuretic. So sorbitol or D-glucitol, it is from the berries of mountain ash of Sorbus aucoparia, and this is half as sweet as sucrose, and this is used as humectant. While galactitol or dulcitol, it is produced from the reduction of galactose. So what are the tests for your carbohydrates? So mauni siya to mga test atong carbohydrates, no? This first is your Molish test. This is the general test for carbohydrates. It contains alpha naphthol, and the positive result is purple or red. So pag sa mga test, ang atong premilang gitandaan kung unsa tong iyang gigamit na um,
Yes.
reagent, katong test reagent, and of course your positive result. While the Fellings test, it is the test for reducing sugars. So naanay duha ka buok, that's Fellings A and B. Ang A, it contains the copper sulfate, while the B, it contains the potassium sodium tartrate. So the positive result is brick red precipitate. So Benedict's test is also a test for reducing sugars and contains sodium hydroxide and copper sulfate. So positive gyapon ana is the brick red precipitate. So tandaan lang that Fellings A, it contains copper sulfate only, while Benedict's test contains copper sulfate plus sodium hydroxide. Barfoed's test, this is the test for reducing sugars and used to differentiate monosaccharide from disaccharide. So it only detects monosaccharide and it contains cupric acetate plus acetic acid, and your positive result is brick red precipitate. While Tollens test, this is a test for reducing sugars for aldehydes only. It contains silver plus ammonia. So ang iyang positive result is silver mirror. Tollens test is silver mirror. For picric acid test, this is the test for reducing sugars, which contains, of course, picric acid, and your positive result is mahogany red. Nylander's test, again, for reducing sugars, it contains sodium potassium tartrate plus potassium sodium hydroxide plus bismuth, and ang positive result is brown. While the oxazone is a test for mannose. So, tandaan lang si oxazone, particularly kay mannose lang siya. It contains phenylhydrazine and the positive result of yellow precipitate. Seliwanov's test, it is a test for ketohexoses. So, example, ng ketohexose is your fructose. It contains resorcinol. Ang positive result is red. So, Keller-Kiliani test, naapoy uban ng mga books, no, ang ginabutang nila is Keller-Kaliani. So, either of the two. For Keller-Kaliani test is for deoxysugars, especially for cardiac glycosides, and it contains acetic acid, perchloride, and sulfuric acid. So, ang result is reddish-brown. Ang Moore's test is for reducing sugars, especially glucose. So, kinsa ganitong for mannose lang? Mannose. Test for mannose is your
Ano to?
letter O. Oxazone test. So, si Moore's test for glucose po siya. It contains heat with alkali and the positive result is caramel. So, Music acid test is for galactose. It contains nitric acid. Ang positive result is insoluble precipitate. And last is your Bial's test, which is a test for pentosis. Ang positive result is your blue-green. Okay, so again, these are your tests for carbohydrates. So let us proceed with gums and mucilages. Okay. So gums and mucilages are natural plant hydrocolloids that may be classified as anionic or non-ionic. It appears as translucent and amorphous, and upon hydrolysis, they yield arabinose, galactose, glucose, mannose, xylose, and other uronic acid derivatives. So, ang general uses nila is for ingredient in dental and other adhesives and bulk laxatives for pharmaceutic necessity. So, ni sila itong mga adjuncts, ginagamit natin sila as adjuncts for DTS. So, what is the difference between a gum and a mucilage? So, ang gum, it is readily soluble in water, while a mucilage, they form slimy masses with water. So, si gums, pathologic product siya. Walang isa is physiologic. The other one is linear. Linear ang gums. Ang branch is the mucilage. Ang less soluble is si gums, while more soluble ang mucilage. Less stable ang gums and more stable ang mucilage. And viscosity enhances ang gums, while ang mucilages are gelating substances or agents. So, tandaan lang, for viscosity is your gums, for gelating is your mucilage or mucilages. So what are the types of gums and mucilages? So we have 4. That's your shrub or your tree oxidates, marine gums, seed gums, and your microbial gums. So ang tandaan lang nato permi sa PICO kay ano ni siya, in every general classification na siya sub-classification. So sa sub-classification, napagid siya mga types under sa iya ha. So kailangan niyo mabalaan kung asa to yung general, asa to siya ang tanan, kunyari, para ni sa gums and mucilages, kaning 4 ang iyang under. Sa 4 na ninapay mga under po sa iya. So dapat kabalo mo mag-classify kung asa siya dapat. So that is the most important thing about pharmacognosy when you are studying. Okay? So for number 1, we have our tragacanth. So tragacanth is astragalus gummifer. It contains 66% basurine. So si basurine mo ni siya ang constituent nga naga-swell, naga-cause of swelling. While 34% is tragacanthine, which is a non-gelling or thickener. So ang use niya is it is used as suspending agent, and at 5 to 6%, it is used as emulsifier. So, ang best mucilage kay ang tragacant, and it is resistant to acid hydrolysis. That's why it is the best mucilage. Okay, number 2 is your acacia or gum arabic or Egyptian gum. Tandaan po ninyo, ang termi na to, memorization po gyapon is ang mga other names. So like, what is grape sugar is also known as, unsa ang grape sugar? So, di ba kaganina, wala na, naasya kang ganyan. So, grape sugar, that is your glucose. So, grape sugar, physiological sugar, dextrose, and your blood sugar, that is glucose. So, dapat kabalo mo kung sa tuya mga other names. So, si acacia, siya ay gum and Egyptian gum. Gum Arabic or Egyptian gum. So, Acacia senegal, it is also known as the Arabic gum. Ang active constituent is arabine. Stable siya, below 60%, and it contains 12 to 15% water, and suspending agent siya at 35 to 38%. So, sa tragacant na siya types, so we have the vermiform. Ang kani siya nga type kay naka-coil siya. Ang tragacant sorts, these are a tear-shaped or irregular plant. Both are from natural injury, so na siya positive result nga yellow or brown. While ang isa, ribbon flakes, it is a man-made tragacant and transverse incision ang gamit. It is clearer and preferred. So, si ribbon flakes, so since tragacant, di ba kaganina, it is the best mucilage. So, ang type ni tragacant na pinaka-best gyud or the preferred is your ribbon flakes. Tandaan lang ninyo na mas lami ang red ribbon kaysa Goldilocks. Ano na siya? Hindi malimtan. Next, gati. Gati or si Indian gum is your Anoglessus latifolia. It is used as an acacia substitute. So tandaan lang nga ang substitute ni acacia or your Egyptian gum or your gum Arabic, substitute ni Arabic o ni Egyptian kay si Indian. Indian gum is your gati gum. Siya. Caraya or Esterculia gum, that is your Esterculia urens. Ang active constituent is D-galacturonic acid and D-glucuronic acid. So, ang use ni Caraya is a laxative, and this is a suspending agent and has a fetid odor. So, i-identify lang nato no sa parts sa shrub and tree oxidates kasagaran kay suspending agent and emulsifier, pero si Caraya or si Esterculia gum, siya ay ginagamit as laxative. Okay. So, para ma-memorize nato, so muna akong mnemonics na ginagamit, basi gusto ninyo gamitan. So, we have katag ang shrub. So, katag, Ka is for your Caraya, T is tragacant, A is for acacia, and G is for gati. So, tandaan lang na katag ang shrub. Shrub. Okay. For marine gums, so, na, kinsa yung mga uyab na mga marine, dapat din ni kalimtan. So, we have algene or sodium alginate. This is your Macrocystis pyrifera. Active constituent is D-manuronic acid. Ang use niya suspending agent and tablet binder. Second is your agar or your Japanese isinglass. Or ang uban, pronounce nila as isinglass. O pwede po isinglass. So, that's your agar. Ilidium cartilaginum and your Gracilaria confervoides. So, dili kayo gagawas man pod sa board exam ang mga scientific names, but then just familiarize lang. Active constituent ng agar is your agarose. So, dili kayo layo siyang pangalan, agarose. It has a decrease sulfuric acid, and ang agaropectin na siya increase na sulfuric acid. So, ang use is a laxative, tablet diluent, and solidifying agent for culture media. So, di ba kung mag-laboratory for microbiology, gagamit pa ninyo og agar as your stiffening or solidifying agent. So, under marine gums pa rin is your carrageenan or chondrus or your Irish moss. So, nice kayo hang other name, no? Irish moss is your carrageenan. Ang scientific name is Chondrus crispus and Gigartina mammiliosa. So, carrageenan, it has two forms. Your kappa, na nagsirado na, Kay wala na tay ayuda. So muna siya, kappa and ayuda. Kappa nanirado na ang ayuda karon COVID ginahatag na. So that's your carrageenan. Ang gamit din ni carrageenan is as gelating agent. So ang lambda kira ka ng K that is a non-gelling or thickener. So meaning si kappa dili siya gelating agent. Si ayuda lang. So next is your Danish agar or your Forcellarian. Forcellaran or Forcellaran. Forcellaran. Forcellaria fasciata, it's similar to kappa carrageenan and used as suspending agent. So kanang K dira is kappa. Okay. So para ma-memorize nato ang marine gum, so kanina unsa itong sa shrub, that's your
Katag
katag ang
shrub.
shrub. So your karaya, tragacan, acacia, and your gati. So for marine gums, kanilang, so ang kada marine may agar. So kada marine na ay agar, that's your carrageenan, algene, Danish agar, and agar. So para ma-remember lang ninyo nga ang marine gums kay na ay agar. Okay. Next, seed gums. So sa seed gums naman, we have your plantago seed or your psyllium or plantain seed. Sa Spanish, pag kuhanin mo siya dito, plantago psyllium. While sa Indian, this is plantago ovata. So tandaan lang nato, pag Spanish is psyllium, Indian kay ovata. Ang uses is the ripe seed coat is used as the bulk forming laxative reagent and ang MOA niya kay ginapaswell niya ay gum in the seed as well. So that is your bulk forming laxative plantago seed. Sidonium or your quinine, that is your Sidonia vulgaris. The active constituent is levoarabinose or aldobiuronic acid. Ang use niya is thixotropic hydrocolloid in lotions. Next, your guar gum or your guaran. Cyanopsis tetragonolobus. Tandaan, Cyanopsis tetragonolobus. That's your guar gum. Active constituent is your galactomannan. Ang use po is bulk laxative and a thickener and a disintegrant. So that's your guar gum. Locust bean, pinakasikat ni siya. Locust bean or your carob pulp or your St. John's bread. Your Ceratonia siliqua. Locust bean is Ceratonia siliqua. The active constituent is galactomannan. And ang use po is chocolate substitute and used as a thickener. So chocolate substitute, St. John's bread. So this is the mnemonics, Plagoxyloseeds. So that is your plantago, guaran, sidonium, and your locust beans. So this is part of your seed gums. So Plagoxyloseed gums. Okay. For microbial gums, so sa microbial gums, dalawa lang ni sila. This is your xanthan gum from Xanthomonas campestris. It is high molecular weight gum from the action of Xanthomona campestris on a suitable carbohydrate. So si dextran gum is from Leuconostoc mesenteroides and this is used as your plasma expander and readily available in the market. So para di malimtan, that is your Dexan microbes. So again, microbial gums is your Dexan microbes, Dextran, and Xanthan. So let us proceed with plant extractive. So before mag-proceed ta dito, ulitin sa nato to ato ang mga gi-memorize kay ganina no under sa seed gums. Unsa to ato mga under sa seed gums?
Plantago seed, Sidonium, guar gum, of locust bean.
Locust, that is your Plagoxyloseeds. So muna siya itong Plagoxyloseeds. How about yung marine gums?
Catamaran. Algene, agar, carrageenan, Danish agar.
Yes, that is your kada marine may
May
agar.
agar.
So kada marine may agar. So let's proceed with plant extractive. So pectin. So si pectin talaga na natakal na to siya sa intro no nakatong what is the best time to collect. So sa under sa collection, the preparation of crude drugs. So naa dito nakabutang kung ripe siya, unsa imong makuha? Pectic acid, pectin, or protopectin?
Pectin.
Pectin. Pag overripe,
Pectic.
Toxic
pectic acid. So, pag dili siya ripe is your protopectin.
protopectin.
So, pectin is an intracellular cementing material. It is obtained from the dilute acid extract of the inner portion of the rind of citrus fruits or pomace. It contains partially methoxylated galacturonic acid and has a swelling property. So, si pectin is from citrus fruits. So, mo ni ang mga pectin sources na kailangan nato i-familiarize ang scientific names. So, si pomelo, si pomelo ang pinakadako sa ila siya ang Citrus grandis. Ang orange kay Aurantium. So, si dalanghita kay siya ang kay dalaga man, so di siya nobilis. Nobilis.
Nobilis.
Pongkan is your sinensis. Yung kalamansi, yung maliit na buongon, yun po siya ang microcarpa. Kalamansi, maliit na buongon, microcarpa. So, ang grapefruit is your paradisi. So, lemon is, lisod kayo sa memorization, kay nagahi lang ni Mami di limon, citrus limon. So, that's your lemon. And your apple is your Pyrus malus. So, mo ni siya ang mga kailangan i-familiarize. Okay. So, what are the types of pectin? So, we have pharmaceutical pectin and your commercial pectin. So, pharmaceutical pectin is a pure pectin, while a commercial pectin, it contains added substance like sugars or organic acids. So, ang uses ni pectin. So, natin yung tawag dati nga kaolopectate, that is kaolin plus pectin. So, dati ginagamit siya as antidiarrheal, so karon wala na. So, karon ang ginagamit na antidiarrheal is your pectin plus bismuth subsalicylate. So, that's bismuth subsalicylate. Okay. So, let's proceed with glycosides. Okay. So, ang glycosides, unsa gani siya? Secondary or primary metabolite?
Secondary.
Secondary metabolite of what? Primary metabolite?
Carbohydrate.
Carbohydrates. So, nagyap na kay carbohydrates, no? So, let's proceed kay glycosides. So, glycosides, these are plant constituent which produce sugars as products of hydrolysis. So, again, kay ayahang primary constituent is carbohydrates, and carbohydrates, unsa imong form is sugar. So, glycosides as a secondary metabolite of carbohydrates is also known as your sugar ethers. So, gamit niya is for regulatory, protective, and sanitary compounds. So, naa siya duha ka form. This is your beta and alpha form. So, ang beta, that is the most common, and alpha is the less common. So, two components of glycosides. So, we have the glycone and aglycone. So, ang glycone, that is your sugar component, and this is the common denominator, pero siya ang sugar component, pero siya ang inactive. While the aglycone, siya ang non-sugar component, ang tawag sa iya is Janine. Kinsa si Janine, nailad ko sa buing. Si Janine, that is your aglycone. Nak-nak pa ko. Sige. So, since si Janine, this is ang aglycone, muna siya ang basis no para makita nimo kung glycoside ba jud ang isa ka constituent. So, this is the active portion of your glycosides. That is your aglycone portion. Okay, for cardiac glycosides. So, under sa glycosides kay na siya different parts no. So, we have cardiac glycosides, anthracinones, daghan pa ni siya. So, isa-isahon nato ang mga under sa glycosides. So, let's start with cardiac glycosides. So, cardiac glycosides, they exert action on cardiac muscles. So, ang MOA, it inhibits the sodium-potassium ATPase pump or the sodium pump, which increases the intracellular sodium and the reduction of calcium expulsion. So, unsang, di ba na ani siya sa pharmacology, that is your digoxin. This is the action of your digoxin, no? So, ang ginihimo ani, pag-inhibit nato ning sodium potassium ATPase pump, dili makagawa si calcium. And calcium as a for contraction siya ng element, no? So, mag-increase ang contraction sa imuhang heart. Therefore, makatabang siya sa may mga heart failures. Okay. So, pag positive inotropic, that means increased cardiac contractility, and chronotropic, which is about heart rate, negative siya, so that is a decreased heart rate. So what are the types of cardiac glycosides? So we have two. That is your cardenolide, which is the mas common siya and has the optimum activity. C23, 5-membered lactone ring. So tandaan lang, pag odd number, that is cardenolide. Pag even number, 24 and 6 is your bufadenolide.
Bufadenolide.
So less common from food, si bufadenolide. So gikan siya sa buto species. So
Puto.
kung masaya kayo mo, lisod na siya istoryahon. So, buto species. So, skin, less active, and that is C24 6-membered lactone ring. Okay. So, what are the tests for cardiac glycoside? So, since ang active portion, unsa ganing active portion sa glycoside?
Aglyco.
Glycone. So, si aglycone, muna siya ang unsaturated steroidal nucleus. It is tested by Lieberman-Borchardt or pwede pod ang Salkowski test. So, Lieberman-Borchardt and Salkowski's test is a test for a glycone portion of glycosides. Ang glycone portion naman, this is the 2-deoxy sugar function group ang gamiton. So, ang test is si Keller-Killiani test. Okay? So, mauna ni siya ang mga under kay cardiac glycosides na dapat kabalo jud ta kung unsa tong mga under sa iya. So, first is your Grecian foxglove. That is, ang origin nato ana is digitalis lanata. Active constituent is your digoxin or digoxin. This is water soluble and less toxic. Digitoxin, that is a lipid soluble and more toxic siya. Nganong mas toxic man ang atong digitoxin kay lipid soluble siya, so mas magstay siya sa inyong lawas. So mao nang mag-cause siya og toxicity. While ang digoxin pwede ra nato siya mapagawas. So that is a difference between digoxin and digitoxin. So that is from digitalis lanata. So foxglove, ang origin po niya ani is digitalis purpurea. So pag lanata is Grecian, pag purpurea is foxglove. So it has a des-acetylanatoside or deslanoside which is used for rapid initial loading or ginatawag nato nga digitalization. Next is your convallaria or your lily of the valley. So, lily of the valley, ang origin niya is Convallaria majalis. Active constituent is convallotoxin. Ang Adonis or pheasant's eye is your Adonis vernalis. Ang active constituent is your adonitoxin. Strophanthus is your Strophanthus combe. Ang ano niya is strophanthine, KNG strophanthine. Ang toxic form is the G, gamma, and your kappa. Number 6 is your apocyinum. Apocyinum or your dogbane, Canadian hemp or your black Indian hemp. So tandaan that apocyinum is your black Indian hemp, dogbane, and your Canadian hemp. So, kinsa ganitong substitute ni Arabic gum?
Indian.
Si Indian gum, which is also known as Gatti. So, si Gatti or your
Gatti.
Indian gum. So, apocyinum is your dogbane. Apocyinum cannabinum. Ang active constituent is simarin. Next is oleander or your rose bay or adelta. So, akong ginahimo ani number 7 is ginano ko siya as aro. ARO. So, that's adelta, rose bay, and oleander. So, muna na iyahang yung mga other names. So, origin
Aro.
is Nereum oleander. Ang active constituent is oleandrine. Next is your squill or your Mediterranean or white squill. Ang origin is your Orginia maritima. Active constituent is it should not contain the red moiety. Kay katong red moiety mo to siya ang toxic form. Active constituent is ciliarenine, which is the only plant bofadenolide. So that's your ciliarenine. Ang cactus grandiflorus or your night blooming cereus ang origin niya is Selenicereus grandiflorus. So cactus grandiflorus is the night blooming cereus. Black hellebore or your Christmas rose, ang origin is Helleborus niger. Active constituent is your hellebrine, which is used as your cardiac stimulant. While ang white and green hellebore are cardiac depressant. So tandaan, pag si black hellebore, siya ang cardiac stimulant. Pag white and green, mo ni mga depressed na mga tao, cardiac depressant. Pag itom ka, gahi ka. Pag white o green, depressed. Okay? So, ano yung tandaan sa hellebore? So, ato ni Monique sa ato ang cardiac glycosides is kasadbok. Kasad yun kay naay depressant diri So, C is convallaria, adonis, strophanthus, squill, apocyinum, black hellebore. Ang D is digitalis. Ang sa digitalis, ang under na ani is si digitalis lanata which is your Grecian foxglove and your digitalis purpurea is your foxglove. So, black hellebore, your oleander, and your cactus grandiflorus. So, cactus grandiflorus, sa ganing other name?
Night blooming
Night blooming cereus. Ang oleander, you have your
Mary, asa na?
arrow. A
Rose
is
Day.
Delta and Rose Bay. Arrow, tapos oriander is O. Ang black hellebore is your katog
Christmas
ganahan ta
rose.
permi December 25
Christmas rose.
Christmas rose. Tapos si Apocyinum katong upat ni siya ka other names. Unsa niya mga other names?
Black Indian hemp.
Black
Dog-
Indian hemp, your
Dogbane.
dogbane and
Canadian hemp.
Canadian hemp. Tandaan lang ba sa Apocyinum is your dogbane. Squill is your white
Mediterranean
and
or
Mediterranean. Yun siya. Strophanthus combe. Ang Adonis is your
Season's eye.
Pisan's eye. And your Convallaria is your lily of the valley. Okay, so muna inyong mga kailangan i-memorize. So, dili gid siya kailangan ninyo i-memorize tong iyang mga active constituents sa ani para asa siya. Kasagaran lang, more on classifications lang na dapat kabalo mo nga kani si Convallaria adonis under ni siya kay cardiac glycosides. So dapat more on classifications nandiyon ang sa pharmacognosy ninyo i-memorize. Though dapat familiarize pud mo kung unsa iyahang use. So kabalo naman mo na specifically or generally cardiac glycosides are used for cardiac stimulation para mag-increase ang inotropic effect. So, muna siya. Basta tandaan lang that si black hellebore ang ginagamit as cardiac stimulant and the white and green hellebore is your cardiac depressant. Okay. So, let's have a quiz.
Hello, quiz mo yun.
Hi na ninyo, guys.
Sa, ano na po, ma'am?
Yes, kahut gyapon ta.
Kahut, kahut.
O ano?
Kahut.
Kahut, kahut.
Makita ninyo?
Wala, ma'am.
Lang, ma'am.
I mean, sa screen, makita ninyo ang kahut? Dili pa.
Wala, ma'am.
Wala pa. So,
Patay. Nana ni load, ma'am.
yun.
Katunta ganina na yung load.
Ang kinsa itong high school ganina?
Si Angelica, ma'am.
Si Angelica. Okay, sige. Wait lang, dapat duha ka mag-highest girl.
100 na to dapat.
Makita
ma'am.
ninyo?
Wala gyapon, ma'am.
Okay. So, stop share sa ako, no? Tapos, mag-share ko ulit.
Hi, ma'am.
Screen. Hindi mo. Kana, makita?
Yes, ma'am.
Ayun.
Peep mode, charot.
Ready to join? Ready to join.
Okay.
8178. Kuya,
iba
ang pangalan
ang mga iba na po mga pangalan. Dami
Angie
niyo
Boobs.
alam Dragon fruit lagi ako nailan ganina.
Kuya, sa okay, oy, okay.
Okay.
Noise. Toit.
Dapat inyong mga mga nicknames sunod kay mga mga cardiac glycoside, night blooming serious, lily of the valley. Inyong mga nicknames sunod ha.
Sige, ma'am.
Nakita mo ka ng paborito ninyong other name tapos kato niyo ibutang dere.
Ako kay
Ako ibutang kay Whiskey
Isa
ako,
kaya ang
ma'am.
dog bane dere.
Whiskey ako, ma'am. Whiskey.
Whiskey, brandy, mga
Christmas
mga
rose.
paborito nato, babod ka. Pwede pamutang dere. Kisa ni cute. KYOT.
Cute. Cute naman, cute.
5 pa lang. Itong uban.
Microbes lang ko si microbes.
Agar to. Agar.
Noise. Toit.
14 pa mo kabukle, wala lagi ng apel.
Ala.
Loading ko siguro uban, ma'am.
Pwede ninyo i-on ang inyong mga audio guys para madunggan ako inyong mga
Cute na tino.
hinanaing sa bansang Pilipinas. So, lingaw kayo nung pag mag-take na mo board exam, ayaw lang jud mo makatry dyan mo, tinood nila ginaingon nga para sympathetic effect doon pag mag-take mo board exam.
Ang libang-libang lang.
Papit ko, kalibangon kayo. Tsaka kayo. Tapos, ako yung experience kay. Nalingaw dyan ko kayo na ako class, batch, dili na ako siya classmate, pero taga-iban siya nga school niya, na close na mo siya. Kay, syempre, para mga review center, no? So, mag-classmate ako sa review center. Tapos sa ko hindi na ko makaya ba? Kung ano naman, sa ikaw, buntag sa'yo kay LSS, dapat na naka dito sa, testing site kung asa mo mag-test. Tapos, kalibangon daw kayo siya. Gusto daw niya mag-uli. So, di ba pwede mag-uli? So, nangita may CR dito. So, yatot na ko siya. Diba? Success. Pero nakapasa siya sa board exam. So, muna kung kalibangon mo ilibang, yun niyo ayaw mong buang-buang. Kay mas makalibang mo ang pagbasa ninyo. Pero mawala man yung kalibangon pag magbasa na mo og exam, no? Kay mag-sympathetic effect naman na magpaspas naman yung mga heart rate, hindi naman kabalo kung sa answer. So, tinood po na siya nga pag tanaw ninyo sa first question kay feeling ninyo wala mo kabalo sa wala mo yung giskwelahan pero kadugayan, remember na po din. So, ampo-ampo lang dyan taniyong tanan. Pero ang mga tips lang, basta pharmacognosy ganina subject, ang kailangan lang gid ninyo, you don't need nga memorize ninyo tanan-tanan. Dapat naalang mo yung strategy kung paano mag-study ani. So, ang strategy gina ko is, maghimo lang ko mnemonics. Ang mnemonics na ako memorizon. The rest is, ampo-ampo na lang gid, di mo gawas, ana. So, mnemonics lang, basta kabalo ka sa classifications, kana lang gid, kay more on classification siya. So, atong nag-take ko og board sa amo ang time, naghimo ko, di ba, naghimo ko sarili na ako ng mga mnemonics, tapos gi-share na ako sa mga classmates. Nya, kato na po na ilang gipang memorize. Tapos, pag-abot sa board exam, swerte kay mi kay pag pharmacognosy na subject, puro siya classification. So, as lure kay mi, kana mnemonics, gahot kaya mo, okay kaya mo module 2 dito. So,
Gahot kay
ibay kay mi sa mo ang sa pharmacognosy lang po na part A, pero katong mga may wala, hilak po. Pray lang din. 8 pa lang, okay na ni? Wala na? Wala na yung magsulod? Kung wala na, sirada na itong portahan, so mag-start na ta. Ready na mo?
Try.
Okay, ready na. Let's start.
Ala. Ala, unsa man ni?
Hindi makita eh. Ay, dahil lang.
Dili, nakalimot.
Ay, Angelica, pero wala kay load.
Correct.
Hi,
Mali.
ma.
Ayun, so that's whiskey.
Red, blue.
Ang brandy is from wine, fermented wine. Yun. Paborito ba na to ni dapat niyo malimtan.
Whiskey, Jun. Whiskey for the win.
Whiskey for the win. Next, kisa si Noise. Dili sa baan.
Ano sa ganun ni? Tama ba? Naka-answer na ko mali.
Ako diri.
Ay, mali na ko.
Okay, that's your sorbitol.
Zero
Mali.
jud lagi ko diri.
Knock-knock na siya, diba? Knock-knock.
There.
Sorbitol.
Sorbitol.
Sorbitol. Hey, watch me well. Watch me ninja. Next. Pwede mo makulbaan ba?
Nagbaba
Kaya
na ko.
action yung kabalak ka. Mali, mali na mo. Na.
Ayun.
Kani. Is nakapiso na ko.
Gusto sa ko, mama.
Yes, Benedict's test. Kay si Fellings, ang iyaha lang is copper sulfate.
Copper
That is your
sulfate.
Fellings A. So, wala siyang sodium hydroxide. So, Benedict's na siya. Oh, si Annette Fritz, malaban.
Wala na ko'y try magluto, wala ko'y budget sa luto. Kaya na pa na kay barato ba? Okay kayo.
Paasa ko, mama.
Wala.
Okay kayo.
Storya lang mo yung singgit.
Oh, that's your silver mirror. Ah, grabe, brightan nila. So, di ba, ang tolerance test, it contains ammonia and your
Silver.
So, na siya silver mirror ang iyang. Oh! Naka-answer gini si Jeff ni ba kay patnubay na magulang sa likod.
Hala, mali.
Hala, wait. Mali yata ako. Oh my gosh.
Wala man ka.
Oh my goodness. Feeling ako mali.
False.
Okay, mali lang.
Kay undulating agent, that is your mucilage. Okay.
Right.
Next. Oh,
Yay!
still on top, ha? Fellings B contains.
Wala na kayo nakahimo og dough. Karoon man na ka nag-ingon.
Buhat ang suroy.
Potassium sodium tartrate.
Yes!
Okay, ang nag-answer og copper sulfate, that is A. Di na siya B. Fellings A na siya. Okay.
Long sa kanina gani.
Dili ko sure. Pero marami.
For feelings ni mo ba, hindi sure.
Dili sure. Siya man ang dili sure. Charot yan.
Ay, ay.
That's Barfoed's test. Okay.
What's si dili mo?
Next.
Dili jud.
Oh.
Japanese. Ata. What?
Mali ko.
That's true.
Yes!
Kasi 'di ba ang atong mnemonics is kada marine may agar. Kada is C is your carrageenan, agene agar and so ito kada letter D is Danish agar. So agar is also known as Japanese isinglass.
Japanese ay isinglass.
Isinglass. Oh,
Ah, tama ba? Okay. Um,
so that is false. Isa ni
Grandis.
isa. Kaya diba, orantium is your orange.
Orange.
Pomelo is grandis.
Dako man.
Di kayo na ko nakatambal ba?
Kani.
Remember ko sa ano
Ayun, gingon ni ma'am.
Doktor sa yun. Doktor sa pharmacy ka doktor.
Oh, sama na siya. Mama, si mama na magsingkit, magstorya.
Ay, tama tanan. So that's dalanghita kay dalaga, mabilis magno. No bilis. Next.
Ay, kita ka doktor dito ba?
Kawis di pa ni. Wala.
Yes. Ay, kani, wala na ako kabalanin.
no.
Ay.
Pataka most of my answers.
Tama.
Ay, mali, Indian.
Ano sa tanong isa ka term? Okay.
That is false.
Indian ang
Okay.
ovate, ma'am.
Indian ang ang ovata. That's
Ang bato ay.
Indian.
Masuko lang, guard.
Wala ka ni, wala ko kabalanin.
One.
Like ko say.
Katulad shield ni mama ni mo gigamit.
Abot ako tama. Atay.
Sir
Ikaw
Bro.
ka napalitatod ba?
Ay,
That's
mali na ako.
true. So glycosides are known as sugar ethers. Kay glycosides is the secondary metabolite of your carbohydrates. So carbohydrates produce og sugar, and ether siya kay ang glycosidic bond is an ether bond.
Unsa
So,
man to?
sugar ethers. Okay.
Hindi ka rin sila mo pagkakagyan.
Unsa na sa coast?
Aglay ko.
Pagkakag abs ba? Abs.
Wala, mali na ko. Wala na gyud.
That's
Tama.
true. So, sa coast case test.
Wala na.
Yay! Nakasulod na gid ko.
Unsa?
Kalimut ko sa question.
Nasa taas.
Ay, o di ay.
Pagkakagyan yung blood pressure. Pagkakapanilig ko ha.
Unsa na?
That's your Indian gum.
Yay!
So, kung makita ninyo si Arabic gum, di ba, is also known as your Egyptian gum. So, si Indian gum lang ang iba dira. So, dapat siya yung answer.
Grabe, Angelico. Fire.
No, wala po ko kabalaan eh.
Danish is also known as...
Niya, may pressure sa pneumonia.
Nakita ko may yung answer.
Basa na lang ako ba? Charot.
Madali lang akin, nanilig ko. Nala ko sa pilit.
Okay, that's false. Ang Irish moss is
Carragina.
Carrageenan. Forciliaran ang Danish.
Grabe,
Oh.
Angelico.
16 naman po.
What type of tragal content is preferred to transfer musicians and man?
Ano, nagdaghan na ka?
Tura.
Type of tragal content that is most...
Kabalo ko ani.
Transmission. Ako kabaluan ni mo.
Note ka, balo mo ani.
Ay, okay. Okay. Red
Diba?
ribbon.
Ribbon
Red ribbon.
flakes. Basta most preferred gani, mas preferred si red ribbon kaysa ka Goldilocks.
Goldilocks.
Ano siya. Next.
Yan, nag-bar-bar pa.
Ay, on top gyapon auntie.
17 na.
Citric acid test.
Wala ako ni sa ano.
Citric acid
Hindi,
test.
Pilipino
Ay, dili!
Gusto na ko mama nag-weld.
Face to face.
Ambot lang kung tama po.
Face to face sila tap. Ang full.
That's mahogany red.
Mali.
Tips lang, no, pag mag-memorize gid ka ng mga positive results, kasagaran na akong gina-memorize lang kay katong may mga kanang kakaiba gud og mga mga positive result. Una, di ba ulit-ulit naman mga brick red, purple, ana. So katong mga mga unique like mahogany red, silver mirror. So mao na siya kasagaran ang ako ang gina-memorize. So dapat ana pud mo.
So sad.
Last two.
Complete product of starch hydrolysis.
Tabalo ko ani.
Wala ko kabaluan eh. Wala na rin. Wala na ko.
Sabi na tumoy.
Pumilikan sa kuhaan kayo sa matinaw.
Liquid glucose. It's your liquid glucose. Okay, next.
Formed by partial vibration of sealed container by autoclaving machines.
Nakupo sa lamang mula. Wala. Nagaling ni pagabas ito ang isa na wala na napunga na taas sa kain nayog-nayog na ba?
Yan lang.
Pabo na lang.
Mali na ko. Wala na.
So that's condensed milk.
Wow, isa na nakatama.
Isa lang kinsa ni nakatama diri.
Daog na siya. Charot.
Last one.
Kabalo ko ani.
Sana all.
Ako'y warmer, magkakay pa ko upuan, magkakay pa warmer.
Silver.
Murag sa ano man siguro ni
Ako'y warmer, katong pag-Philippines, no?
saan to?
Mali na po.
That's galactose. So
Di pa kita
C4
connected.
ephemer of glucose is lactose. And the winner is
Yay!
third is pahabol. Si okay.
Si okay.
Wow. Mabawi, bye.
Naniload,
Okay,
ma'am.
so congratulations. Pag-isipan sa nato.
Joke lang.
Makita ba?
Imong namong bang makita ba?
Share screen. Makita ninyo?
Yes, ma'am. Asan pa?
Okay. So, saglit lang. Ako asang i-off.
Napalinya ni dito. Napalinya ni tubig dito. Napalinya ni tubig sa matinaw para kami ako ang pintador.
Makita ninyo?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello? Makita? So,
Yes, ma'am.
let's proceed with anthraquinone glycosides. So, hanggang 3 lang dahil no?
Mag-waste
So, let's proceed with anthraquinone glycosides. So, these are commonly employed as cathartics. So, para unsa ng cathartics? Para unsa na siya? Para unsa ang cathartics, guys?
Poop.
Poops.
Paihi.
Pampupo.
Ayaw, pampaihi. Diuretic tong pampaihi. Pampapoops. Cathartics. So,
Oops, dito po.
So anthraquinone glycosides, they are commonly employed as cathartics except for crisarubin.
Crisarubin.
So tandaan lang ninyo kay si Chris Aquino na siya
Dili-
hot benzene ug arte jud kay siya di siya gusto
Dili siya gusto
di siya
malibang.
magpalibang. Oh, so si Chris Aquino na. So ang aglycone portion is your anthracene. The color of anthraquinone derivatives is orange. Identification test is your Born-Trugger test. Daan lang ninyo lang, identification test is Born-Trugger test. So, cascara, ang under sa anthraquinone glycosides is your cascara sagrada or your sacred bark. Ang origin ani is your Rhamnus porcianus. Active constituent is your cascaricides, alpha and beta optical isomers of barbaloin, and cascaricides C and D is your optical isomers of crisarubin. So, Lane's pill, it contains the casantol and purified mixture of anthranol glycosides. And it also provides imodine glycosides. That is your cascara sagrada or sacred bark. Cascara sagrada. So, frangula buckthorn bark. This is, origin is Rhamnus frangula. Active constituent is Movicol. This is the brand niya dati, Movicol. Caraya plus frangula, which is a cathartic. So kaganina 'di ba si Cayolopectate, this is ginagamit po siya dati nga anti-diarrheal dito siya. So next is your aloe. Aloe is a dried latex juice of leaves ang gamiton. Ang origin is from Sakura cow, Aloe barbadensis or aloe vera, and sakit kay Aloe spicata and Aloe felix. Active constituent of aloe is barbaloin, which is siya tong chief cathartic barbaloin. Ang aloe, imodine or O-glycoside. Ang aloin is the C-glycoside. Other uses is emollient and treatment for burns. Rhubarb. So rhubarb, these are dried schizomes. So origin is Rheum officinale and Rheum palmatum. This ang sa India or sa Himalayan is Rheum imodi or Rheum webianium. And active constituent niya is thane anthrones. Last is your crisarubin. Crisarubin, ang origin is the powder is obtained from Andira araruba. Active constituent is this is not cathartic but a keratolytic when dissolved in hot benzene. So tandaan that si crisarubin, this is not a cathartic. So all anthraquinone glycosides are cathartic except for crisarubin because crisarubin is a keratolytic agent. Next is senna. Senna is from dried leaves atong gamiton. So blue-green ang color. Ang origin niya pag si Teneveli, ang tawag sa senna is Cassia angustifolia. Pag Alexandria is your Cassia acutifolia. So tandaan lang ninyo, pwede mo malibog kung pag Teneveli is angustifolia, pag Alexandria is acutifolia. Tandaan lang ninyo kung namoy classmate nga pangalan kay si Alexandria, cute siya. Cute si Alexandria, so acutifolia. Active constituent, pag Teneveli, it is ang full leaves are used, while Alexandria, kay cute siya pero broken leaves ang gamit. So, si Alexandria, nami classmate ani dati yung name kay si Janine, Alexandra siya. So, cute man siya, so Alexandria, cute pero broken. That's it. So, senocides, A and B, and this is a more potent than cascara. So, cascara sagrada is also known as sagrada is English sa sagrada is sacred bark. So, cascara sagrada, sacred bark. So, mas potent ang senna compared kay cascara sagrada. So, how do we memorize it? Natay frax anthraquinones. So, frax anthraquinones, that's your frangula, rhubarb, aloe, cascara, crisarubin, and senna. Dapat pala double C na siya, isang S. So, F-R-A-C tapos isang S. Frax anthraquinones. Okay, let's proceed with saponins. So, saponins, sabunin siya. Pagbasahon ninyo kay soap-like siya and foams upon shaking. Steroidal in nature. So, di ba ang steroid, ang iyang nucleus kay si CPPP and that is your cyclopentanoperhydrophenanthrin. Sternutatory, it is meaning ana irritating to the mucous membrane. So, pag sternutatory kay pwede ka dili makahinga. So, ang glycol portion niya is sapogenin and neutral with spirochemical side chains. Ang acidic siya with triterpenoid structures and toxic with sapotoxin. So, this is readily crystallizes upon acetylation. So that is your saponins. Tandaan lang, soap-like. So pagbasa niyo sa saponin is sabunin, soap-like. Precursor of steroidal hormones like cortisone and destroy RBCs of cold-blooded animals. So muna siyang naa siya toxic part. This is your sapotoxin. Muna ginagamit sa fish poison kay gina-destroy ang red blood cells. So since positive siya sa beta hemolysis, there is a complete anticoagulant ni siya no pag complete ba sa test ni siya sa microbiology pag beta hemolysis kay completely ma-disrupt ang red blood cells. So test for saponins. So what are the tests for saponins? We have the froth test. This is ang ginahimo ani mag-form of 1 centimeter layer of foam and it persists for 10 minutes. So meaning naa siya saponin. Pag Keller-Killiani, ang positive result is naa siya reddish brown and Lieberman-Borchardt naa siya positive result na blue-green. Okay. So under saponins, we have glycyrrhiza or licorice root. That is your Glycyrrhiza glabra. Active constituent is glycyrrhizin or glyceric acid. This is 50 times as sweet as sugar and it can mask quinine's bitterness. So, katong bitterness sa quinine kay mamask ni glycyrrhiza or your licorice root. And this is contraindicated with hypertension. So, and chronic heart failure. So that is your CHF is chronic heart failure, HTN is your hypertension. Ang use niya is sweetener and anti-inflammatory for PUD. Next is Dioscorea mexicanum. So, Dioscorea mexicanum, ang origin niya is Dioscorea floribunda. This is the best source of Dioscorea. And active constituent is your Diosgenin. Kasi kung mapapansin ninyo ang atong mga saponins, kaya diba naman to, as sa anthracninones na to, ang glycol portion, di ba, is also known as genin. So, ang active constituent niya na siya add nga genin, kasagaran. So, Diosgenin. This is the precursor of steroidal synthesis. So, tandaan lang that saponins are for steroids, precursor of steroids. So, na actually CPPP, cyclopentanoperhydrophenanthrin. Next, ginseng. Ang origin is American or sa American na Panax quinquefolius and your ASEAN is your Panax ginseng. So active constituent is Panaxosides, ginsenosides, and your Chicosetso saponicins. Favorite remedy in the Chinese medicine. So remember ginako nino na agid ni isa nakita ani kanang ginabutang sa botelya sa MP, butang og ginseng tapos landa yun og tanduay or MP. So muna na ilang ginaingon. Diba? So, na siya.
Okay,
So, ang use dahil ni ginseng is aphrodisiac. So, kabalo ba ang tanan kung para asang aphrodisiac?
Pampagana, ma'am.
O, pampaganag kaon. So, muna siya, aphrodisiac. And adaptogen. So, anti-stress siya. So, ma-remember ginako ni ginseng, no, kay pag take na mo board exam na paman kay time, di ba, na mag-scan si mong notes. Tapos, ako, pag scan ako sa kong notes, timing na pud kaayo nga dali na lang kayo ito pag nakita na ako dito na part sa ginseng. Tapos na-remember na ako iyang use. Kay di ba akong gina-memorize ng gani kay mga classifications lang. Kay gagamit lang ko og mnemonics para dili sayang. Tapos pagkita na ko sa ginseng, siya lang ako nakita nga na I use. So aphrodisiac o nigawa siya sa board exam. So swerte kayo ko kay.
Oo, sana all lang.
Oo, dat pachamba-chamba mo scan. So para memorize na to, si saponins, this is Jusco GG sa saponins. So, Dioscorea, ginseng, and glycyrrhiza. So, maka-GG ang saponins. Okay.
Wait lang, ma'am.
Okay, sige, sorry. Okay. Jusco, GG sa saponins. Dioscorea mexicanum, your glycyrrhiza or your licorice root, and your ginseng. Sa ASEAN is your Panax ginseng.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, cyanophore glycosides. So cyanophore glycosides, we have cyanogenic. It produces cyanide upon hydrolysis. So from the word itself, cyanide. It is found in the Rosaceae plant. Cyanide containing compounds are prunacin, lateral B17, and your amygdalin. So amygdalin, this is the most common. Emulsin is a composition of the enzyme composed of amygdalase and pronase. So amygdalase plus pronase is your emulsin. Identification test for your cyanophore glycoside is Gignard test or your prussic acid test. Ang positive result ani kay naa siya various shades of red. So, si amygdalin, since this is the most common cyanophore glycoside, from amygdalin through the enzyme amygdalase, makaprovide siya og mandelonitrile glucose or your pronacin. Again, amygdalin through your amygdalase, makaprovide og mandelonitrile glucose pronacin. And through the enzyme pronase, kay naa siya pronacin, so pronase, makaprovide siya og mandelonitrile plus glucose. And further process will provide benzaldehyde plus cyanide. So, morning cyanide dere, this is your cyanogenic that causes cyanide upon hydrolysis. So, picturean lang po na ko ino, send lang nako sa inyo ha. That's it. Again, katong amygdalase na enzyme plus pronase, that is your emulsin. So next, what are the sources of your cyanophore glycosides? Basta tandaan ninyo pag cyanophore glycosides, si amygdalin ang ginanaagat na sikat. Wild cherry and your apricot and almond. So wild cherry is Prunus serotina, apricot is your Prunus armeniaca, and almond is your Prunus amygdalus. Next. Isothiocyanate glycosides. So isothiocyanate glycosides, this is also known as your glucosinolates or mustard glycosides. This is found in cruciferous plants, which is Brassicaceae. So duha lang ang sulod ani niya si black mustard and your white mustard. So black mustard is also known as Sinapis nigra. Okay, black siya, so nigra. Ang origin is Brassica nigra, kay this is came from a cruciferous plant which is Brassicaceae. So active constituent is sinigrin, mahimo siya og allyl isothiocyanate. So tandaan, sinigrin to allyl isothiocyanate is your black mustard or your Sinapis nigra. Next is your white mustard. It is also known as Sinapis alba. So alba is white, no? Kay mo nitawag ang albino, is white kay alba. So ang origin is Brassica alba. Ang active constituent is sinalbin. So gaganina, si black mustard is your sinigrin. The white mustard is your sinalbin. Sinalbin will produce acrynyl isothiocyanate. Again, acrynyl isothiocyanate pag sinalbin. Pag sinigrin is allyl isothiocyanate. Okay? So tandaan lang ninyo no para memorize ninyo pag sinigrin wala di ba walay L. Pero ang iyahang ma-provide is daghan og L. Okay. So dapat inyong memorize na lang ani si sinalbin. Sinalbin na lang siya isa ka L. Tapos ang iyang ma-provide isa lang pod ka L. Acrynyl isothiocyanate. So ingana lang pwede mo malibog. Sa L lang mo magbase guys. Isa lang ka L dapat for sinalbin. Uses is local irritant. It is also an emetic, rubefacient, and your vesicant and for condiment. So ang atong mnemonics ani is iso, black and white mustard. Ano lang? Iso, black and white mustard. So kabalo lang mo that black and white mustard is under isothiocyanate glycosides. Again, black mustard nigra, white is alba. Ang black is sinigrin, allyl isothiocyanate. Ang white is sinalbin, isa lang ka L, is acrynyl isothiocyanate. That's it. Next, flavonol glycosides. So, ang aglacone portion niya is your flavonoids. So, flavonoids mo ning pinakasikat na active constituent no sa pag mag-study ka for your research, dagan kay mga flavonoids. So, yellow pigments kay rutin and quercetin. Citrus bioflavonoids ang treatment or for symptoms of colds, ang citrus bioflavonoids. We have examples ani kay hesperidin, hesperidin, dosmin, and naringin. Pero pinaka-importante ani kay ang vitamin P or your permeability factor, routine plus hesperidin. This is used to treat capillary bleeding and fragility. Again, vitamin P is your permeability factor, routine plus hesperidin. What are the sources of flavonol glycosides? So we have elm, your ulmus species. So si elm is your quercetin. Buckwheat plant is rutin. Fagopyrum esculenta, that is rutin. Milk thistle is your Cilibium marianum. Siya ang nag-provide og silibinin and silimarin. So, silimarin, asan yun siya makuha? Sa? Silimarin. Sa?
Marin capsule.
Sa? Silimarin capsule. Saan silimarin gani? Mo ba ni sa sili?
Siguro, ma'am.
Oh, siguro po. So, this is hepatoprotective and ginkgo. So, ginkgo biloba, muning pinakasikat yun. Nakaka-provide siya ginkgolides or your bilobasides. So, si ginkgo, naani siya sa market, no? This is na siya, na siya, under siya sa matong mga herbal supplements, no? Itong ginkgo for memory enhancement. Yang kalaban kay si Memory Plus.
Memo, plus
So,
ko.
para memorize ninyo, that is your QRS in Ginkg Flavo. QRS in Ginkg Flavo, that is your quercetin, rutin, silimarin, in, kay, giimputan ako siya in, kay may mga in siya sa last. So, quercetin, rutin, and silimarin. Ang Ginkg lang walay in, so ginkgo. Ang Flavo is flavonol glycosides. Which is, ang active constituent is your flavonoids. Okay, next na. Stocks na ni. Let's proceed with alcohol glycosides. So, under alcohol glycosides, dalawa lang din. We have salicin and papulin. So, salicin, ang source is willow bark. That is your Salix purpurea or your Salix fragilis. Ang use is anti-rheumatic and anti-inflammatory. This is the same as salicylic acid. So, that is your salicin, the same as salicylic acid. Hydrolyzed to salicylanin, salicyl alcohol, and D-glucose by emulsin. So, ang papulin, ang source niya kay si poplar bark or your Papyrus species. So, tandaan ninyo that under kay alcohol glycosides, we have salicin and papulin. So, para memorize na to, kung mabagsak ka, pusa ang alcohol. Muna siya. So, pusa ang alcohol, that's your papulin and salicin. Alcohol glycosides. Next, proceed ta kay aldehyde glycosides. So, aldehyde glycosides, we have vanilla. Ang source is Vanilla plantifolia. Active constituent is your vanillin. So, vanillin has a 4-hydroxyl 3-methoxybenzaldehyde or methyl procaticoate aldehyde. So, mauna siya ang sulod ni vanillin. Again, pila ganito ka months makakuha kag vanilla?
9 to 10 months.
Yes, that's 9 to 10 months. Dala ninyo ang vanilla kay lami siya. So, dugay siya mugawas, 9 to 10 months. Semi-synthesized form, so we have coniferin sa pine tree, eugenol sa clove, and lignin by product of pulp industry. So, ang use gid ni vanilla is flavorant. Siya. We also have Mexican. Under ni kay vanilla ha, mo ni ang mga types ni vanilla. Types of vanilla, we have Mexican or Veracruz vanilla. That is the best grade vanilla. We have Bourbon vanilla. This is the blacker siya. And with coumarin odor. We also have Tahiti and Hawaii vanilla, red, brown, and this has an unpleasant odor and less suitable for flavoring. So, si green vanilla, in active form, it is composed of glucovanillin or adenine and glucovanillic alcohol. So, when hydrolyzed, it yields vanillin. That's your green vanilla. So, tandaan lang ninyo ang mga types of vanilla. Okay, so what is the best grade?
Green.
Isa ang best grade nga vanilla nga itong gamiton is
Mexican.
Mexican or si Veracruz vanilla. Okay. Let's proceed with phenol glycosides. So, phenol glycosides, we have uva or C or bearberry. So, ang source nato ani is Arctos staphylos uva or C. Active constituent is your arbutin and orcine. This is used as antiseptic and astringent. So, kasabot naman ta sa antiseptic, no? And astringent, kasabot mo sa astringent antiseptic, no? Okay. Next is, nakasabot mo, guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes, kabalo dapat mo. Other uses are, gamit ni uva or C is mild diuretic. So, it is also present in tears. So, poison ivy and oak. So, poison ivy is, pag source nimo kay ivy, poison ivy or pwede mo siya tawagan na poison oak. So, pag poison ivy, that is from Rus radicans. Pag poison oak, that is from Rus toxicodendron. Active constituent niya, tandaan ninyo, urosol. So, urosol, it causes delayed contact dermatitis.
Ma'am,
Urosol.
ang oak, good ma'am, fus or rus?
Rus dapat na.
Okay, ma'am.
R-H-U-S. Okay. Next. Other phenol glycosides, we have hesperidine, also known as flavonol glycoside. So, di ba ganina, si hesperidine, isa po siya ka flavonol glycosides. Florizine, from root bark of Rosaceous plants, bapticine from Baptisia, and iridine from Iris species. So, okay na, di na siya memorize on. Basta ang tandaan niyo katong dalawa, under kay phenol glycoside is PUP. So, PUP, PUP, it's your poison ivy or poison oak, and U is uva or C, and ang P is phenol. So, maula na siya. Kaning the rest, okay na siya i-familiar sa niyo, pero ang pinaka-importante kay kaning duha. Si uva or C, or si bearberry, and your poison ivy or poison oak. Unsa ganitong active constituent ni poison ivy na makakause og delayed contact dermatitis? Urosol. So, tandaan na ninyo. So, kanina siya. So, si phenol glycoside ay nag-aaral sa UP. So, phenol glycoside, nag-aaral sa UP, that's uva or C or poison ivy. And poison ivy. UP, uva or C. Uva or C ha, other name is bearberry. So, kinsa gani si dogbane? Dogbane is Apocynon or Canadian hemp. Kinsa si Christmas rose gani? Christmas rose is your black hellebore. Si black hellebore is a cardiac stimulant or cardiac depressant. Stimulant. Kinsa ang depressant?
Si white and green hellebore.
White and green hellebore. Okay, let's proceed. Lactone glycosides. So, lactone glycosides, we have coumarin. It has a fragrant odor and bitter aromatic and has a burning taste. Active constituent is bis-hydroxycoumarin or decomarol. Ang sources is tonka beans, that is your Dipteryx odorata, and sweet vernal grass or Anthoxanthum odoratum. Sweet clover is your Melilotus albus and Melilotus officinalis. Sweet scented bedstraw is your Gallium triflorum. And the red clover is your Trifolium pratense. Ang uses ni coumarin is anticoagulant and precursor of warfarin. So, si coumarin is also known as coumadin. Yun siya. So, warfarin is a precursor of coumadin. Next, cantharides. So ang sources ni cantharides, muna siya ang mga kailangan po nato siya i-familiarize. So source is Cantharis vesicatoria. So ginabasa po nato ang cantharides as cantharides. So cantharides, R-I-B-S. So from cantharides, mo to siyang cantharides kay R is for your Russian flies. Ang B is for blistering flies and S is your Spanish flies. So basahin niyo siya, cantharides. Ilisan ninyo ang letter D o letter B. Ang R padakuon ninyo para Russian. Tapos, ang S is dako po siya para Spanish. So, cantharides. Active constituent niya is cantharidin, which mature insects with green metallic luster. Ang kaning ato ang mga Russian flies, blistering flies, these are mature insects with green metallic luster. So cantharidin is the active constituent. So how do we prepare it? So insects are killed with fumes of hot vinegar, or ammonia and your methyl chloride. So patsun ang atong insect para makuha ninyo ang cantharidin. Ang uses is an irritant, vesicant, aphrodisiac, and for wart removal. So warts is caused by human papillomavirus. So next, soralens. So soralens is used as a photosensitizing furocoumarins. So ang source is Amimagus. That is your bishop's flower. Tandaan lang, bishop's flower is soralens. Methoxylen or cytoxine or 8-methoxysoralen causes repigmentation in vitiligo. So repigmentation in vitiligo siya. So ang vitiligo is, familiar ba mo sa vitiligo? So mo to siya tong na skin decoloration, no? Kanang na magputi, palit ang imong skin. So na depigmentation. So ang himuon ana i-repigmentation nimo siya gamit ang methoxylen. So ang mag-cause of depigmentation is your hydroquinone. Next, triaxalen. So triaxalen is a synthetic furocoumarin and therapy requires cautious exposure to UV light. So ang risk is they are carcinogenics, they can cause cataract, at actinic degradation of skin, and it can be thickened or dry. Next is scopoletin. Scopoletin is from black hoe or your Viburnum pronifolium. So, ang use niya is antispasmodic. So, scopoletin is antispasmodic. Santonin. Santonin is from Artemisia sina. Ang use niya is an anti-helminth. So, santonin. So, again, these are your lactone glycosides. So, how to memorize your lactone glycosides is your cocapsoescosan. So, yung ani dapat pagbasa, cocapsoescosan. Cocapsoescosan lactone. So, these are your coumarin, cantharides, soralens, scopoletin, and santonin. So, ang pinaka-importante diri si solarens. Mali akong spelling. It should be soralens. Nagbaliktad akong R o L. Re-check na lang sa inyo ha. Mali na siyang spelling. So, it should be soralens. So, soralens is makuha mo siya sa bishop's flower. And cantharides, kaya ang iyahang mga vectors is cantharides. Ang rides are your Russian
Russian
blistering,
flies.
and your Spanish flies. Okay. So, muna siya mga important key points. And coumarin, tandaan lang that coumarin is the precursor of your warfarin. Okay. Next. So, these are the glycosides classification. So, tandaan nato itong atong mga, magipang lesson. These are the glycosides classification. Isa-isa na to. We have cardiac glycosides, anthraquinone, we have saponins, we have cyanophore, isothiocyanate, flavonol, aldehyde, phenol, and lactone. Okay? So, sa cardiac glycoside, unsa gani atong mnemonics ani? Cardiac glycoside is your kasadbok. Di ba? Cardiac glycosides, kasadbok. So, kasadbok is your cascara. Katong kaganina, itong ipang lesson, guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Cascara, sagrada, or sacred bark. Ang A is
Walang
Apocyne. Ang S, Strophanthus. Katotong tanang ipang lesson na to, guys. Kasadbok. So, pwede niyo balikan sa itong mga dire. Ayun. So, muni atong kasadbok, sorry, it's Convallaria, Adonis trophanthus squill, Apocynom digitalis, Black Hellebore Oriander, and Cactus grandiflorus. So, after ato ang after sa cardiac glycosides is your
anthraquinone glycoside.
anthraquinone glycoside. So, unsa ato ni Monique sa anthraquinone glycosides?
This just joke.
Daghan magud kayo no, so dili gid kayo siya dayon maano.
Unsa
Anthraquinone
man?
is frax anthraquinone.
Unsa to ma'am?
Tama ba? That's your frax anthraquinone. Your frangola. Mo ba na sila? Please recall.
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
your
Yes, ma'am.
frax anthraquinone. And your saponins is Jusco GG saponins. Okay, Jusco GG sa saponins. Juscoria. Ang G is ginseng and glycyrrhiza. Next is isothiocyanate. That is your iso
Black and white
mustard.
mustard.
Ang flavonol is
QRS in ginkgo flavo.
QRS in ginkgo flavo. And aldehyde, wala tas aldehyde pero dapat si Val lang na siya. Val lang, Val. So that's vanillin or vanilla is aldehyde. So Val is aldehyde. Next is ang phenol. Si phenol ay nag-aaral
PUP.
sa UP. So PUP, it's your phenol or tuba or C is your poison IV. And last but not the least is your lactone is Cocapso escosan lactone. So muna siya ang inyong mga dapat i-memorize. So good luck, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so next. So humana ta sa ato ang carbohydrates. So kaganina nagtackle ta about carbohydrates. So again, carbohydrates, this is a primary metabolite. Ang secondary metabolite niya ay glycosides. So muna gi-tackle nato ang types of glycosides which has this type. So we have cardiac glycosides, anthraquinone, saponin, cyanophore, isothiocyanate, flavonol, aldehyde, phenol, and lactone glycosides. And we also tackle sa carbohydrates monosaccharides, disaccharides, oligosaccharides, and polysaccharides. So muna siya ato mga pagdaanan sa carbohydrates. And now let us proceed sa ato ang next na primary metabolite which is proteins. Carbohydrates ganina karon proteins na po. So proteins as a primary metabolite, what is the secondary metabolite of protein?
Tannins.
Tannins. So let's proceed with tannins. So tannins, this is group of complex phenolic compounds capable of combining with proteins. It has an acidic and puckering taste. So it is difficult to separate because they do not crystallize and they precipitate proteins, alkaloids, and glycosides.
Secondary metabolite.
Precipitate. Secondary metabolite of proteins.
Of unsa ma'am?
Proteins.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
So, ang PPT dira, it means precipitate proteins, alkaloids, and glycosides. Ang medicinal use niya is astringent. So, mo yun ang ginaingon dati sa mo ni Ma'am Ray, ayaw mo sige gamit og astringent kaya gina-precipitate niya yung proteins. Nigamit lang gyapon og oxytil ang bata. Yun. So, next is industrial use po ng ating tannins is for the manufacture of leather from animal phalanx. Okay, let's proceed. So tannins, they are found in the universal antidote. So ang universal antidote natin that is 1 tannic acid plus 2 activated charcoal and 1 magnesium oxide. So again, that is tannic acid, activated charcoal, and your magnesium oxide. Next, carcinogenic. So sa inyong toxicology, itakil na dito kung paano nahimong universal antidote ning tulo. Ang isa dira adsorbent, ang isa pampalibang, ang isa kay precipitate man niya ang protein, so magbuo, pag nabuo na malibang na through your magnesium oxide. Ang activated charcoal dira siya tong adsorbent. Next, carcinogenic potential, ang ato ang tannins, and it can cause oral and esophageal cancer. So mao ni siya tong si areca catechu, the chewing of your betel nut, katong ginakit-kit sa mga katigulangan nato sa mga natives, no? So tingala sila sa kit-kit nagkaroon na dahil sila og esophageal cancer. So that is from areca catechu. Katong mama good ginamama, tama bang term? Itong ginamama nila ba tapos gina-chew nila tapos ginalabay ra pud. So mo to siyang munang betel nut. Di ko kabalo sa iyang Bisaya nganga ba to? Di ko kabalo sa Bisaya sa betel nut. So ang tea is Camellia sinensis, so without milk siya. And Danish is the higher incidences versus the British lesser incidence sa ato ang tannins. Next. So under tannins we have the witch hazel leaf. So ganan kay ko ani niya kay witch hazel leaf is your Hamamelis leaf. So ang origin is Hamamelis virginiana. So the active constituent is hamamelatanine. Ang use is astringent of course, hemostatic, incorporate in anti-hemorrhoidal preparation. So minsa tong may hemorrhoids dira, pwede na mo gamit og Hamamelis leaf or the witch hazel leaf. Next, nut gall. So nut gall, hardened excrescence from the young twigs of Quercus infectoria when a Hymenopterus insect, Cynips tictoria, bears foals to deposit its ova. So ang nut gall gyud dili gyud siya kanang gikandayon sa imuhang plant, pero kailangan pa nimo og insect nga ang tawag kay si Cynips tinctoria. Okay. Active constituent sa nut gall is your tannic acid or galatanic acid. And naapay ellagic acid and your gallic acid. So ang uses ni nut gall is the most important source of tannic acid as an astringent and treatment for burns. So it's also used for the treatment of alkaloidal poisoning for topical use only and applications for bed sores and minor wounds. So muna ang mga uses ni nut gall. We also have our Japanese and Chinese gulls. So Japanese and Chinese gulls, it is formed in Rus chinensis by the stings of a plant lice Apis species. So active constituent is gallic acid, 3,4,5-trihydroxybenzoic acid, and this is used as bismuth subgallate. Ang use niya, bismuth subgallate is used to help control odors. That is used for Japanese and Chinese gulls. So, kailangan niya og bismuth subgallate to control odor. So, this is our mnemonics, Jan tannins, Japanese and Chinese gulls, and Hamamelis leaf and nut gall. So, Jan tannins. Okay. So, what are the tests for tannins? So, muni atong tandaan sa test for tannins, we have gelatin test. The positive result is the precipitation of proteins. We have gold beater test. Positive result is brown or black precipitate. And sa gold beater test, ma-detect ang true tannins and your pseudotannins. Pag true tannins, ang molecular weight is 1,000 to 5,000. It is polyhydroxy phenolic compounds which convert animal hide to leather by precipitating proteins and give positive result in gold beater skin test. So, naa siya positive result ang true tannin sa gold beater test. Pero pag pseudotannins, dili ni siya, the molecular weight is less than the true tannins, and the phenolic compounds of plant origin that don't cover animal hide na siya, to leather, wala tignan ko mga letters, but give a positive gold beater skin test.
Hide, ma'am, hide.
Hide to leather. So we also have the phenazone test. This is a positive result niya is bulky colored precipitate. Okay, so tandaan lang tulo ka buok na test. For tannins, we have gelatin, gold beater, and phenazone. So sa gold beater, kailangan lang tandaan pod ang atong duha ka tannins. We have the true and the pseudo tannins. Ang true tannins is mas dako ang molecular weight, ang isa baba og molecular weight. Okay, so let's have our last quiz. Okay, alas 3 na. So bago ta mag-end, let's have first our quiz, then tomorrow. Dili ko sure kung sa oras ba ugma same bagyapon.
Murag.
As na ka mamilisa pero murag same lang gyapon. So tomorrow we will tackle about mga ano na ta alkaloids, mga tomorrow po mas daghan pag memorization nga mga classification. So i-ready lang inyong mga brains. So let's have a quiz.
Kahot kaya po na.
Kahut gyapon ta kay muna atong paborito. Kahut. Okay. So, makita ninyo?
Yes, ma'am. Wala. 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 Nawala pa dyan.
Sige, go guys. Tingnan ko kung okay na. Ha?
Wait lang, ma'am.
Che, tando ay ram na naari na gyud. Sapunin, mani.
Jai.
Okay na ning 8 kabuok. 15 ka participants tapos 8 lang. Okay na ning 8? Ready na? Start na ta?
Yes.
Let's go. Start. Good luck.
Yes.
Okay, that's aposinum. So dili kasali si aposinum diri kay under siya kay cardiac glycosides. Okay, so nalibog mo kay Frax napoy ano, napoy A. So aposinum na siya. Next. Oh, si Zain. Isa si Zain. Zai with an E.
Sa Rubin. Ah, five, four, three, two, 2, 1, 0.
Oy, napagid isa na mali. Kaganyan pa to ulit-ulit. So, si Chris Aquino kay hot
Hot
benzene.
benzene.
Deuterium ether is your fats. Okay, next. Okay, so that's Goran. Ay, namali pang tulog. So that's juice ko, GG sa saponin. So tandaan lang niyo, ang duwa ka G dito is ginseng and glycyrrhiza. So ang Guaran, that is a gum. Oh, lumalaban. Ay.
Punos.
Okay, that's true. Si apricot is Prunus armeniaca. Ay, namali si Zay. Kanto ay ram, go lang.
Wala ay sa saya na. Okay.
That's false. So wild cherry belongs sa dili ha.
Ay sa
So unsa
saya
ganito? Iso, black and white mustard.
Apricot ito. Hello. Mali nga ako ano ba?
That's your barbaloin. So that's barbaloin. Okay? Uy. Ay, tol.
Ay, ang taga nagpapasaya na sila. Civic catharsis. Be? Sino ko mali ba?
That's false. Diba? All anthracynoglycoside exhibits catharsis except crisarubin. Diba? Kasi si Chris Aquino lang dili malibang.
Libang.
Because crisarubin is used as keratolytic and not a cathartic.
30.
Next.
Second.
Uy, hala, napili na ka nito. Tando ay ram labang.
Saan kasha ang
Ulit yun ni mo.
Yan ako. Mali na ko ba?
It's false. Diba? Si Alexandria kay cute. So that's Cassia acutifolia. It's not angustifolia. Angustifolia is your tenny belly.
Wala na, port na ko.
Si Manu.
Ay! Mali. True day dapat.
That's true. So amygdalin is a cyanophore glycoside.
Go, girl, like ko. Sana? Mali na.
Hala, mali.
Mali.
Lotus.
Full.
That's
Dapat.
false. So, di ba, gano'n ako yung kaganina. Si Nalbin, isa lang ka L. So, iya ma-produce is acrynyl. Isa lang po ka L. So, ang tulo ka L is your sinigreen. Sharo, di mo matama dali tanan.
Hala.
Limot kay ko.
O gamit na mo ani. Para memory enhancing agent. Yes, bingo! Naisa na ano. Nahulog.
Kaya mag-load.
Okay, that's false, Kai. Aldehyde glycoside, isa lang, di ba, si Val. So, si Val is vanilla.
Vanilla.
Si Papulin, Kai, pusa ang alcohol. So, Papulin and salicine is an alcohol.
No.
That's Mexican.
Fourth place gyapon ko. Sa ganitong ano, ito. Three, two, one.
That's Floralens. Okay, so tandaan lang dyan. John tannins, Japanese and Chinese gall, Amamelis leaf, or the witch hazel leaf, and your nut gall. So Suralens, this is part of your lactone glycosides, cocapsoescosa.
Halay.
Yes. Third na ko.
Ito, pili.
Gold.
Woo?
Yes.
No,
Okay,
si.
that's
Ah,
false.
fourth place.
Brown ang ano, di ba, color?
Yes.
Okay, sinin. Third,
Hindi ako kasulod.
si Zay. Congrats, Zay. Second, Mani. Congrats. And the winner is, sinin.
Titol.
Si Tol.
Donabil
Okay,
ni ba kay Tol?
congratulations. Okay, so tomorrow, naadi ba tay, napatay, sa klase tomorrow, no? Ang atong itackle kay katong duha ka PowerPoint, di ba? Nag-provide mo PowerPoint sa inyo, ha? So, apat
Yes.
na to ka PowerPoint. So, ang duha natakal na nato, 1 and 2. So, 3 and 4 atong itakalugma. So, expect also for a quiz tomorrow. So, magano na lang mo, basa na lang mo daan ahead of time. Kay medyo taas-taas ato ang gukuro nun ugma. So, I guess this will be the end of our session for today. So, thank you so much for participation. So, see you tomorrow, guys. So, good luck. Ingat mo. I guess, pwede na tayo mag-live sa meeting.
Dili sa daw mi mag-leave mo.
Ano naman?
Kaya nag-wait daw si Sir Frank.
Okay. So, mag-stop na ko guys. Stop video, then mute. Bye-bye.
Bye, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye-bye. Ingat mo.
Okay. Okay pa ba yung projection tsaka audio?
Opo,
Opo.
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so good afternoon everyone. Introduction muna, no? I'm Franz Celine. Right now I am in Manila for medical internship. So I'll be teaching you general chemistry at saka pharmacology 2, which will include drugs that affect the cardiovascular and renal systems, drugs of the endocrine system, at saka chemotherapy of neoplasms and infections. So, konting background, before I went into the medical profession, I taught pharmacology and biochemistry for 3 years. And then right now I am an intern in St. Luke's. So I would like to acknowledge Miss Agustin for the uh, parang high yield na slides and content. Kasi she is also a top-notcher and she took her master's in Farm Chem UP. So yung knowledge niya of chemistry ay very great. And tinuro niya kung ano yung dapat mga must knows. Okay. Konting orientation lang muna tayo. So, this general chemistry will run for 2 days. So that's 16 hours. But if we can do that in a faster rate, that's better. So, dahil ginajuggle ko yung pag-duty tsaka eto, flexi time tayo. So each session could run for 4 up to 6 hours. I believe na hindi dapat sinasaturate yung reviewees. So for me, multiple tidbits of lectures are better than one whole long lecture. So dahil din doon, I know na mabilis lang mapagod kapag nag-aaral. So, meron tayong system of mandatory breaks within the lecture. So, for each hour that we will spend, I will devote 50 minutes to the lecture and then a mandatory 10-minute break and then another 50 minutes and then 10-minute break. So, I suggest na during the lectures and even in the other subjects, you devote this time purely for the review. So I suggest na turn off all distractions, especially social media, dahil tayo ay nasa computer lang nag-review, so mahirap-hirap yun, So kindly just open your Zoom applications. And then in the 10-minute break, you can do whatever you want. But I suggest na you lie in your bed or sumilip kayo sa bintana so that you can rest your eyes and you can prevent eye strain, which is so a common precedent for headache. Pag nag-headache na, wala na. sira na yung review mo. So, that will be our system. I'll be teaching first general chemistry, and then next I will teach on cardiorenal, and then endocrine, and then chemotherapy. The general chemistry part will have 2 sessions. So if we can finish this rapidly, then I can devote the Gen Chem time to answering an exam of general chemistry, at the same time rationalizing the exam. So for example, I will take the exam, and then as I answer the question, I will say aloud my thought process para meron kayong coaching din sa testmanship. Okay? So, I took my boards 2015, and I've been a pharmacist for 5 years already. Then academe for 3 years, and sidelines ko ay review center teaching, medication counseling, at saka research pharmacist. Yung last ko na work ay vascular pharmacology naman. So, let's begin. General chemistry is the bread and butter of the pharmacy profession. Kahit saan ka magpunta, anong module man yan, mayroon yung concept of chemistry. So, I'm telling this to you now kasi in the board exam, the trend will be linkage questions. So, for example, a topic in Gen Chem can come out in Module 6, can come out in Module 5, and vice versa. Yung physical pharmacy questions, they can come out in Gen Chem or in Biochem. So, nag-mix-mix siya. So, number 1, when you review at may na-encounter kayo na fact, always recall all of, as much as you can, the associated facts. Okay, so biochem fact about it, pharmacology fact about it, you recall. Okay. So, okay. Okay. So, yung approach ko, whenever I give reviews, I always treat you as students and not reviewees. So, that will mean na I will process the information in such a way that I will assume na wala kayong nalalaman. Okay? So, if may mga times na parang sasabihin niyo na very basic, ay bear with me na lang para dun sa mga people na hindi pala alam niya. Okay? So, chemistry. Let's begin with chemistry. The definitions. So, chemistry is the study of the structure and composition of matter. Remember, in the board exam, the question can be this simple. The study of the structure and composition of matter. And my choices. The answer is chemistry. It also entails the study of the changes that matter undergoes. So, paano nagbabago ang isang material from one form into another, and we will discuss this along the way. And remember that the changes that matter will undergo will rely intimately with changes in energy in that particular system. So, ang tawag natin sa subset of chemistry na yan is thermodynamics. So, kasama din yan sa chemistry. And in chemistry, to understand the computations, especially and the nomenclature, we will utilize units of measurement. So dito, the questions in the board exam will usually be about the unit of measurement for mass. Okay? Kasi ilalagay nila sa choices na panggulo would be gram and kilogram. Okay? So nandun yung dalawang choices. So in the SI, which is our standard for the units of measurement, the unit of measurement for mass, the standard is the kilogram and not the gram. Again, mass, kilogram, and not the gram. Okay. For length, we have meters. For time, we have seconds. And for temperature, it's not Celsius, but Kelvin. For temperature, it's not Celsius, but Kelvin. Okay? So, dito, kailangan alam nyo kung ano yung matter. So, sulat niyo sa notebooks if you have notes at the sides. Matter is anything that occupies space. Okay, kumukuha ng lugar and has mass. It has volume and mass. Matter is anything that occupies space and has mass. So, any material is composed of smaller particles. Okay, so any material is composed of a small particle. And that particle can either be an atom, an ion, or a molecule. That particle can either be, sulat niyo din, atom, ion, or molecule. An atom is the simplest unit of an element. Ibig sabihin, in an element, all of the atoms are the same. An ion is a charged atom. Sulat niyo, ion, charged atom. And a molecule is a combination of atoms. Molecule, combination of atoms. Atom, simplest unit of an element. Ion, charged atom. And a molecule is a combination of atoms. So, very particular din sa inyong board exam, and you will see this in PACOP. They will highlight, PACOP is the reviewer for the board exam. They will highlight the difference between mass and weight. Okay, the difference between mass and weight. So sabi natin kanina, mass is the amount of matter present in a material. Mass is the amount of matter present in the material. But what's the difference with weight? Pag sinabi nating weight, that's a measure of the force of gravity acting on the mass. Weight is the force of gravity acting against or into the mass. Okay? So, remember na yung gravity is the force of attraction between two materials. So, lahat ng materials, if ipagdidikit mo siya sa isa't isa, okay. So, eto, meron siyang sarili niyang mass. Eto, meron siyang sarili niyang mass. And in between is a force of attraction between the two of them. And that is gravity. So, when you say weight, you are referring to gravity. Okay? So, yung weight ng isang object will be the force of attraction between the mass multiplied by the pull of gravity. So, weight equals mass multiplied by the pull of gravity. And the pull of gravity is, the standard natin is 9.8 meters per square second. So that's a unit of acceleration. Pull of gravity, 9.8 meters per square second. Etong pull of gravity, nagbabago siya depende sa layo mo from the surface of the Earth. Okay? So, remember na yung weight is a unit of gravity. Gravity is the force between two objects. And kung mas malayo siya, okay, the force of gravity, the pull of gravity will be lower. Okay? Therefore, if you are in a higher location relative to the level of the sea, if you are higher, example, you are in a mountain, the acceleration due to gravity will be lower. And therefore, yung weight mo on top of that mountain will be lower than your weight on the level of the sea. Okay, so emphasize ko, mass is different from weight. Okay, and weight is the pull of gravity against that mass. Okay, next slide. Okay, so we then classify matter. So mass is the amount of matter in a material. So yung matter na iyon, mayroong classification dependent on its composition. Okay, so an element is a material in its simplest form. An element is a material in its simplest form. Ibig sabihin, there is only one kind of atom in that material. Element, only one kind of atom in that material. Okay? So, for example, kumuha ka ng iron. Let's say this is pure iron. Ano? When you look at it, when you examine it and degrade the material into its simplest form, you will see that there are only iron atoms and nothing else. Okay, that's a pure element. The same as with gold or with molecular oxygen. The simplest atom is only of one kind. So when you combine atoms of different elements together, you form a compound. So compounds are substances composed of two or more elements united chemically in definite proportion. So ang ipanggugulo nila during the board exam, what is the type of combination? Is it chemical, physical, or nuclear? Okay, so ang answer dyan, a compound is combined chemically and the components are two different atoms of different elements. So, next would be a mixture. So dito, ang ating keyword would be the type of combination. Kung ang inyong compound ay combined chemically, a mixture is combined physically. Okay, a mixture is combined physically. So mixtures are composed of two or more substances, okay, that are not chemically combined. Two or more substances that are not chemically combined. Excuse me. Ngayon, meron tayong definitions of proportions by Proust and Dalton. Definitions of proportions by Proust and Dalton. So isulat nyo, Proust. Proust, associate nyo na sa isipan nyo agad, law of definite proportions. Proust, sulat nyo, associate sa mind, law of definite proportions. Hindi nagbabago yung proportions na ang atoms or elements in a compound. Uulitin ko, law of definite proportions, Proust. Hindi nagbabago yung ratio ng elements in a compound. Hindi nagbabago yung ratio ng elements in a compound. So for example, if we take a look at two elements, hydrogen and oxygen, okay, hydrogen and oxygen, Proust, the law of definite proportions, will say na hydrogen will combine with oxygen in a ratio of 2 is to 1. So 2 hydrogen atoms, 1 oxygen atom, and nothing else. Okay, and nothing else. That will be Proust's law of definite proportion. You can only form water. Ngayon, Dalton, sulat nyo, Dalton, associate nyo agad with law of multiple proportions. Dalton's law of multiple proportions. Multiple proportions. So, ibig sabihin nito, an element may combine in different ratios of whole numbers. The ratios can be different. Okay? The ratios can be different. So, to form different compounds. Okay? The ratios can be different to form different compounds. So, kung kanina kay Proust, so let's look at the example. Definitely, only 2 hydrogen atoms, 1 oxygen atom. Yun lang. But Dalton will say 2 hydrogen atoms or 1 hydrogen atom. 1 oxygen atom or 2 oxygen atoms. So wala kang limit sa kung paano mo sila i-combine in their ratios. Okay? So kanina, kung according to Proust, we only formed water, kay Dalton, we can form hydrogen peroxide, H2O2. Okay? 2 atoms of hydrogen, 2 atoms of oxygen. Definite proportions. Board exam question. Proust versus Dalton. Okay? So, next, kung kanina na classify natin yung matter or materials into elements, compounds, and mixtures, right now we are going to classify mixtures, which again are combinations of 2 or more substances in physical means. Okay? 2 or more substances are combined physically. That's a mixture. Okay? So we can then classify mixtures according to the nature of particles. Okay? So you have 2 classifications, homogeneous or heterogeneous. Pag sinabi nating homogeneous, okay, same ang quality ng mixture all throughout the mixture. Okay? Same ang quality ng mixture all throughout the mixture. So for example, meron kang cup and nilagyan mo ng kape sa loob and you stirred the coffee and it made a solution, no? A coffee solution. If you take coffee from the top of the cup, it will be the same coffee solution as if you take from the bottom of the cup. Anywhere the solution is, the material, the physical form of the mixture will be the same, homogeneous. So, iisipin mo ngayon, connect mo na agad sa physical pharmacy. Sino yung mga mixtures that are homogeneous? Those would be solutions, okay? Colloids, if they are well dispersed. Emulsions, if they are well dispersed. And suspensions, if they are well suspended. Kapag shinake mo yung suspension, it will become a homogeneous mixture. But later on, if a suspension settles, okay, in the same bottle, if the suspension settles, in the same bottle, you will have a hypo-concentrated supernatant and a hyper-concentrated precipitate sa bottom. So that mixture, kapag hindi mo shinake, that's a heterogeneous mixture. There are different phases or forms of the mixture within the container. Heterogeneous. Homogeneous versus heterogeneous. Okay. So, kanina, kung according to the nature of the particles, we have differentiated mixtures into homogeneous and heterogeneous. Ngayon, we will look at the size of the particles. In the mixture, yung solute or yung suspended material, what is its size relative to the surrounding or the solvent, according to the size of particles. So if you will look at this, okay, A, B, and C, hindi siya arranged according to increasing size. If you are going to arrange this according to increasing size, the smallest particles will be that of the solution, and then you will have the colloid or the emulsion, and lastly, the largest particle size will be that of a suspension. Okay, so from small particle size to large particle size, solution, colloid, suspension. Okay, remember niyo yan, guys. 2 or 3 questions yan lang. Okay, yung pag-order mo lang kung sino yung maliit papunta sa malaki. A solution is a uniform mixture. So therefore, it is definitely homogeneous. Ulitin ko, homogeneous, associate nyo, solution. Homogeneous solution. It is composed of a solute and a solvent where the solute is soluble. Okay? I will emphasize this, very important. The solute is soluble. Okay? And that makes a solution which is a homogeneous mixture. Solute is soluble, solution. When it is not soluble, when it is not soluble, when it is insoluble, the solid, okay, cannot dissolve in the solvent. The solid cannot dissolve in the solvent, and therefore it is a suspension. It is a coarse mixture of finely divided solid materials which are distributed into the suspending agent, but in itself is not soluble in the suspending agent. Okay, the solid is insoluble. Guys, please, very important. Okay, very important. The question can be that easy. And dahil kinakabahan ka na, dahil nagbo-boards ka, mamamali mo pa. Okay, so very important. Huwag kabahan. Remember, kapag ang solute ay soluble, it's a solution. If yung material is insoluble, it's a suspension. Okay? Coarse mixture. A colloid, eto naman, maraming questions din dito. Colloid, particles of solute are not broken down to the size of the solution, but are definitely smaller than the suspension, such that they remain suspended and evenly dispersed. Okay? So yung colloid, nasa kalagitnaan siya ng inyong solution and suspension. It is small enough that it will not settle, it will float, and you will have a uniform mixture, but it is large enough that it is not soluble naman. Okay? Small enough that it will float versus the suspension, but large enough that it will not dissolve versus the solution. Okay? So it is just evenly dispersed throughout the medium. So recap ko lang kasi 3 to 5 questions across Module 1, Module 5. Dito lang nagsisenter. According to the size of particles, a solution is uniform, composed of solute and solvent. Suspension, isipin nyo, antibiotic powder for suspension. And you will have an easy way of remembering. Isipin nyo lang, suspension, yung nasa bote. Powder for suspension. Colloids, isipin nyo, mayonnaise and ketchup. Colloids, isipin nyo, mayonnaise and ketchup. Okay? Or egg albumin, that's a colloid. Very patok na patok sa board exam, especially in Module 5 also, but can come out in Module 1. Properties of colloids. Properties of colloids, pakisulat. Number 1, Tyndall effect. Number 1, Tyndall effect. Tyndall, Tyndall effect. That's the ability to scatter light. Okay? So, kapag you shine a flashlight, okay, if you shine a flashlight into the colloidal dispersion, yung entry ng light is just at one point, but yung exit niya will be at multiple points. You should picture out a glow lamp. Okay? Glow lamp. Yun yung isipin nyo. Yung mga Himalayan salt lamp. Parang ganon. Okay? So, isipin niyo siya parang soft light siya. That's in a colloidal dispersion, that soft light vibe is due to the Tyndall effect. Dahil na-scatter yung light beam across multiple directions. Okay? Next property of a colloid is the Brownian movement. Next property, Brownian movement. B-R-O-W-N-I-A-N. B-R-O-W-N-I-A-N. Ibig sabihin lang nito, the particles in a colloid, those that are dispersed, are in zigzag motion. They are in zigzag random motion. Within the colloidal dispersion, imagine niyo, the smallest particles there, the particles that are dispersed, they are in random motion, in random directions. And as they go through that direction, they do it zigzagly, naka-zigzag. Brownian movement. So, sa Brownian movement, ang itatanong nila, what property, okay, allows the Brownian movement? And that will be the perfectly elastic collision. Brownian movement, associate nyo, perfectly elastic collision. So, anong ibig sabihin ng perfectly elastic collision? Okay? Isipin nyo itong mga piso. Okay? Ito isang particle, ito isang particle. In a colloidal dispersion and even in solutions, they will randomly move at many directions. If they hit each other, okay, ito mayroong carry na energy. Ito din mayroon din siyang sariling energy. If they hit each other, they will bounce off, okay, hit and bounce off, yet hindi natanggalan yung energy na kanilang kinikerry. Energy is conserved as they bounce off of each other. That's a perfect elastic collision. So, ngayon, alam niyo na yon, it will be very sensible na if particles of a colloid are exhibiting perfect elastic collision, they will also exhibit the zigzag movement of Brownian motion. Okay? Zigzag, Brownian. So, ito yung mga keywords. Okay? Associate nyo. Brownian movement, zigzag, random, perfect elastic collision. Okay? Perfect elastic collision. Next, property. So, ano na yung properties na ating nasabi for colloids? Tyndall effect, number 1. Number 2, Brownian movement. Number 2, Brownian movement. Number 3, which supports Brownian movement, is the perfect elastic collision. Perfect elastic collision. And number 4, colloidal particles are electrically charged. Colloidal particles are electrically charged. Okay? yung isang particle, mayroong positive and negative charge. Excuse me. They have positive and negative charge. Such that, dahil yung isang particle mayroong charge, if maglalagay ka ng electrode, okay, into the particle, into the colloidal dispersion, if you're going to put an electrode in the colloidal dispersion, there will be electrophoresis. Okay? If you place an electrode in a colloidal dispersion, there will be electrophoresis. So, paano yung electrophoresis? Yan ka na isa na. Okay. Nag-fill niyo yung mga illustrations. So, let's say this is your colloidal dispersion, yung system ninyo. Lalagyan mo ng electrode which contains the positive end. Okay? Electrode positive. Lagyan mo siya dyan. And another electrode which has a negative end. Electrode, negative end. Pagpasok mo sa colloidal dispersion, dahil mayroong charge ang iyong colloidal particle, they will associate with each other and associate with the corresponding charge of the electrode. So, cathode and anode. Okay? Board exam question, guys. Cathode versus anode. Cathode versus anode. So, yung cathode, that's the negative electrode. Okay? Sulat nyo, cathode, negative electrode. Ibig sabihin, yung dulo ng electrode is negatively charged. This one. Yung dulo niya, negatively charged. If it's negatively charged, okay, it will attract cations. Ulitin ko, cathodes are negatively charged. The electrode is negatively charged. And therefore, because it's negatively charged, it will attract the opposite charge, which are cations. Kaya siya tinawag na cathode dahil it will attract cations. But it is negatively charged. Okay, remember guys, sa board exam, the question can be that simple, but mapagbabaliktad, baka mapagbaliktad nyo. Okay? Cathode attracts cations. It is negatively charged. Okay? And remember, dahil negatively charged siya, ibig sabihin yan, sa dulo, sobrang daming electrons. Sa dulo nito, sobrang daming electrons. And therefore, whatever is attracted into the electrode will receive those electrons. Kaya a cathode will cause reduction. A cathode will cause reduction. Dahil ang daming electrons sa dulo niya. Okay? Let's look at the oppositely charged electrode, which is the anode. So anode, the anode is positively charged. The electrode, the anode is positively charged, and therefore it will attract an anion. An anode will attract an anion. Okay? It's positively charged. So, i-attract nyo yung negatively charged. Okay? So, dahil sobrang konti naman ng electrons dito na side, sobrang konti ng electrons dito na side, therefore, it will cause oxidation of the substances that come in contact with it. Okay? An anode, sulat nyo, will attract anions, is positively charged, and it will cause oxidation. Ibig sabihin, yung substances na lalapit sa anode, okay, will lose electrons. They will become oxidized. Okay? 2 to 3 questions. Cathode versus anode. Okay? Ano na yan? May ano na tayo, may mga template na tayo kung ano yung mga patok na questions sa board exam. But I'm not saying we will be able to predict what will come out. But these are year after year, board exam after board exam, sila yung mga patok na question. Sasabihin na lang, oy, lumabas ulit si cathode anode. Okay? So, ano yan, sa mga conversation ng mga reviewers. Okay? Lumabas ulit, lumabas ulit. So, eto ina-emphasize ko. Okay? Must know. Huwag pumasok sa board exam nang hindi alam. Lastly, colloids are capable of adsorption. Colloids are capable of adsorption. Alpha dog, adsorption. Alpha dog. Okay? Ibig sabihin ng adsorption, the particle will stick to the surface. Okay? The particle will stick to the surface of another material. The particle will stick to the surface of another material. Adsorption, surface. Adsorption, surface. So recap natin, properties of colloids. Okay? Tyndall effect, Brownian movement, the perfect elastic collision. Perfect elastic collision. They are electrically charged. Okay? And under none, the cathode and the anode in electrophoresis. And lastly, colloids cause adsorption. Colloids exhibit adsorption, the surface only. Okay. These are the processes of separating components of mixtures. So, right now, alam na natin kung ano yung mixture. They are combinations of substances that are physically combined. Okay? They are physically combined mixtures. And therefore, ang ating method of separation will also be physical in nature. Physical methods of separation. So these are the processes of separating components of the mixture. Decantation, chromatography, distillation, evaporation, magnetic separation, sorting, filtration, centrifugation, and fractional distillation or fractional crystallization. So, i-explain ko kung ano yung mga patok sa board exam or yung mga mahirap intindihin konti. So, yung decantation, ibig sabihin lang yan, you're pouring away the supernatant. From the mixture, you're pouring, ibubuhos mo away the supernatant in a mixture. So, bakit kaya mong i-pour away yung supernatant? Dahil magkaiba yung specific gravity ng components. So, associate nyo, decantation, specific gravity, different specific gravities. Decantation, different specific gravities. So, dahil magkaiba yung densities or specific gravities ng substances in the mixture, one will be at the bottom, one will be at the top. Therefore, pwede mo lang i-pour away yung nasa taas, decantation. Okay? Distillation, okay? Distillation. So, alam niyo to, first year chem experiment. Okay? So, it's a combination of evaporation and then condensation. Distillation uses the two processes in series. This distillation, evaporation, okay, and then condensation. Bakit kaya nating i-separate yung materials in that way? Because substances will have different boiling points. Okay? Yung isang substance, una siyang kukulo kaysa sa yung isa. Therefore, dahil una siyang kumulo, una siyang magbe-vaporize, una siyang mag-evaporate, and then una din siyang magko-condense along the setup. And therefore, pwede mo na siyang i-collect. Yung isa mabagal pa, and therefore, later mo pa siya mako-collect. So, yung ating process of separation is based on evaporation and condensation with respect to time. Okay? Sino yung unang magle-liquefy, sino yung later magle-liquefy. Distillation. So, I've also explained evaporation, magnetic separation, okay? So, these are important for powders which have magnetic or ferromagnetic material. Powders that contain ferromagnetic material. For example, yung mga iron ores, okay? A little bit on nickel, okay? So they can be separated magnetically, okay? So anong nangyayari dyan? You have a powder mixture, and then you add a magnet onto one side, so ididikit mo, and then you continuously shake, and all of the ferromagnetic material ay didikit doon sa magnet, and you can physically just take out the magnet, and nandun na yung material na gusto mo. Okay? So that's magnetic separation. Chromatography will depend on solubility, solvent affinity, solute and solvent affinity. So sulat nyo, chromatography, solute, and solvent affinity. Depends on solute and solvent affinity. So in chromatography, how do you separate the materials? Okay. You have the sides, the gel. Okay. This is the chromatogram. Okay. Yung gel is a part of the chromatogram wherein yung surface ng gel is made in such a way that it will attract only a particular substance. It will attract only a particular substance. So dito, pag buhos mo sa taas, okay, bubuhos mo na yung solution, yung particles of the solution, okay, to which mayroong specific attraction, yung gel surface, okay, pupunta siya doon, and in a way na filter mo yung eluent sa baba. Okay? So, buhos ka ng mixture sa taas, and then mag-a-absorb yung gusto mong material sa gel, and then you will have a clean eluent sa baba. That's chromatography. So, this will be discussed more in your quality control module 6. Okay? So, if yung solute is very attracted to the solvent. So, dito sa taas, sa mixture, okay, mixture na yan, if the solute is very attracted to the solvent, it will not stick towards the chromatogram, okay, towards the gel. So, kailangan mo ding piliin kung ano yung gagamitin mong solvent. Will it dissolve? But at the same time, will it be able to separate also yung solute? Okay. Chromatography. Next, sorting is just picking out and separating. Picking out and separating, that's sorting. Filtration will be very important in sterilization. Sulat nyo, filtration. So, imagine nyo yung setup. You have the filter and then fluid, and then the filtrate is already devoid of the material that you want. So, filtration, connect nyo sa module 6, quality control. It is very important for the sterilization of heat labile drugs. Filtration is very important for the sterilization of IV products that are heat labile. Okay? heat labile IV products. Okay? Yun yung way natin of um, sterilizing. Kasi hindi tatagos sa filter yung mga pathogens, bacteria and fungi, but viruses can. Kaya maingat pa rin. Centrifugation is just speeding up the process of settling. Okay, so naturally materials will settle, but if you have a horizontal G-force, okay, if you have a horizontal G-force because of centrifugation, the materials will settle faster. So ulitin ko, centrifugation is just speeding up of the settling process through the application of a horizontal G-force. Okay? Parang napupush sa side yung mixture. Okay? There's a force that pushes the mixture to the side, and therefore it will settle faster depending on the weight of the components of the mixture. Ngayon naman, we have fractional distillation and fractional crystallization. So ganito lang. Yung mixtures na ito, they are usually homogeneous such that sobrang hirap nila i-separate on the gross, ibig sabihin malalaki, macroscopic physical methods. So they will employ moderation or pag-iiba ng heat na iyong ina-apply sa environment. Okay? So what happens here? When you perform fractional distillation, para din siyang distillation, but you take note of the materials that are components of the mixture. So, very good example of fractional distillation will be crude oil. Okay? Crude oil. So, isipin nyo, crude oil, fractional distillation. Crude oil, fractional distillation. So, yung crude oil, it will be heated up with progressively increasing temperature. Crude oil heated up with progressively increasing temperature, such that sino yung mas volatile na mga petroleum products. For example, the ethers, the petroleum ethers, they are very volatile. Konting heat lang, nag-volatilize na sila, pwede mo nang i-capture yon. And then maghihintay ka hanggat tumaas yung temperature, and the next material that will boil at that time will be captured. So, ganito yung nangyari. Una, yung mga alkanes, octanes, unang lalabas yon. And then will be gasoline. Okay. And then lastly, you will have asbestos. Okay. Lastly, you will have the asbestos. So, yung mga tatapal sa road na may butas, asbestos. So, the processing in the UAE countries of oil will require fractional distillation, increasing temperature. So, next would be fractional crystallization. Dito naman, we move the temperature downwards. Okay? In a mixture, usually a liquid mixture, as you lower the ambient temperature, papalamigin mo, mayroong materials that have higher freezing points than the others. Kung sino yung mas mataas yung freezing point, they will crystallize first. And then as you go down, as the temperature goes down, progressively makikristallize out yung material. So ikaw, ang gagawin mo, nag-shake yung mixture na kinukool, then whatever settles at the bottom, you capture. That's fractional crystallization. Okay, so recap natin yung slide. Habang ni-recap yung mga terms, please imagine the process. Kailangan may imagery para malakas yung memory. Okay? Kailangan may imagery. Decantation, pouring, chromatography, solvent affinity, gel, didikit sa side. Okay? Didikit sa gel yung mixture na iyong pinupour. Distillation, so isipin nyo yung distillation setup, progressive or series of evaporation and condensation, yung distillation. Magnetic separation, the ferromagnetic material will stick to the poles of the magnet and you can just pick out the magnet itself. Sorting, pick and then separate, pick and then separate. Filtration, okay? Isipin yung filtration setup. Isipin nyo yung sterilization ng heat labile materials. Centrifugation, horizontal G-force. Centrifugation, horizontal G-force. And fractional distillation, progressively increasing the temperature and capturing the material. Fractional crystallization, progressively decreasing the temperature and capturing those that have crystallized. Okay, so next, let's proceed to the properties of matter. So meron tayong dalawang classification of the properties of matter. It can be mass independent and mass dependent. Ibig sabihin, etong property ng matter na to, kung dadamihan mo siya, yung matter itself, will it change the property or will it not change the property? If dinamihan mo yung matter and it changes that property, then that property of matter is mass dependent. Okay, mass dependent, and therefore it's also termed extensive property. Pag dinamihan mo at nagbago, mass dependent, extensive. Pag dinamihan mo, but the property did not change, dinamihan, but the property, the characteristic did not change, mass independent or intrinsic. Increasing the amount of mass, the property did not change, mass independent, intrinsic. Ibig sabihin, sa kaloob-looban niya, yun na siya. Okay? It is definitely the nature of that substance to act that way. Kahit baguhin mo man yung dami ng material, hindi siya affected. Okay? So, pakisulat na lang, under extensive, okay? Extensive or extrinsic, mass dependent, weight. So, na-explain na natin kanina, mas marami yung mass, mas malaki yung force of the pull of gravity, and therefore weight will increase. Volume, so more mass, it will occupy more space. Volume is mass dependent, and heat, okay? Ito yung question sa board exam. Usually, dalawang choices, meron ganong questions, dalawang choices lang. Heat, intrinsic, extrinsic, both, or none of the above. Usually, ganun yung pagkakagawa. So, heat, remember, is mass dependent. Heat is mass dependent. So, last time, para ma-remember, heat is mass dependent. So, as an example, picture out nyo etong mug ko. Okay? Mayroon siyang hot water inside. The temperature of the hot water is 50 degrees Celsius. Yung tubig na nandito, 50 degrees Celsius. Okay? And the temperature, yung 50 degrees Celsius, will tell you of the amount of heat, which is energy, in this mug. Okay. So, na-picture out nyo yan. Ngayon, picture out nyo yung isang Olympic-size swimming pool. Isang Olympic-size swimming pool na puno ng tubig. Olympic-size swimming pool na puno ng tubig. Because heat is kinetic energy Okay? Heat is kinetic energy. Ibig sabihin, it's an energy of motion, yung heat. Therefore, the particles of the water in the swimming pool will also have heat. But now, imagine niyo yung swimming pool na yon, yung temperature niya, 10 degrees Celsius lang. Yung swimming pool, 10 degrees Celsius. Ito, maliit lang pero 50 degrees Celsius. Kung i-compare natin, mas mataas, mas marami pa rin yung heat in the swimming pool than this one. Naintindihan yon? Mas marami pa rin yung heat in the swimming pool than in this cup. Okay? Kasi sobrang dami ng water in the swimming pool. So therefore, heat is mass dependent, it is extensive or extrinsic. Okay? Extrinsic. So, intrinsic naman, all the other properties. So, yun lang, para matalino yung pag-aaral natin. All the other properties, intrinsic na siya. So, example, density. Okay? So, the density of water is 1. If you have 1 liter of water or 1 kilogram of water, the density will still be 1. If you have 10 kilograms of water or 10 liters of water, the density will still be 1. Okay? Boiling point will still be 100 degrees Celsius if it's pure water. Gaano man siya kadami. Melting point, color, okay? Optical activity. So what do we mean by optical activity? If we shine a polarized light into the solution, if we shine a polarized light into the solution, will the solution twist the rotation of the light to the left or to, parang nag-rhyme, to the left or to the right? Okay? So that's optical activity. For each substance, mayroon siyang particular reaction to light. It will either rotate the light to the right or it will either rotate the light to the left. Hindi yun nagbabago kahit damihan mo pa yung solution, okay, or substance. pH will not change also. And concentration will not change if it is a ratio of two extrinsic properties. So for example, weight and volume. Okay? If separate, weight and volume. But if you combine the two, you now have a measure of concentration. Weight of the solute over volume of the solution. That's already a concentration. Concentration is intrinsic. Concentration is intrinsic. For the exam question, okay? Concentration intrinsic, heat content extrinsic. Intrinsic mass independent, extrinsic or extensive mass dependent. Okay? Got that? Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break para sa ating mandatory break. So, for our 10-minute break, what's the time? We will meet at 4:30. We will meet at 4:30. So please take your time to rest, lie down, or look at the window. If magde-device kayo, okay. But rest na lang. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, 10 minutes. Ganyan yung method ng pag-review ko para hindi masyadong saturated and para light and konting informal. Kailangan timer. 15 minutes. Okay. Naka-share screen na ba ito? Kita niyo yung screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Opo, sir.
Ayan. Okay, so recap natin kung saan tayo nag-pick up, intrinsic, ibig sabihin, mass independent. Density, sulat nyo, density, boiling point, melting point, color, optical activity, pH, and concentration. Density, boiling point, melting point, color, optical activity, pH, concentration. Extrinsic, weight, volume, and heat content. Okay. So from here, another 2 to 3 questions ulit dito, ha. So, kahit sa table lang na to, kaya na. Kaya na sagutan yung questions. So, we have the properties of matter now based on physical form. Okay? So, ito yung mga phases or states of matter. You have solid, liquid, gas, yung common. And you have, particularly in Module 5, they will ask this, plasma and Bose-Einstein condensate. Okay? So, ito yung mga special, plasma and Bose-Einstein condensate. So, yung solid, recap na lang natin, has definite shape and volume. Definite shape and volume. Does not rely on the shape of the container. The intermolecular force in a solid is very strong. Okay? So, ano ibig sabihin ng intermolecular? Between two molecules that make up the solid. Between. Okay? Intermolecular, between two molecules. Okay? Yung forces in the middle. So, in a solid, it is strongest. Entropy, anong ibig sabihin natin ng entropy? That's the state of disorder. Okay? State of disorder. Pakisulat, entropy, state of disorder. Yung pagiging magulo ng mga molecules. So, in a solid, it's lowest. Kaya siya solid. Kaya siya mayroong definite shape and volume dahil yung molecules hindi masyadong gumagalaw. Okay? Kasi ang entropy niya, sorry? May echo ba yun? Or question? Sige. Entropy is the state of disorder. So, in a solid, dahil hindi siya masyadong gumagalaw, entropy is the lowest. Okay? So, in a solid. Molecular motion, so kahit hindi siya gumagalaw grossly, yung molecules, but it vibrates within its confined space. Yung molecule in a solid, hindi gumagalaw, it's very fixed. But kahit fixed siya, mayroong konting vibration. Okay? So, yan yung principle ng diamond cutting. Okay? Pag nagka-cut yung diamond, yung vibration sa gitna yung kanyang tinitira, kaya nakakat niya even the hardest solids. So liquids have no definite shape, okay? So ibig sabihin, they follow the shape of their container, but they have constant volume. Yung liquid, they do not have a definite shape, but they have constant volume. The intermolecular force is lower than that of a solid, but higher than that of a gas. And yung entropy, yung state of disorder, of course, higher, mas magulo, mas gumagalaw yung molecules in a liquid, higher than that in a solid, but lesser than that in a gas. And you get the pattern, ano? Molecular motion, ito important question, particularly in module 5. Okay? So liquid, the molecular motion is gliding. Okay? Is gliding. Kanina sa solid, vibration lang. Pero sa liquid, they glide over each other. They glide over each other. Yun yung reason bakit na-form yung shear stress. Okay? Remember in module 5, shear stress. There is gliding in shear stress. So liquids have gliding motion. So the intermolecular, kaya siya gliding, bakit hindi na lang tumitiwalag yung molecule ng isang liquid from the entirety of the liquid? Bakit isang molecule hindi na lang siya tumiwalag? Dahil sa intermolecular force of attraction. Malakas pa rin, kaya hindi siya makakawala. Ngayon, pag ininit mo, if you heat up the liquid system, energy will be added dun sa forces na yun. Mas gagalaw yung molecules, and therefore, ma-overcome niya yung intermolecular force. And therefore, when you heat a liquid, tataas yung kanyang kinetic energy, makaka-escape na siya. Okay? But if hindi siya masyadong mainit, konti lang yung energy, it glides over each other. A gas has no definite shape, and it fills the entire volume of the container. So, ito yung ating presumption, yung gas is contained in a container, may takip. But if you open the lid, of course, mag-escape. Okay? So, the intermolecular force in a gas is the weakest. Okay? The intermolecular force in a gas is the weakest. But you can increase the intermolecular force. Paano? When you cool down the gas. When you cool down the gas, you increase the infa or intermolecular force of attraction. When you compress the gas, you also increase the infa, intermolecular force of attraction. Those are ways to increase the intermolecular force of attraction. Kaya cooling a gas and compressing a gas are methods of liquefying the gas. Okay? Methods of liquefying the gas. So, yun yung principle ng oxygen tanks. Kaya yung oxygen in a tank is already in liquid state. And sa LPGs. Okay? So, the molecular motion in a gas is constant random motion. So, they also exhibit perfect elastic collisions. Gas also exhibit perfect elastic collisions. Constant random motion. Hindi mo mape-predict. So, later on, i-introduce ko sa inyo yung concept of pressure of a gas. And therefore, you need to remember this one, that they are in constant random motion. And when they collide, they do not lose energy. Plasma is the state between a solid and a liquid. So, ito yung ma-encounter nyo na phase when you talk of the triple point. Okay? So, that's in physical pharmacy also. So, yung triple point, nagko-coexist yung solid, yung liquid, and the plasmatic crystal. Yung crystal na in between sa solid phase and sa liquid phase. Okay? So, ang application niyan would be in the suspensions and in the suppositories. Okay? Yung crystal formation, the plasmatic crystal. Next will be the Bose-Einstein condensate. So yung Bose-Einstein condensate, this occurs when a gas is cooled to absolute zero. So isipin nyo, Bose-Einstein condensate, gas at 0 Kelvin. Gas at 0 Kelvin. Bose-Einstein condensate. Can I focus on INFA, entropy, and molecular motion? So, ang mag-e-explain nitong description, does it have definite shape and volume, are these three sa baba. Intermolecular force of attraction, entropy, and molecular motion. So, ang theory, board exam question, please remember, ang theory na mag-e-explain nito would be the kinetic molecular theory. Sulat natin, kinetic molecular theory. It will explain the phase of matter based on the movement of the particle. Kinetic molecular theory, the movement of the individual molecules or the individual particles, kung gaano siya ka-avid gumalaw, will explain the phase of matter. If hindi gumagalaw, masyado, vibrations lang, solid. If gumagalaw more than solids, it will exist as a liquid. If very tremendous yung kanyang movement, it will exist as a gas. So therefore, kapag you apply heat to a system, solid absorbs the heat, moves more, becomes a liquid. Liquid absorbs the heat, moves more, becomes a gas. Okay? So, ayan. Board exam question will be, can you compress a liquid? The board exam question will be, can you compress a liquid? The answer will be no. You cannot compress a liquid. But you can compress a gas, okay, to form a liquid. A liquid cannot be compressed. You remember that one? So, let's go to physical changes. Okay? So, the first physical change will be a change in phase. Okay? Solid, liquid, and gas. So, daanan muna natin itong figure. These are the phases of water. An ice, liquid water, and vaporized water. Okay? So, when you solidify a liquid, that's called freezing. If you solidify or compress the gas into a liquid, that's what you call condensation. Ulitin ko, gas to liquid, condensation, liquid to solid, freezing. Okay? So, kabaliktaran naman, solid to liquid, melting, liquid to gas, evaporation. Okay. please remember this one. Kahit very simple niyan, guys, merong one question probably from here. But many questions will come from changes in the heat value of the system as the phases change. Okay? Many questions, paano nagbabago? Is it releasing energy or is it absorbing energy? Dito yung maraming questions. Okay? So, next, if hindi na siya tatawid into the liquid state, solid directly into a gas, we call that one sublimation. Solid directly into a gas, sublimation. And a gas directly into a solid, gas directly into a solid deposition. Okay? So, sabi ko kanina, remember nyo yung kinetic molecular theory of phases or matter. If you increase the motion of the particle, you will transition from solid to liquid to gas. And how do you increase the movement of the molecules? You apply heat. And therefore, heat will come from the environment. So, titingnan nyo to, yung arrows na nasa taas, the yellow, orange, red arrow, as you take heat from the environment and you add it into the system will gain the heat and therefore will move faster. So, anong nangyayari dyan? If, for example, you have sweat, liquid on your skin, it will take, the sweat will take the heat from the skin and evaporate. Natutuyo yung pawis. Yung pagtuyo ng pawis will take heat from the skin and thereby cool the skin and cool the body. Okay? So yun yung principle. As you increase the heat in a system, it will progressively become fluid, liquid, and then a gas. But at the same time, you are cooling the environment, you are taking heat away from the environment and adding it into the system. Kabaliktaran din. If you, from the system, take away the heat, so from the gas, you take away the heat, it will condense into a liquid. And if you take away more heat from the liquid, it will solidify into like this one, the ice cube. So ito yung nangyayari sa refrigerator ninyo. You take heat away from the system and release it into the environment. Okay? From the liquid water, it will take away the heat once inside the refrigerator. The ref will take away the heat and pump it outside. No? And once enough heat has been taken from the liquid water, it will freeze into ice. Okay? So you get that. Next would be, dito sa process na to, mapapansin ninyo, you either, from the system the point of view is the system. The system will either take in heat or it will throw off heat. When the system takes in heat, ibig sabihin it absorbs energy, it is an endothermic reaction. When the system absorbs energy, it is an endothermic reaction. Other term for endothermic reaction, pakisulat, endergonic reaction. Endothermic reaction, endergonic reaction. They are the same. They absorb energy, and therefore the system that absorbed the energy has a positive energy value. Yung system, dahil kumuha siya ng energy from the environment, the energy in that system becomes positive. Okay? Kabaliktaran naman, when you release energy, itong system, when it releases the energy, its energy value becomes negative kasi natanggalan siya ng energy. That process of releasing energy is an exothermic reaction. Releasing energy, exothermic reaction, or exergonic reaction. So, remember, ganito yan. Kapag gumawa ka ng isang solution, okay, you add a solute, let's say, sino ba ang special? Potassium hydroxide pellets, you add it into a solution. If you fill the container, it will be hot. Bakit? Kasi as the potassium hydroxide dissolved in the water, the solvent, it released energy. Okay? Therefore, the environment becomes hotter. But the potassium hydroxide lost its energy, kaya its energy state is negative. Ang question sa board exam will be if kaya ninyong i-orient yung isipan ninyo, are you looking at the environment or are you looking at the system? Ganun yung tanong sa exam. Okay? So remember, you can either look at the system or the environment. Okay? So, kapag ganun, you classify, is it exergonic or endergonic? Are you looking at the system? Okay? If you're looking at the system, you can either release energy or absorb energy. So, in the case of potassium hydroxide, the container becomes hot because it released energy. But if you add calcium oxide, no? So water, you add calcium oxide, and then you fill the container. What happens is you feel that the container is cold. So board exam question yon, what is a normal compound that when dissolved in water absorbs energy or performs an endergonic reaction? That's calcium oxide. So when you fill the container, you will feel na malamig siya. Kasi yung water, the heat in the water was absorbed by the calcium oxide as it formed calcium hydroxide. Okay? So, punta tayo sa heat of fusion, heat of vaporization, and heat of sublimation. Okay. So remember, yung energy in the system is either increased or decreased. Okay? So let's start with the water, the liquid water. No? So when you add heat to the system, okay? When you add heat here, it vaporizes. So from liquid to gas, if you add heat, that's the positive heat of vaporization. When this, teka lang, magpo-pointer ako. Para makasunod. Ayan. When you look at the liquid water, you add heat to this water for it to become a gas. The heat that you added is called positive heat of vaporization. Positive heat of vaporization. Hindi to sa gas naman. When you remove the heat from the gas so that you form a liquid, that's the negative heat of condensation. Negative heat of condensation. From gas, from the liquid water towards the solid ice, this is your negative heat of solidification. So from liquid water to solid ice, negative heat of solidification or negative heat of freezing. Kabaliktaran naman, from the ice, solid, to the liquid water, you will have to absorb heat here. So that's the positive heat of fusion or the positive heat of melting. So other term for melting is fusion. Other term for melting is fusion. Do not forget. Okay? Baka pag nakita nyo fusion, magpanic. Huwag magpanic. That's the same with melting. So, positive heat, negative heat. Okay. So, yung dinescribe natin kanina, those are the changes that matter undergoes when it is physical. Ngayon, ano yung changes na matter will undergo? What are the indicators that matter has undergone a chemical change? So when you say that there is a chemical change, the properties of the material changes, okay? Whether it's an intrinsic property, so recall niyo yung intrinsic property, density, boiling point, melting point, color, optical rotation, the intrinsic properties, when the material undergoes a chemical change, those will change also, as well as the extrinsic properties. Mass, volume, and heat, those will change also when it undergoes a chemical change. So, eto yung board exam question. What are the evidences of chemical change? Evolution of a gas. May bubbles na nag-form. Formation of a precipitate. Sa simula, homogeneous solution lang. But later on, makikita mo may mga particulates na sa baba. Okay? Formation of a precipitate, evidence of a chemical change. Emission of light, generation of electricity. Okay? So, ito yung mga property that explains the thermocouple. Production of mechanical energy, okay, as in what happens with hydrolysis of ATP to power the myosin light chain, okay, yung pag-move ng muscle. And absorption and liberation of heat. Pag yung container, napansin mo, lumamig or uminit, there has been probably a chemical change. Okay. So, ito yung very common na tinuturo sa atin, the types of chemical reaction. So, dito, tingnan nyo, number one, direct union. Direct union is also known as synthesis or composition. Direct union, synthesis, or composition. So, ibig sabihin yan, you form a complex substance from simpler substances. Form a complex substance from simpler substances. So, ang example natin here would be iron plus sulfide will form iron sulfide. Okay? Iron plus sulfur will form iron sulfide. Very dermoprotective. Okay? So, decomposition or analysis. So, kapag sinabi nating decomposition or analysis, kabaliktaran, from a complex substance, after a chemical reaction, you form two or more simpler substances. Decomposition or analysis. Single replacement, there is a substitution of one portion of the compound by another with higher activity. So dito, kailangan ma-remember natin yung activity series. Ano? So sodium has higher activity than hydrogen. Therefore, it will displace hydrogen and form salt, and at the same time, liberate hydrogen gas. Okay? Single replacement or displacement. Next would be double displacement. So kapag sinabi natin double displacement, there is recombination. So sodium then will associate with nitrate, and silver will then associate with chloride. So this is the principle for the antidote of silver nitrate poisoning. Okay? Antidote for silver nitrate poisoning via ingestion is normal saline because sodium will associate with nitrate and displace the silver in the silver nitrate. So silver will then precipitate as silver chloride. So remember niyo yung experiment niyo noon on iodimetry. Iodimetry, meron din sa limutan ko na yung mga reactions ko. Iodimetry and meron din sa precipitimetry. Okay? So, those will utilize, yung mga Volhard's reaction, those will utilize silver nitrate as the indicator. So, mapapansin nyo, pag natalsikan kayo niyan sa balat, sobrang sakit, masusunog yung balat nyo. You can easily treat that one by rinsing the lesion with normal saline solution. So, yun yung ating treatment. Kapag na-ingest yung silver nitrate, iinumin yung normal saline solution. No? So, another example of direct union will be what occurs with magnesium and oxygen. When magnesium reacts with oxygen in the air, yung metallic magnesium, the pure element, magnesium, if it reacts with the air, yung crust on the surface of the pure metal would be magnesium oxide, a metal oxide. And if that magnesium oxide will react with water, let's say napatakan ng ulan, okay? The magnesium oxide will react with water to form magnesium hydroxide. Now, you will recall in your inorganic pharmaceutical chem is an antacid that causes diarrhea. So, ganun. Pag nag-aaral kayo, connect lahat, ha? Recall agad. Kahit mabagal, okay lang, basta ma-recall. Next would be, again, sulfur. Another example of direct union. When sulfur reacts with molecular oxygen in the air, it will form a non-metal oxide. Remember that sulfur is already a non-metal. So, ibig sabihin, when it reacts with oxygen, it will form an acid. Okay? So, this acidic substance is sulfur dioxide. And again, if you add water, you will form sulfurous acid. So, H2SO3, sulfurous acid. So, that's for direct union. Magbibigay pa ba ako ng example? Okay. So, etong sodium carbonate, if it breaks down, kita niyo yung nasa slide, it forms sodium oxide and carbon dioxide. But what if hindi siya sodium carbonate but sodium bicarbonate, which is your baking soda? It will spontaneously decompose into yung sodium bicarbonate. Ibig sabihin, may hydrogen dito. It will spontaneously decompose into sodium oxide, the same, water, yung nadagdag, and carbon dioxide. Dito, walang water. But in sodium bicarbonate, there's already addition of water. So, kanina nabanggit natin yung activity series. Ang principle ng activity series, board exam question, please remember. Yung principle ng activity series is a material which has higher activity than that already combined will replace that material. So, ang ating most reactive will be lithium. Remember, most reactive in the activity series, lithium. Least reactive will be gold. Least reactive will be gold. Most reactive will be lithium. That is why ginagamit natin ang gold for jewelry kasi matagal siya magta-tarnish kasi hindi siya mag-react. Okay? So, for example, you have here sodium chloride. Okay, sodium chloride. If you add lithium to the sodium chloride solution, that lithium will replace sodium and form lithium chloride, and at the same time, liberate sodium. But what if meron ka ng lithium chloride? What if ang solution mo is lithium chloride solution? And then you add sodium. There will be no reaction. Why? Because sodium is less reactive than lithium. And nandun na siya. Ano? Yung lithium na yung nag-react. So hindi niya napapansinin yung less reactive na sodium. Another term for double displacement, okay? In the board exam, they can use synonyms. Kaya you should be familiar with synonyms. The other term for double displacement or double replacement is metathesis. Double displacement is the same as metathesis. Okay? Metathesis. Double displacement. Another example of double displacement would be neutralization. That's a form of double displacement. Acid plus base equals salt plus water. That's double displacement, particularly neutralization. Okay? So, nangyayari yung chemical change through a chemical reaction. Ngayon, ano yung nangyayari within a chemical reaction? So, ito yung processes. Oxidation, you lose an electron. Reduction, you gain an electron. Neutralization, okay? An acid with low pH will become neutralized by a base with high pH with the consequent formation of salt and water. Hydrolysis will be a salt acted upon by water, producing an acid and a base. So kung mapapansin nyo, neutralization here is the opposite of hydrolysis. But this is not the same as hydrolysis in biochemistry. Okay, magkaiba yun. But here in Gen Chem, hydrolysis is the opposite of neutralization. Saponification means the addition of alkali to a fat, and later we'll explain that one, to form soap and glycerol. And fermentation would be the action of microbes on organic substances to produce alcohol. So, ganito lang. Keywords lang yung kailangan yung i-remember. Saponification, soap. Keyword, fat. Okay? Saponification, fat yung isipin niyo. Fermentation, alcohol ang isipin niyo. Fermentation, alcohol ang isipin. Acted upon by microbes. So, sa redox, meron tayong mga mnemonics. So, for oxidation, please sulat ninyo V. Leora. Oxidation, V. Leora. So, oxidation is valence increase through a loss of electron, and the process is oxidation, and that substance is a reducing agent. Uulitin ko and then I will explain. V. Leora. Valence increase occurs through the loss of an electron, and that process is oxidation, and that substance is a reducing agent. V. Leora. So,
Pwede pa kayo ulit-ulit sa...
okay. V. Leora. V-I-L-E-O-R-A. V-I-L-E-O-R-A. So, sulat ninyo kung anong ibig sabihin. Valence increase through loss of electron, and the process is oxidation, and the substance is a reducing agent. Kuha valence increase through loss of electron, the process is oxidation, and the substance is a reducing agent. V. Leora. So ganito yan guys. Di ba ang inyong atom is in its ground state neutral. Yung number of electrons and protons ay magkapareho. If that substance or that element loses an electron, therefore, the charge of that atom becomes positive, na overpower ng number of protons ang number of electrons kasi kumonte yung electrons. Ano? So, for example, you have the element sodium. Okay? So, yung number of electrons and protons ng sodium is 23. Ano? If you oxidize sodium, sodium will lose an electron. And from 0 na valence, it will become positive 1. Bakit nagkaroon ng positive 1? Kasi mas marami na ngayon by 1 ang protons kaysa sa electrons. Therefore, the overall charge or the valence will be positive 1. So, remember, nagtapon ng electron si sodium. Therefore, mayroong dapat tumanggap ng electron na iyon. Okay? Because sodium lost an electron, something must receive that electron. Yung substance na nag-receive ng electron underwent reduction. Therefore, sodium here is a reducing agent. You got that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Please never forget. Okay? Next one would be reduction. Yung ating mnemonic for reduction would be VD Geroa. V, volva. Sorry, nagme-medicine. Paano ba? Valence, dog, goat, elephant, reduction, oxidation, ampalaya. Okay, VD Geroa. VD, Geroa. Valence decrease happens when there is a gain in electron. Valence decrease happens when there is a gain in electrons, and that process is reduction, and that substance is an oxidizing agent. Valence decrease happens when there is gain of electrons, and that process is reduction, and that substance is an oxidizing agent. So kagaya na explanation natin kanina. But our example here would be chloride. Ano? Chlorine. So si chlorine, if it is in its ground state, the valence will be 0. Yung number of electrons and number of protons will be the same at 35. Kaya siya 0. Okay? Yung atomic number ng chlorine is 35, di ba? So, what happens? When chlorine is oxidized, baliktad. When chlorine is reduced, ibig sabihin, tatanggap si chlorine ng electrons, mag-overpower ngayon yung electrons versus the protons. Mas marami yung electrons. And therefore, the overall charge will be negative kasi nadagdagan siya ng electrons. And therefore, the valence from 0 will become negative 1. Okay? From 0, it becomes negative 1. Therefore, there is valence decrease through accepting or gaining an electron, and that process is reduction. Ngayon, tingnan nyo, yung chlorine, tumanggap siya ng electron. Therefore, logic will tell us, may pinanggalingan yung electron na yun. Merong nagtapon ng electron. And that substance na nagtapon ng electron is our oxidizing agent. Therefore, chlorine that was reduced is at the same time an oxidizing agent. Okay? So, let's tune in, focus tayo sa saponification. Remember niyo yung structure ng triglyceride. So, yung fat dyan, alkali plus fat. Yung fat dyan would be a triglyceride. So, yung structure ng isang triglyceride, di ba? You have a molecule of glycerol, carbon, 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 hydroxyl, hydroxyl, hydroxyl. Connected sa oxygen would be fatty acid, fatty acid, fatty acid. So meron kang tatlong fatty acid, isang glycerol molecule. Ngayon, if you have an alkali, ibig sabihin a base, you add it to the fat. Okay, what happens? The fatty acid will associate with the alkali, let's say sodium. So sodium hydroxide. The fatty acid will associate with sodium, and the hydroxide will replenish the OH in the glycerol. Okay? So, nagkaroon ka ng metathesis or double displacement reaction. So, anong nangyari? Yung glycerol na reform here, and sodium plus fatty acid. Okay? Sodium lipoate, ang tawag natin doon. Sodium plus fatty acid, that is in itself the soap. Okay? That is in itself the soap. Okay, and fermentation will be explained in your biochemistry. So, basically, what happens ay, nag-glycolysis yung microbe using the sugar, but it does not have pyruvate dehydrogenase. So what happens is, nare-reduce yung pyruvate and na-form ethanol, okay, or alcohol. So fermentation, microbes. Okay. So kanina na-describe na natin physical, chemical change. Ngayon, let's go to the nuclear change. So, pag sinabi nating nuclear change, ibig sabihin, mayroong pagbabago sa orientation, sa relationship, and even the number of protons and neutrons, the components of the nucleus. So, there's a change in structure, composition, and property of the nucleus. So remember, yung inyong element, okay, is made up of only one kind of atom. Okay? And that atom has a particular number of protons. Okay? That atom has a particular number of protons. And if nagbago yung number of protons, that is in itself a different element already. So if there is a nuclear change, particularly a change in the protons, you have transmuted the element. Okay, you have transmuted the element. For example, when radium, okay, the radioactive substance, decays, okay, magre-release siya ng neutrons and electrons. So, when it decays, the number of protons will change. Kasi, how can I explain this? Yung neutron, it's a proton plus a quark, no? So, ano na siya? Toxic chem na siya. It's a proton plus a quark. If the neutron is disintegrated, you release a new proton. If the neutron N is disintegrated, you release a proton and a quark. The same din sa proton. If it disintegrates, you release a quark and an electron. If a proton disintegrates. So if a proton disintegrates, the number of protons decrease, and therefore the element has changed. Kasi iba na yung number of protons. When radium decays and releases radioactivity, it will decay, the number of protons will decrease, and it will now form the gas radon. Okay? Radium decays, forms the gas radon. Okay? So, yung sinabi ko na process kanina na mayroong decay and release of radioactivity, that's the splitting of a heavy atom, that's nuclear fission. Fission, splitting of a heavy atom. Yung energy released is applied in nuclear power plants. Okay, they split uranium, and the energy released from the splitting of uranium is used to heat deuterium water, D2O, and that heat and the steam that is generated turns turbines. Okay? So yun yung way nila of generating electricity. Radioactivity, heating, iinit yung D2O, deuterium water, or heavy water, and then the steam will power a turbine to generate electricity. Okay? So that's nuclear fission. Yung nuclear fusion, take note guys, if ipanggugulan nila ito sa questions, nuclear fusion does not yet exist in the Earth. Okay, wala pang nakaka-discover paano isimulate yung nuclear fusion. But it happens in the sun, where hydrogen fuses to form helium. Hydrogen fuses to form helium in the sun. Malaki din yung energy na nare-release. And we take in that energy in the form of sunlight. Nuclear fusion. Lighter atoms to form a heavier atom. Okay. Part ng ating, sige, while you take a break for 10 minutes, kindly determine the oxidation of the atoms in red. Okay? So, habang nagbe-break kayo pa, sulat nyo muna and then isolve para hindi sayang oras. Activity natin kasi you will definitely, guys, meron kayong 2 questions in Gen Chem, ganito lang, oxidation state computation, and another 2 to 3 questions in physical pharmacy, oxidation state computation pa rin. Ano? So, QC meron din ganito. Therefore, bread and butter ito for taking the boards. For potassium permanganate, determine the oxidation state of manganese. For sodium chromate, determine the oxidation state for chromium. And for arsenic tetroxide, determine the oxidation state of arsenic. Okay, so I'll give you 10 minutes while we take a break, and then, kasi 50 minutes na din, we'll continue with the presentation. Okay? 10 minutes.
Slide.
Hindi sorry.
Full screen po. Ang slides.
Paano kaya? Anong ginawa ko kanina? Nakalimutan ko na. Aha. Share screen. Tama ba ang ginagawa ko? Sorry ha. Aha. Teka lang. Mhm. Kumusta yan?
Okay na, sir.
Okay na siya?
Apo.
Okay. So, unahin natin yung potassium permanganate. Etong tatlo yung examples dahil sila yung always na tatlong compounds na tinatanong, okay, sa boards. So, unahin natin yung potassium permanganate and we are tasked to determine the oxidation state of manganese. So, kahit hindi natin alam kung ano man talaga yung oxidation state ng manganese, based on our knowledge of the periodic table, pwede nating hulaan, ano? So dito, ang overall charge ng compound ay 0. So dapat mo siyang i-equate sa 0. Okay? Insert pointer. So dapat mo siyang i-equate sa 0. Ayan. Ano? Kasi 0 yung overall charge ng compound. And alam mo na yung potassium ay isang alkali metal. So positive 1 yan. Yung oxygen has a charge, dahil chalcogen siya, of negative 2. Okay? Negative 2. Ito yung hindi natin alam. So, we equate everything into, we equate everything into 0. We have 1 atom of potassium, so that's equivalent to 1. 4 atoms of oxygen with a charge of negative 2, so that's negative 8. Yung X na lang din natin alam, manganese. So maglilipat lang tayo. Simple transposition in algebra, magiging positive 8 minus 1, positive 7. Okay? So manganese here has a charge of positive 7. Or oxidation state or valence of positive 7. Next would be, similarly, chromium in sodium chromate. So sodium has a charge of 1, dalawang atoms. So sodium has an overall charge of 2. Oxygen, sabi natin kanina, negative 2 times 7, negative 14. And chromium, we don't know yet. X. So dahil yung overall charge ay 0, we still equate this to 0. Ano? So equals 0. Negative 14, positive 2. Lipat sa kabila. So that's positive 14 minus 2. Kasi tinransfer mo yung positive 2 to the other side of the equal sign. So magiging negative 2 na siya. 14 minus 2 equals 12. Ngayon, dito nagkakamali ang students. Okay? Hindi na di-divide into 2. So you need to determine per atom, not per metallic combination. So yung chromium natin will have a charge of 6. 12 divided by 2 is 6. And yung trickier here for arsenic tetroxide, which is used as an anti-leukemic agent, is this one. We need to equate everything to negative 3. Okay? Arsenic, di natin alam. but oxygen, alam natin, -8. So, -8 x plus -8 equals -3. So, transfer natin yung -8 to the other side. That will become +8 minus 3. And that will give you the valence of arsenic as 5. Okay, so I hope you got that one. And ayan yung ating confirmation. But may walang slide isa. Okay. So let's now proceed to theories on the atom. So alam natin that we've been talking of atoms a while ago, and alam natin na it's the simplest unit of an element. So there have been theories across the ages kung ano yung characteristic ng isang atom. Okay? So will there be questions here for the board exam? Yes. Particularly, ang hot pick questions will be etong tatlo. Si Dalton, si Thomson, and si Rutherford. Dapat na pag you are able to form a distinction kung ano yung contribution nila. Okay? Very high yield. Etong tatlo. Please remember etong tatlo. Never dapat nagkakabaliktad. Okay? Kahit etong tatlo lang. So marami pa yan, pero ito yung pinaka-important. Democritus said na the atom was first named the atom kasi it comes from the Greek word atomos. So, ibig sabihin ng atomos, tomo means to cut eh. Tomo means to cut. Means not. So, ibig sabihin, cannot be cut anymore, cannot be divided. Indivisible particle by Democritus. John Dalton, billiard ball. John Dalton, billiard ball. So, ganito na lang. Parang nag-review din ako. John Dalton, billiard ball. J.J. Thomson, bread. J.J. Thomson, bread. Rutherford, gold. Rutherford, gold. Okay. Chadwick, neutron. Chadwick, neutron. So, ulitin natin. Democritus coined the term. John Dalton, billiard ball. J.J. Thomson, bread. Rutherford, the proton gold film experiment, or just Rutherford gold. Automatic na yan. Wala nang paano-ano pa sa pag-answer ng exam. Pag nakita nyo Rutherford, pasok sa utak agad gold, proton gold. Chadwick, neutron. So, konting discussion lang dito before we move to the next slide. So, si Aristotle is a Greek philosopher. Wala siya dyan, but he is a Greek philosopher na critic ni Democritus. Okay? So, sabi ni Democritus, atoms cannot possibly move through empty space. Pero sabi ni Aristotle, hindi. No? Para kay Aristotle, matter is made up of earth, fire, air, and water. Aristotle, yung mga rudimentary elements. Okay? Sabi ni Aristotle, matter is made up of earth, fire, air, and water. Parang Avatar, the last airbender, si Aristotle. Pero si Democritus, ayaw niya yun. Sabi ni Democritus, it's a very indivisible, smallest unit of a material. That's the atom. Indivisible. So, the atom is the smallest particle. Sabi natin kanina that, pati ng ilong ko, the atom is the smallest particle of an element that retains the properties of the element. So for example, if you look at gold, okay, pure gold, if you look at it, you will see that it's yellowish with shiny luster. It's very malleable. Pwede mo siyang i-bend. It can be made up into wires, ductile. It's the best conductor. The material gold itself na ganito kalaki, for example. But if you take a look at its atoms, that atom will display the same property as if ganito siya kadami. Okay? So the atom retains the properties of the element. Okay? So atoms are indivisible and indestructible, according to Democritus. Let's proceed with John Dalton, his atomic theory of the billiard ball model. So sabi naman ng billiard ball model, atoms of a given element are identical in size, mass, and chemical properties. So parang billiard ball, ano? Kung iisipin mo, yung bola ng billiard table ay magkakapareho yung bigat at laki. Bakit? Kasi pag may mas mabigat at mas malaki, skewed na yung laro mo. So parang ganun yung atomic theory ni John Dalton. Atoms have of the same element, have the same size, mass, and chemical properties. And atoms, John Dalton then, of a specific element are different from those of another element. So magkakaiba yung atom ng gold, magkaiba sa atom ng silver. And different atoms combine in simple whole number ratios to form compounds. Ito yung Proust's law natin kanina. Ano? Different atoms combine in simple whole number ratios to form compounds. So, ang ating principle in a chemical reaction, so balikan natin yung slide kanina on chemical changes. Chemical changes occur because of chemical reactions. Ngayon, a chemical reaction, if you look at it at the atomic level, there will be a separation, okay? There will be combination, and there will be rearrangement. So, in a chemical reaction, at the atomic level, the atoms split, combine, and rearrange. That is what happens in the atomic level in a chemical reaction. So, let's proceed to the electron raisin bread model. So, sulat nyo, J.J. Thomson, electron raisin bread model, cathode ray tube experiment. Lalabas sa PACOP, hindi necessary sa board exam, yung reviewer, it has questions on methodology. J.J. Thomson determined this model, the raisin bread model of the electron, through the cathode ray tube experiment, CRT experiment. So yung cathode ray tube, yun yung parang tube sa likod ng old televisions. Ano? So if you can just imagine kung ano yung loob ng old televisions noon. That's the cathode ray tube. So bakit electron raisin bread model ang kanyang tawag? You have to imagine yung gardenia na may raisins. No? Raisin bread, basically. So yung raisin, yun yung electron. At naka-embed siya sa nucleus. Ano? So, kumpol-kumpol, naka-embed eh. Naka-embed siya sa nucleus as if the nucleus is the bread. Ano? So, ganun yung model ni J.J. Thomson. The raisin bread model of the electron. Si Rutherford naman, proton gold film experiment. So, meron siyang X-ray. Okay? Meron siyang X-ray. Si Rutherford. And then, eto gold sheet. Nakita niya, nung tinapat niya yung X-ray, nag-deflect. Okay? Ano ibig sabihin nun? Within the atom, there has to be a very dense subatomic structure that deflects the X-ray. So, ibig sabihin may natamaan. Kaya, nag-spread, nag-diffuse, or nag-refract yung X-ray kasi may natamaan siya. And yung natamaan niya would be the positively charged molecule in the nucleus, which is the proton. Kaya si Rutherford ang nakadiscover ng proton. Okay? So, lastly would be Chadwick. So, through time, later na-discover yung neutron. Okay? They have already discovered during this time the atomic mass unit. Ano yung bigat ng subatomic particles. But Chadwick determined na kung ito lang yung number of electrons, dapat ito lang din yung number ng protons. So bakit yung atomic mass ng isang atom of a particular element higher than its number of electrons, which will also correspond to the number of protons? Bakit may disparity? Bakit mas mabigat siya? Kasi meron pang isang subatomic particle that contributes weight but does not contribute charge, and that is the neutron. And yan yung structure natin. I would like to highlight these rings. Okay? These are the principal energy levels. Kung saan makikita mo yung electron around the nucleus. Okay. So, we have right here the isotope symbols. So, eto guys, you should remember this one because the question in the boards can be as simple as what is written as the subscript in the symbol of an element in the periodic table? Ano daw yung nasa baba? Ganun yung question, ganun lang siya ka-simple, ano? So, if mapagbabaliktad mo to, sayang yung 1 point, ano? 1 point can spell a difference, ano? Sa board exam. So, ano yung nasa baba? Subscript. That's the atomic number, which corresponds to the number of protons. And what's the superscript? The mass number, which will mean the mass of the nucleus, protons plus neutrons. No? And you have in the middle, the element. So remember, on top would be the mass number, and on the bottom would be the atomic number, which corresponds to the number of protons. So, paano natin malalaman kung gaano kadami yung neutrons? Simple. You subtract from the mass number the atomic number, and that will give you the difference, the number of neutrons. So, an atom can be charged. So, when an atom is charged, it's called an ion. Okay? So, an ion, an space ion, can be an anion or a cation. Kapag anion, it's negatively charged. And paano nangyayari yung negative charge? Mas marami yung electrons kaysa sa protons. And vice versa. If the charge is positive, mas marami yung protons kaysa sa electrons. And if the charge is zero, as what occurs commonly in the ground state of metals, there is equal number of electrons and protons. So itatanong sa boards, usually yung question nila is, sa periodic table of elements, sino yung ang ground state niya ay zero? That would be the metals, especially the inert metals, yung nasa gitna ng periodic table. So, I'd like also to emphasize na mass number, okay, this one, is different from atomic mass. Okay, uulitin ko. Pakisulat, guys. Important. Mass number not equal to atomic mass. Okay? Yung mass number is this one. Number of protons plus number of neutrons. But atomic mass, okay, atomic mass is the average of the 3 most abundant isotopes of the element. Ulitin ko. Atomic mass is the weighted average of the top 3 most abundant isotopes of an element. So ano ba ang isotope? Ang isotope ay isang substance kung saan the same ang kaniyang number of protons but magkaiba ang number of neutrons. Same number of protons, different mass number. Same number of protons, different mass number. Ibig sabihin, magkaiba yung number of neutrons. For example, hydrogen, okay, has a mass number of 1. Okay? Hydrogen has a mass number of 1, but an atomic mass of 1.008. Bakit magkaiba? Kasi meron tayong magkakaibang isotopes of hydrogen. You have protium, deuterium, and tritium. The most abundant, therefore, will have higher weighted average or percentage contribution is protium. Pero meron din kasi, it also exists, yung dalawa, tritium and deuterium. Deuterium has, in the nucleus of hydrogen, another neutron. So merong proton and neutron, and that's deuterium. If tritium, proton, neutron, neutron, yun yung nasa loob ng nucleus ng tritium. They also exist, and therefore they should have contributions to the determination of atomic mass, which is the average of the mass numbers of the isotopes of an element. Okay, magkaiba, please. Very important. Yun lang. Pag nagulo kayo sa mass number and atomic mass, mali na agad yung ma-answer niyo. So, for example, hydrogen mass number 1, but atomic mass is 1.008. Pag sinabi sa question, what is the atomic mass of hydrogen? You answer 1.008. And what if meron choice na 1? Okay. So, mali na siya agad. Carbon has an atomic mass of 12.011. Kasi meron kang carbon 13, 14, and carbon 12 na isotopes. And phosphorus has an atomic mass of 30.974. Di lang 40. So, yun yung ating dapat i-remember. Mass number minus atomic number equals number of neutrons. Mass number is different from atomic mass, which is an average. Yan. Can we just take a look at this one? So, isotopes, sabi ko kanina, they are the same element, but they have different mass numbers. Why? Because they have differing number of neutrons. Isotones, okay, so tuturuan ko kayo ng mga guides. May N, and so it is similar in terms of the number of neutrons. Isotones are similar in the number of neutrons. And they are different in the number of protons. So ano ibig sabihin nito? They are different elements. Kasi magkaiba yung number of protons. But because they have the same number of neutrons, we call them isotones. Isobars, take note, hindi atomic mass, but mass number. Isobars are substances that have the same mass number. So, proton plus neutron. But take note, they can be different elements. Okay? Basta same lang yung mass number, we call them isobars. And isomers naman, they are the same molecule, but are structured differently. For example, glucose and fructose. Glucose and fructose are isomers of C6H12O6. Ano? But they have different structures. So they are isomers. Please remember, kahit etong tatlo lang, these will have 2 or 3 questions in the boards. So ayan, marami na, para nakaka-50 na tayo. Okay. So please identify this one. Pili kayo. Is it an isotope, an isotone, isobar, or isomer? This is an isotope. Okay. Why? They are the same element. How can we say they are the same element, same number of protons, but they have different mass numbers? Yeah. So they are isotopes. Hydrogen, protium, deuterium, tritium. Heavy water. Remember, deuterium, heavy water. D2O. Other examples of isotopes, you have carbon. Carbon 12, carbon 13, and carbon 14. Ano? Carbon 12, that's what we see in the human body. In living animals, live in plants, in living organisms, the carbon there is carbon 12. And carbon 14 is what we use to date. So, lalabas sa board exam yung isotope ng carbon that you use to date, carbon dating, to determine number of years from perish. Ano? So, for example, archaeological evidences, they are dated using carbon dating and use the isotope carbon-14. Ito naman, please identify. They have differing number of protons, different elements. They have differing number of neutrons, but they have the same mass number. So they are isobars. Board exam question. Argon, potassium, and calcium are isobars. Okay. Okay. So let's take a closer look at the atomic models. So first you have the nuclear model by Ernest Rutherford. Sabi ko kanina sa gold film experiment na yung X-ray it diffracted, ano? Nag-change yung kanyang direction kasi meron siyang natamaan na solid sa gitna. So yung solid portion sa gitna would be the nucleus, and surrounding it but still part of the nucleus is a region which is not solid. Ano? A region which is not solid. So it is not the atom, particularly yung surrounding the nucleus is not solid. It is not a solid particle. It is an empty space. And yung natamaan sa gitna, which accounts for the X-ray diffraction, is what contains the positive charge and the mass, and that is the nucleus. Kaya pag sinabing Ernest Rutherford gold film experiment, proton nucleus, okay? Yun yung mga associations na dapat nyong ma-form. Electrons are corresponding to the empty space of the orbitals scattered around the nucleus. Next, you have Niels Bohr planetary model. So, it is based on Einstein's concept of quantized energy. Di-discuss natin yan later. Na-remember niyo yung picture ng atom where in the middle is the nucleus, and like the orbits around the sun, meron ding orbits yung electron. So that is the planetary model by Niels Bohr. So sabi ni Bohr, the atom has only certain allowable energy states. And we will talk about this later sa electron configuration. But suffice it to say na yung electrons, umiikot siya around the nucleus, and yung area na kanyang ino-occupy, it is protected space. Okay? Part pa rin siya ng atom, but it has no mass already. Okay? Those are the orbits or the orbitals. Okay. Next, we move to Schrödinger. Okay? So, familiar sa mga memes ninyo, Schrödinger's cat, yung mga Schrödinger applications. But Schrödinger proposed the quantum mechanical model of the atom. The quantum mechanical model of the atom, Schrödinger. Okay? So, sabi niya, electrons move in a three-dimensional space, and electrons are found in the main energy level. We'll talk about this in configuration, the subshell, and the orbital. Okay? So, ganito. Pag nakita nyo yung term na quantum, ibig sabihin, isipin mo, you are trying to predict that which is not certain. Quantum, definition niya, trying to predict that which is not certain. Di mo alam. So dito, pag sinabing quantum mechanical model, we talk of the electrons. In space, umiikot sila around the nucleus. Ano? Habang umiikot sila, hindi natin na-predict kung nasaan na yung electron. Okay? Ang pag-ikot ng electron, hindi natin ma-predict, but we have theories. Okay? And we will talk about that in configuration. So, let's just simplify this, no? Kasi very toxic to na concept. Quantum mechanical model of the atom. The electrons are constantly moving. And we don't know where they really are, but we are trying to predict na mas mataas ang chance na nandito siya. And that is the concept of the orbital and the electron cloud. Okay? Yung electron cloud, that's a three-dimensional space which has a particular shape na dahil umiikot lang yung electron mo, hindi mo mawari kung nasan man talaga siya. But you have a high chance na nandun siya sa cloud niya. Okay? And same with the orbital. These are definite spaces with definite characteristics of the electron, which will allow us to predict na nandun siya, or eto yung dami ng electron at this particular orbital. So we will talk about that in configuration later on. Okay. So, sabi natin kanina, the quantum mechanical model by Schrödinger. We are trying to predict that which is uncertain. And what are we trying to predict? The movement of electrons. And so, in an attempt to do that, para magawa natin yung pag-predict na yon ng electron configuration, ng electron cloud, we have the quantum numbers. Okay? Board exam question. Please remember, board exam question, quantum numbers. So, we have 4 quantum, marami pa yan, but these are the most common. The principal quantum number. So, when you say the principal quantum number, it's the main energy level. Main energy level. So, kung babalikan mo yung picture ni Niels Bohr, yung planetary model, yun yung parang bark circle, or parang yung circle. around the atom upon which you will see the nucleus. So, around the atom upon which you will see the electron. So, dito tayo nagkakatalo okay, sa board exam. Remember natin to, the quantum number and its function, but we forget the symbol. And they will just say the symbol. Okay? So, please remember. Principal quantum number, number n. Okay? So, ano ang function yan? It will determine the size of the particle or of the atom. So, ganito. Ito lang yung ang way of thinking about it. Habang tumataas yung atomic number ng isang element, now we are looking at the individual atom. Tumataas yung number of protons niya, and therefore, because they are in ground state, equal yung protons and electrons. Ibig sabihin nun, tumataas din yung number of electrons. Okay? As the atomic number increases, the number of protons increase, and therefore the number of electrons also increase. And as the number of electrons increase, hindi pwedeng magkumpul-kumpul sila. It has to spread out yung electron cloud para hindi magbanggaan yung mga electrons. And remember, like charges repel. So yung electron natin, it's negatively charged. Therefore, pag nagkumpul-kumpulan yan, sobrang taas ng nuclear pressure sa loob. Kaya, kailangan niyang i-relieve ang kanyang sarili by expanding. And therefore, the higher the principal quantum number, example, 1, 2, 1, 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5, 6, 7, habang pataas ng pataas, umaabot siya ng 7, palaki ng palaki yung cloud. Ano? So that will determine the size of the particle. Okay? Kasi remember, the electron cloud is what determines the overall size of the atom, not just the nucleus. Okay? So next, ulitin ko, principal quantum number, n, main energy level, size of the particle. Okay? So next, you have the azimuthal or the angular momentum. So the next quantum number that you are going to learn is the azimuthal number or the angular momentum number. So kanina, kung ito yung principal quantum number which reflects the main energy level, within it, may mga mas maliliit pang energy level. Ano? So, meron kang malaki, and ano ko ba mai-illustrate? So, you have a big coin representing the main energy level. And within it, nasa loob niya is a smaller energy level, the subshell or the sublevel. So, this sublevel will determine the shape of your electron cloud. Ano? Meron kang malaki, and within the larger one is a smaller one, the sublevel. So, for the larger one, we use the principal quantum number, and for the smaller one, we use the angular momentum or azimuthal number. Okay? So, dito papasok yung shape ng inyong orbital or the sub-level shape or subshell shape. So, you have S, sphere, P for clover, you have the dumbbell, and you have the phalanx, parang the phalanx. So, sphere, yung mga shapes ito ha, clover, dumbbell. So, yung shapes na yon is determined by the azimuthal number. Okay? Kung ano yung shape ng cloud. Yung azimuthal number, it's symbolized by L, azimuthal. L, azimuthal L. Principal quantum number, pinilit talaga, and or main energy level. Okay? So yung values natin for the azimuthal number will be 0 to n minus 1. Okay? Next would be the magnetic quantum number. Magnetic quantum number, magnetic. Symbol is M. Okay? But they will try to trick you. Meron kasing M1 and ML and MS. Okay? ML is magnetic quantum number and MS is the spin quantum number. Pero toxic na yan, guys. Yung mga questions na ganon, usually they are very rare. Okay? Just to separate who will top the boards. So, magnetic quantum number, our symbol is ML. And for spin quantum number, our symbol is MS or just MS. Okay? So, anong ibig sabihin ng ating magnetic quantum number? It determines the orientation of the orbital. Okay? So, okay. Mayroon kang electron. So, ito yung cloud natin. Tignan niyo yan. Main energy level, the azimuthal. And dito sa azimuthal, within it, mayroong spaces pa kung saan umiikot ang electron. And these are the orbitals. Okay? So, kuha ako ng isa pang coin. Let us say this is an orbital. So, tingnan nyo, mas maliit siya. Let us say this is an orbital. Yung magnetic quantum number mo will tell if it is oriented this way or that way. No? Kung yung ikot ng electron, ganon, or ganon. Okay? Is it in this axis or in this axis? That is determined by the magnetic quantum number. Okay? Meron pa more of this on electron configuration. And the spin or spin quantum number will just tell you kung paano umiikot along the orbital ang inyong electron. So, okay. So, kanina, alam natin either ganito, yung ikot. Pwede din kasing ganito, pabaliktad. Pwedeng ganyan. Yung ikot ng electron, pwedeng ganyan. Okay, kuha niyo yun. Pag magnetic quantum number, it's either this way or that way. But if you're talking of spin quantum number, we will particularize, ganyan siya, ganyan yung magnetic quantum number niya. Yung spin quantum number will tell you, is it going forward or backward? Ano? So, kuha niyo yung differences. Recap lang natin. Main energy level, principal quantum number. The shape of the cloud, azimuthal. Okay? Magnetic quantum number, orientation of the cloud. And spin quantum number, direction of rotation of the electron within the orbital. Okay? Please remember the differences. Okay? Patok na patok itong slide na ito. So, nagta-transition na tayo sa electron configuration. So, maybe yun yung last natin na topic or abot pa tayo sa colligative properties. So, quantum numbers, tingnan natin, ito yung principal quantum number, the main energy level. Ano? And these are the sublevels within the main energy level. This is represented by your azimuthal number. And the number of orbitals per level, walang nagre-represent dyan. And yung total niya. So, titingnan natin. Mhm. So you have the principal quantum number 1 and the sublevels present S lang. Ano? The number of orbitals per sublevel is 1. So ganyan yan siya. Let us say you have an atom of hydrogen and therefore, dahil ang proton mo ay 1, yung electron mo din ay 1 lang. So therefore, a hydrogen atom is will only utilize the S sublevel. Okay, the S sublevel lang ang gagamitin niya. Kasi isa lang naman yung electron na mag-occupy sa kanya. Okay, hindi kailangan lumaki nung electron cloud nung atom kasi isang electron lang. Pwede na siya doon, no? So, maglalaki siya kapag dadami yung electrons. Mag-change yung shape ng electron cloud kapag dadami yung electrons. So, for the principal quantum number 1, S sublevel lang. Ibig sabihin, sphere lang. Yung atom is just a sphere. Okay. The number of orbitals there is 1. Ano? So, for hydrogen, in that 1 orbital, you will only find 1 electron. If helium, ano, ang ating pinag-usapan, kung saan ang number of protons ay 2 and ang number of electrons ay 2, still spherical. Why? Kasi each orbital can accommodate 2 electrons. Ulitin ko, each orbital, pakisulat, can only accommodate 2 electrons. And since helium has 2 electrons, it will only utilize the S sublevel. Ano? So yung helium atom, sphere lang din yung shape niya. Kung mapapansin nyo, dito, as we go into higher number of principal or main energy levels, yung sublevels natin nadadagdagan. Ano? So, dito magulo-gulo na siya konti guys, so feel ko dapat mag-focus kayo. Focus kayo dito before tayo mag-break. Okay? So, kung meron tayong 2 main energy levels, okay? Bakit? Kasi more than 2 na yung dami ng ating electrons. Remember, each orbital can accommodate 2 electrons. More than that, you will need more orbitals. Okay? Helium and hydrogen, ang kanyang dami ng electrons, 1 for hydrogen, 2 for helium. And therefore, kailangan mo lang ng isang orbital. Ano? To accommodate those 2 electrons. At dahil isa lang yung orbital na kailangan, it will utilize the sublevel S. Okay? Yung azimuthal number niya is at S. Okay? So sphere lang. Ano? Sphere lang yung shape ng hydrogen and helium. Ngayon, more than 2 electrons. So you will need more orbitals. Eh yung S, ano? Yung 1s, gagawa na siya ng extra orbitals outside it. Ano? Kasi yung main energy level natin, it will only hold S, which will only hold 1 orbital, which will only hold 2 electrons. Ulitin ko, para ito kasi nagkakatalo. Yung main energy level, first energy level will only hold S as the sublevel, which will only hold 1 orbital, which will only hold 2 electrons. Pag above that, we need to make another energy level. Okay? So, if eto, yung main energy level, 1, this will be, ba mai-illustrate? This will be, okay, yan. This will be the second main energy level. Okay? So, etong second main energy level, it can hold S and P, sublevels. So meron kang sublevel na sphere, paikot, and meron kang sublevel na P, na clover. One orbital here, one orbital here, one orbital here. Okay? So, ilang orbitals yung lahat? Meron kang isang bilog at meron kang clover na mayroong tatlong orbitals. 1, 2, 3. So, ang number of orbitals niya will be 4. And therefore, it can hold 8 electrons. Okay? So, ganun yung process. Habang pataas ng pataas, yung dami ng electrons, kailangan mong mag-form ng mas maraming main energy levels or principal quantum number, which will allow you to form varied sublevels. Ano? Para ma-relieve yung electrostatic force. Ano? Kasi mag-aaway yung mga electrons, so kailangan niyang lumuwag. Yung pagluwag niya, it will form a shape, which will be S, P, D, and F. S can hold 1 orbital, P can hold 3, D can hold 5, and F can hold 7. And each orbital can hold 2 electrons. Okay? So, the question na patok dito would be, okay, ilang orbitals ang hinuhold ng D at F? Okay, yun yung usual na tanong. How many orbitals does the D sublevel hold and the F sublevel hold? 5 for D, 7 for F. Okay. Yeah. So, tapusin ko lang yung, ano ba, kaya ko ba ito sa time? Intro. So, I will introduce you to electron configuration. So, electron configuration is also bread and butter knowledge for you to take the Module 1 exam. Okay, kailangan meron kayong working knowledge on electron configuration. Sabi natin kanina, hindi natin kayang i-predict exactly kung nasaan yung electron as it spins around the nucleus. But we have areas around the nucleus kung saan mataas ang chance na nandoon yung electron, and that is the electron cloud. Ngayon, yung cloud, 3-dimensional siya. And therefore, to describe the cloud, babalik lang ako, ito yung gagamitin natin to describe the cloud. Okay, kaya ko sinabi yung mga shape kanina. Okay. So, punta na tayo sa electron configuration. The rule in chemistry and in electron configuration will always be to find the state where the substance, where the particle is most stable. Ulitin ko. A rule in chemistry, unstable to stable. It will change so that it will become more stable. Ganun din yung electrons. Ano? Yung electrons, as they spin around the nucleus, as they add electrons into the atom during oxidation and reduction, nagdadagdag, nagtatanggal ng electrons doon, ano? Habang nangyayari yon, it will do in such a way that it will be most stable, and the electrostatic pressure between the electrons will be at its lowest. So, kaya siya magpo-form ng certain shape. So, example here would be phosphorus. Ano? So, gamitin natin yung phosphorus as an example. So, phosphorus has number of protons 15. So, ang kanyang number of electrons ay 15 din. So, paano mas-spread across, ito ang skill na tinuturo ko guys, focus kayo, paano mas-spread across the numbers principal, and azimuthal, yung 15 electrons na yun. So, una, 2 agad dito, 2 electrons here, kasi each orbital will hold 2 electrons. You have 4 orbitals, so that's another 8. Ano? So, 2 plus 8 is 10. So, ibig sabihin, na-occupy na tong first and second. So, yung 5, dito mo ipapasok sa third quantum number. So, 5 minus 2, 2 will occupy S. So, meron ka na lang 3. And, P can hold 6. Remember, P can hold 6 electrons kasi each orbital holds 2 electrons. P has 3 orbitals. So, it will hold 6 electrons. So, meron ka ng batal na 5, 2 here. So, meron kang 3. P, yung remaining 3 will go into P, but it will fill P in such a way that it will follow 3 principles. Yung pag-fill niya ng P, the P sublevel will follow 3 principles. Aufbau, Hans, and Pauli's exclusion principle. Yun yung discuss natin pagkatapos ng break. So, another 1 hour has passed. Kaya break muna tayo and then we will have the last set. Ano? So, break tayo ng 10 minutes ulit. Okay lang ba yung speed sa inyo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Break tayo ng 10 minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Kasi kung ako nasa saturate, feel ko nasa saturate din kayo.
Super saturated, sir.
So, I will stop share. Sige, break kayo 10 minutes, ha?
Okay po.
John?
Opo.
Sorry?
Okay lang po.
Okay. Okay, so last parang part na ng ating 4-hour na lecture. Sabi natin kanina, so last na, parang group of concepts, okay? Electron configuration. So, sabi natin kanina na yung electrons, habang padami siya ng padami, it will try to expand the electron cloud. And it will do in such a way na hindi magkakabanggaan yung mga electrons. And therefore, you need electron configuration to describe the shape of the electron cloud. Ano? So, in describing the shape of the electron cloud, kailangan alam mo muna kung saang energy levels at sub-levels na pupunta yung mga electrons. So, in order to do that, kailangan natin na malaman kung ano yung 3 rules na nag-govern kung paano na-fill up yung mga orbitals. Okay? So first will be Aufbau's building up principle. Etong mga tatlong principles na to, guys, they are board exam questions. So please remember them. Okay? So first is Aufbau's building up principle. Sinasabi dito na the lowest energy orbitals fill up first according to the order. So, sabi natin na kung konti lang yung bilang ng electrons doon, okay, ibig sabihin low yung kinetic energy ng orbital na yan. So, kung mapapansin nyo, habang pataas yung number ng main energy levels. Okay? So 1s, 2s, 2p, 3s, 3p, 4, 5, 6 hanggang umabot sa letter F, yung sublevel. Kung mapapansin nyo, habang palaki siya ng palaki, padami ng padami yung orbitals, padami ng padami yung electrons. And therefore, those at the outermost portion of the electron cloud of the atom, they are the highest energy orbitals. Okay? So dito, yung malapit sa nucleus, they are lower energy orbitals. Okay? So, eto lang, Aufbau's building up principle. Kung sino yung nauna na orbital, una siyang mapupuno. Okay? Lower energy orbitals fill up first according to the order. So 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4. Except this one. Kung mapapansin nyo, place your pointer. Unang na-fill up si 4s before na-fill up si 3d. Bakit? Kasi, ito yun siya guys. Yung S natin, di ba, spherical. And then yung P natin ay clover. Okay. Yung S natin, spherical. Yung D natin is dumbbell. Malaki. Okay. So remember, ang sabi natin, kung mas malayo siya sa inyong nucleus, mas mataas ang kanyang energy na kino-contain. Okay? Well, kung mapapansin nyo, yung sphere, definitely mas malapit yung radius niya, yung kanyang overall space occupied is relatively smaller compared sa clover ng P. Okay? So, ganun din. Yung D, yung dumbbell, sobrang laki na ng kanyang kino-cover na mas malapit na ngayon sa inyong nucleus si 4s, which is on the fourth main energy level, but still spherical, kaysa sa 3d, which is so far, dahil sa dumbbell shape niya, okay, sobrang layo na ng kanyang napupuntahan ng inyong electron na mas malayo yung distance niya kaysa sa 4s. Kaya, mas mataas yung energy ng 3D kaysa sa 4s. And therefore, according to Aufbau's principle, unang mafe-feel yung 4s kasi lower yung energy niya. Okay? So, uulitin ko, recap ko. Aufbau's building up principle, lower energy first. Okay? Aufbau's building up principle, lower energy orbital first. Last time, Aufbau's building up principle, lowest energy orbitals first. Okay? So, klaro yun na. Kasi sa board exam, dami nating aaralin, ano? So, baka ito hindi yung makalimutan natin. So, dapat 3 beses inuulit. Okay. Next, Pauli's exclusion principle. So, sabi natin kanina, ang maximum number of electrons na mahahawakan ng isang orbital ay 2 only. Okay? So, ano ibig sabihin? If it only can hold 2, above 2, itatapon niya na sa susunod na orbital. A maximum of 2 electrons can occupy a single atomic orbital only if the electrons have opposite spins. Okay? So, recap natin, Pauli's exclusion principle. An orbital can only hold 2 electrons. More than 2, it will exclude and throw it off onto the next orbital. Okay? So, recap natin. Balik tayo sa simula. Aufbau's principle, lower energy first. Pauli's exclusion principle, only a maximum number of 2 per orbital. More than 2, it will throw off or exclude into the next orbital. Okay? Exclusion. Electrons in orbitals can be represented by arrows in, okay. Each electron has an associated spin. So, remember, ang inyong orbital, that's a three-dimensional space, ano? Kung saan dun yung makikita yung dalawang electrons. So, yung dalawang electrons that are the limit for Pauli's exclusion principle, they should have opposite spins. Ano ibig sabihin nun? Kung ang isang electron ay forward yung spin, yung isa backward dapat. Okay? Kung isa forward, yung isa backward. So, pag ganun. Okay? Yes, hirap siya. So, anyway, forward yung isa, backward yung isa. Yung isa, towards the right, counterclockwise. Yung isa, clockwise. Okay? So, bakit ganon? Remember that electrons around them, kasi meron silang charge. Balik tayo sa concept ng physics natin. Electrons, they have a kahit dahil sa charge nila, which is a negative charge, mayroon silang magnetic field surrounding them. Okay? Electrons have magnetic fields surrounding them. Therefore, if ang spin ng electron na yon is clockwise, the magnetic field, let's say, will be at this pole. If yung isang electron hindi opposite yung spin, okay? So if ganito din, and then yung poles niya of the magnetic field, ganyan din. Okay? So if this is north, north, south, south, sila mag-aaway. Ano? Ayaw nila ng ganon. Okay? So kailangan opposite yung spin ng isa para hindi sila mag-away sa loob, hindi sila magkaroon ng magnetic and electrostatic pressure sa loob ng orbital. Okay? So, yung spin na yon, they are represented as arrows. So, yung spin, kung ma-remember nyo, may box, tapos may arrow up, arrow down, arrow up, arrow down. Okay? So, yun yung spin ng isang orbital. So, ano ibig sabihin nito? Kahit silang dalawa na electrons, they are in the same orbital, dahil magkaiba ang kanilang spin, ibig sabihin nun, magkaiba ang kanilang quantum number. Okay? So, ano yung mga quantum numbers nga natin? Ayan. Kahit nasa isang orbital na sila, they will always differ here. And therefore, their electron configuration will always be different. So, ang question dyan sa board exam ay, ang question sa board exam will be, blah, 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 two electrons will have this rule states that no two electrons will have the same quantum number. So, ulitin ko. No two electrons can have the same set of quantum numbers. Sino yung rule na nagsasabi nun? And the answer is Pauli's exclusion principle. Okay? Remember that board exam question yan. Okay? Sino yung nagsusupport na no two electrons can have the same set of quantum numbers? Pauli's exclusion. Last would be Hund's rule. Okay? So, Hund's rule will say that in one sublevel, each orbital will be filled with one electron each before all of the orbitals in that sublevel are filled. So, hindi pa akong picture dito. Dito. Okay. So, ganito. Sure tayo na yung S sublevel isang orbital lang. So, wala tayong problema doon. Those get filled right away. Dalawa agad yon. But, what about the P sublevel na mayroong tatlong orbitals? Remember, meron kang tatlong orbitals for P, 5 orbitals for D, and 7 na orbitals for F. Ano? So, yung S, automatic puno yan ng electrons. Dalawa agad papasok dyan. But for P, dahil meron kang tatlong orbitals, isa-isa mo na yun. Isang electron dito, first orbital, isang electron na naman, second orbital, isang electron na naman, third orbital, before mapuno yung first. That's Hund's rule. Okay? So, in your chemistry books, that will be represented as 2px1, 2p y1, 2pz1, 2x, 2x2, 2px2, 2py2, 2pz2. Okay, so yun yung process. So, ganito. Uulitin ko para ma-recap, para mas maintindihan. Yung s orbital, s sublevel, only one orbital, no problem. But Hund's rule will apply in P, in D, and in F. Dahil multiple orbitals na sila in the sublevel. So, para simple, tingin lang tayo kay P. Okay? So, si P na sublevel, mayroong tatlong orbitals. We will label that as X, Y, Z. X, Y, Z. Ngayon, meron kang ipapasok na 6 na electrons. So, paano yung 6? Paano yung 6? Ano? So, electron at X, isa. Electron at Y, isa. Electron at Z, isa. Balik kay X. Electron kay X, puno na siya. Electron kay Y, puno na siya. Electron kay Z, puno na siya. Yung ganung behavior, that's Hund's rule. Okay? Kuha niyo yun. Very important. Okay? Etong tatlo. So, recap natin yung tatlo for determining electron configuration of Bose principle. Lower energy muna before higher energy na orbital. So, si 1 muna yung mapupuno before kay 3. Okay? Pauli's exclusion principle. Only 2 electrons will occupy 1 orbital. The next electron in excess of 2 will be excluded and transferred to the next orbital. And no 2 electrons in the same orbital will have the same spin. So, dapat magkaiba yung spin. Okay? So, Pauli's exclusion principle. Ano ibig sabihin? Example, 2s2 na puno na. So, ibig sabihin, by Pauli's exclusion principle, the next one will be thrown off into P. So, the next electron will be 2p na. So, 2s2, 2p. Kasi, tinapon na ng S na sublevel yung excess electron kay P. That's Pauli's exclusion principle. And Hund's rule, in the same sublevel, orbitals will be filled individually first before the entire sublevel is completed. So, for example, you have 6 electrons for 2p. No? So, si 2p, mayroon tatlong orbitals. 2px, 2py, 2pz. So, si x, 1 electron for y, 1 electron for z. 1 electron for x, complete na si x. 1 electron for y, complete na si y. 1 electron for z, complete na si z. So, this is Hund's rule. Okay? Yung behavior na yon, na each orbital in the sublevel will be first filled with 1 electron before they become completed. Okay? Okay. Next would be Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Ito yung sabi ko kanina, it is never possible to determine the exact position and speed of an electron. Okay? Hindi natin alam, never natin mako-compute. So kaya siya naging principal kasi binaliktad-baliktad niya na yung pagmamath niya, never niya pa talaga na-figure out. No? So we can never figure out the location and the speed of an electron at a particular moment in time. That's Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Okay. Let's have this exercise. Okay. So, what is the first step always? Get the number of protons. Kasi only can you get the number of electrons if you know the number of protons. So, oxygen has 8, sulfur has 16, and zinc has 30. So, isa-isahin natin. Ito yung mga, ito yung electron configuration, paano nyo siya ipapasok. Ano? So, for oxygen, which is an atomic number and a number of proton of 8, we also have 8 electrons. So how do we partition the 8 electrons there? First, you have the main energy level 1, which only holds the sublevel S. And sublevel S will only hold 1 orbital and therefore only 2 electrons. So 2 electrons na agad dito. Okay? So yung 1 dyan, yan yung main energy level. S is your sublevel and 2 will be the number of electron. Next, so 6 na lang yung natira. Paano natin i-distribute yung 6? So by aufbau, okay, lower energy level muna, S muna, no? So 2s2. Kuha yun. Next, meron na lang tayong 4. Paano natin ipapasok yung 4? So si P, remember that the second main energy level, si number 2, it holds an S and a P sublevel. Si S napuno na natin. So yung remaining 4, ipapasok na lang natin kay P. Okay? And si P, mayroong tatlong orbitals, X, Y, and Z. So ano mangyari? Isang electron muna. So this is Hund's rule. Isang electron muna dito, another electron at Y, another electron at Z. And then the last electron will place at X, 2P. So ang mangyayari dyan, ang magiging configuration niya, 1s2, 2s2, 2px2, 2py1, 2pz1. Okay? So ganun yung pagsusulat. Okay. And remember, ang kanyang main energy level na na-consume for 8 is only at main energy level number 2. Therefore, eto silang lahat, etong 4 na electrons na to, okay, sila yung nasa outermost shell. Okay? So, if we add, this is the outermost shell, but this is the outermost energy level, yung 2. Okay? Guys, very important, focus kayo dito. So, yung main energy level niya, na nasa pinakalabas ng atom is 2. Therefore, our valence will be 6. 2 plus 4. But the outermost shell will be P, which has 4. But our valence will be 6. Okay, so ganun yung mag-determine ng valence. Last, before we move to the next, and then kayo, i-practice niyo yung sa zinc. Okay? So, sulfur has an atomic number of 16, therefore 16 electrons. 1s2, 2s2, 4 na agad yan. 2p6, so 4 plus 6, that's 10. So meron na tayong 6. 3s2, so meron na lang tayong 4. And 3p, 4 ulit. 1, 1, 1, and then 2. Okay, so kuha yon. Kung mapapansin nyo, yung ating sulfur The outermost energy level is 3. Therefore, if we add this, 2, 2, that's 4 plus 2, 6. So, ang kanyang valence ay 6. Ang valence nito ay 6. Therefore, they are in the same group, oxygen and sulfur. Okay? Practice niyo yung sa zinc. Now, let's move to the periodic table of elements. So, si Antoine Lavoisier, he made the first true periodic table of elements. Si Johann Dobereiner, kanyang na-discover ang triads. And si Newlands, he discovered the octaves. So, si Lavoisier, meron lang siya nung time niya 33 elements. Ang ginawa ni Lavoisier, yung mga elements na alam niya, dinescribe niya yung characteristics. Okay? Kung magkapareho kayo ng characteristics, you belong to the same group. Kaya, meron na siyang rudimentary na periodic table na divide niya into gases dito, non-metals, gases dito, hindi kasi sa screen, gases dito, non-metals, and then transition metals, and then alkali and alkaline earth metals. Okay, so dahil na-describe niya yung characteristics, na pag-kumpul-kumpul niya siya into groups. Okay? Si Johann Dobereiner, kanyang diniscover ang triads. Anong ibig sabihin ng triads? Ang triads ay a group of 3 elements that have continuous atomic number, and therefore they have the same properties. So, ulitin ko yon. Triads arranged according to atomic number. They are very close to each other, yung tatlong members ng triads, and they have very similar properties. For example, eto board exam question, so paki-take note ha kung ano yung mga triads. First triad, lithium, sodium, potassium. First triad, lithium, sodium, potassium. Very similar properties. Okay? Next triad, very similar properties. Calcium, barium, strontium. Next triad, calcium, barium, strontium. Kuha yon. Third triad, very similar properties also. Sulfur, selenium, tellurium. Third triad, very similar properties. So, inuulit-ulit ko para ma-remember nyo na similar properties magkasunod sa atomic number and periodic table. Third triad, similar properties magkasunod sa periodic table. Sulfur, selenium, tellurium. And last triad, similar properties magkasunod sa periodic table. Chlorine, bromine, iodine. Chlorine, bromine, iodine. So, meron kayong 4 na triads. Okay? And the Newlands, ito naman, ma-explain natin siya later better. Pero, ang octaves, ibig sabihin lang yan, i-order mo yung elements according to their atomic numbers. So, magkakasunod from small, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yung 1 at saka yung 8, okay, they have similar properties. Yun ang tawag natin sa the law of octaves. Ulitin ko, the law of octaves, associate nyo with Newlands. Yung first at saka yung 8th na element, if you arrange the elements according to their atomic number, the first and the 8th will have similar properties. Okay? So, later, ipapakita ko siya sa inyo. Okay? So, paulit-ulit yun. Every 8, magkakapareho yung property nila. So, hulaan nyo, bakit ganon? Bakit meron tayong rule of octaves? Kasi, yung properties ng mga elements, they are dependent on the number of valence electrons. Ano? So, yung properties ng oxygen, sulfur, selenium, tellurium, they are the same because, relatively similar, because they have the same number of valence electrons, 6 electrons. No? The noble gases, they have the same properties because their valence electrons are 8, and so on and so forth. So, this is the periodic table of elements by Mayer and Mendeleev. So, they arranged it according to physical and chemical properties as function of their atomic weights. First, inarrange nila according to atomic weight. And then, hinanap nila kung sino yung magkakapareha ng properties. Mayer and Mendeleev, properties and atomic weight. Mayer and Mendeleev, properties and atomic weight. Moseley atomic number. Moseley atomic number. So, balik tayo. Mayer and Mendeleev, properties and atomic weight. Mayer and Mendeleev, properties and atomic weight. Henry Moseley, atomic number. Moseley, atomic number. O, ayan. Sige. Kung mapapansin niyo dito, kinategorize niya yung mga elements. Tingnan nyo. Habang bumababa ka, pabigat ng pabigat. Function of their atomic weight. And, eto sila, magkakadikit. Lithium, sodium, potassium, they have the same properties, chemically and physically. But kung mapapansin nyo, meron akong in-encircle si argon and si potassium. Argon is a gas. And potassium is an alkali metal. Bakit? Bakit ganon? Bakit magkadikit sila? But they are very opposite. They are very opposite in property. Kasi eto, may isa lang extra electron, eto puno na yung valence of 8. Okay? So, nandun sila sa opposite ends of the spectrum. Eto very stable kasi puno na yung 8. Eto very unstable, very reactive kasi isa yung kanyang excess electron. Okay? So, argon, noble gas, puno 8. Potassium, may 1 valence, very reactive, naghahanap ng other atom kung saan niya itatapon yung isang electron na yun. Okay? Is it a rule of the octaves? Yes. Is it dependent on the valence electron? Yes. Okay. So, eto lang. Ulit ko na naman. Henry Moseley, atomic number, modern periodic table. Henry Moseley, atomic number, modern periodic table. Yung ginagamit natin ngayon, it's because of Henry Moseley. So this is your modern periodic table. So you have the group, okay, and the row. The group, the column, and the row. So, ang inyong periodic table, kung mapapansin ninyo, separated sila into chunks. First chunk, second chunk, third chunk, fourth chunk. Okay? Ito sila, very similar with each other yung mga elements dito. Dito din, very similar with each other. Very similar with each other, very similar with each other. Ngayon, I will now introduce you to the concept of the valence shell. Okay? So yung valence shell natin, recall natin yung ating rule that in chemistry, the elements, the atoms, the ions, they will always try to find a more stable configuration. They will always try to find a more stable configuration. And stability is represented by an octet. Okay? Ibig sabihin, the outermost energy shell dapat mayroong 8 electrons para maging stable siya. The outermost energy shell dapat mayroong 8 electrons para maging stable siya. Okay. So, ano yun? Pag in-order natin siya, okay? Pag in-order natin by atomic number, you will see na 1, ang valence niya, the number of electrons in the outermost energy level ay increasing. We start 1, tingin sa slide 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Isang electron sa labas, 2, 3, so on and so forth hanggang maging 8. Okay? So, kung mapapansin ninyo, the very reactive ones, okay, will be those that are very close to 8. Ulitin ko, the very reactive elements are those that are konti na lang magiging 8 na. Okay? Paano yon? Yung elements dito, sa group 7A, yung outermost shell, the number of electrons would be 7. Isa na lang yung kulang, magiging 8 na siya. Kaya magpapanik siya, hahanapin niya kung sinong pwedeng magbigay ng isang electron na yon. Therefore, it will react almost always. Okay? Remember that concept. Okay? It will almost always react. Very reactive kasi isa na lang yung kulang. Dito naman, bakit yung 1A very reactive? Kasi isa na lang yung electron on its outermost shell. Isa na lang. Pag tinanggal niya yon, yung natitirang isa na yon, yung kasunod 8 na, stable na yon. So eto, nagpapanik tumanggap, eto nagpapanik magbigay. Okay? So they are the most reactive. So yung ating, balik tayo, yung valence as you go to the right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All of the elements under 1 na valence, they have similar properties. 2, similar properties. Similar properties. Similar, 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 similar. Okay? So, dito tayo, this will explain why knowledge of the valence will allow us to understand the representative elements. So, tingnan nyo, may A. A, may mga A dyan. Why? Because these groups of elements, they will represent our pattern na sinabi kanina. It will repeat yung properties at the 8, that's the octave rule, and it will become more stable if it gains 8. That's the octet rule of stability. Silang mga elements na naging Ilonggo. Silang mga elements na to, they will be the ones to satisfy that rule. Therefore, they are the representative elements. They are family A. A family A. Those that do not conform to those rules, they are family B. The non-representative elements. Okay, they are family B. So, label natin. Alkali, yung mga other names, ano? Alkali, alkaline earth, chalcogen, halogen, noble earth gases, noble earth gases. Ulitin ko, 1A, alkali, 2A, alkaline earth, 6A, chalcogens, 7A, halogens, 8A, noble gases. Okay? This one big block here is the transition elements. Transition elements. This small row here are the lanthanide or lanthanoid series. Allergy yata ako. Teka lang. Okay. Representative, transition, lanthanide. These elements are very rare. Lanthanide, the rarest of them all is here. So pag tinanong what category of elements are the rarest, they are the inner transition elements or the lanthanide series. Tingnan nyo yung mga electron configuration. O, tingnan nyo. S lang dito. Dito P. Dito may D na. Dito may F na. Okay? Kita nyo yan? So, yun yung importance of knowing electron configuration. Kasi mahuhulaan mo ano yung reactivity ng isang element, mahuhulaan mo ano yung shape ng orbital, at mahuhulaan mo nasan siya sa periodic table. Okay, kuha niyo yun? Very important yung electron configuration. One of the toxic questions, ibig sabihin ng mga toxic questions, yung sobrang hirap na. Ano? Isa sa mga na-encounter ko when I was reviewing, teaching, reviewing, giving reviews for the boards, and isang question lang naman sa aking board exam ay meron siyang binigay na element, hindi sinabi ko anong element, atomic number lang ang kanyang binigay. So, ito yung electrons. Makuhulaan mo ano yung electrons. So, ngayon, iyo siyang ilalagay sa electron configuration. Kukunin mo yung electron configuration. And then, based sa kung ano yung shell na na-occupy, tinatanong doon kung nasan siya. Is it 1A, 2A? Choice A. Choice B, is it 3A to 8A? Choice C, is it 3B to 2B? Choice D, is it the lanthanoid series? Ganun. Ganun yung, I mean, yun yung mga more difficult questions. For me, most difficult for Gen Chem question. We had to make the electron configuration and tell nasaan siya sa periodic table. One of the more difficult questions. Okay. Last na ito. Okay? Last na ito for tonight. So, you need to recall. So, wag niyong bitawan yung alam niyo sa electron configuration, okay? Ngayon, we will now go to periodic trends. Board exam question. Wala pang board exam na walang periodic trends. Okay? Ito lang, tingnan natin. Always partner si ionization energy and electron affinity. Always partner. Ionization energy, electron affinity. As you go to the right and as you go up, so diagonal, it becomes more non-metallic. As you go downwards and to the left, it becomes metallic. As you go to the left and downwards, the atomic radius decreases. Okay. So, ulitin ko yung trends, ha? Always partner. Remember, guys, always partner si ionization energy and electron affinity. As you go to the right and as you go up, the electron affinity and ionization energy increases. Yung mga tanong sa boards will be increase, decrease, increase, decrease. So, ina-emphasize ko, IE, EA, you go to the right, you go upwards, increases. Okay? So, next, non-metallic character. As you go to the right, okay, so di ba metals naman talaga dito. Dito, non-metals. As you go to the right and upwards, they become non-metallic. As you go to the left, metals naman kasi talaga dito. So, parang pwede nyo siyang hulaan. As you go to the left and as you go downward, they become more metallic. Okay? Dito, atomic radius, as you go downwards and to the left, it becomes smaller. Okay. So, explain natin bakit ganon. Yun yung critical para ma-remember niyo siya. Okay. So, first, let's define atomic radius. Atomic radius is the distance, okay, between the nucleus of one atom and the nucleus of another atom. You get the distance between the two nuclei and divide it by 2. So that's atomic radius. Hindi siya ganyan. Hindi siya ganyan. In definition natin, mayroon pang isang atom na kagaya niya, and atom to atom, nucleus to nucleus, divided by 2. That's atomic radius. Ngayon, explain natin yung trend. Bakit habang bumababa ka at you go to the left, the atomic radius becomes smaller. Remember, habang pababa ka, the atomic number increases. Therefore, the number of protons will increase. Okay, the number of protons will increase as you go downwards. Habang nag-i-increase yan, yung hila niya sa electron cloud mas lalakas. And so magko-collapse yung cloud, the radius will become smaller. Okay, so that's the first explanation. Dito naman, as you go to the left, why does it become smaller? So we can explain this by doing the opposite. Bakit ba kapag pupunta tayo sa right? Okay? As you go to the right, remember that the electron shell becomes progressively filled with electrons. As you go to the right, the atomic number increases, but take note, the valence also increases. Okay? Yung outermost electrons dumadami din. And then they reach a point very close to the number 8. Yung electron mas lalapit sa number na 8. Therefore, instead of collapsing, they will now try to fill, They will now try to fill that orbital para maging 8. So dito kasi, hindi niya tatangkaing punuin yung orbital, itatapon niya na. So magko-collapse. Dito, lumalaki as you go to the right kasi tatangkain niyang punuin yung orbital, so lalaki yung electron cloud. Okay? So atomic radius downwards and to the left increases. Okay? Downwards and to the left increases. Decreases ang atomic radius. Next would be ionization energy and electron affinity. So, atomic radius, yung one side will try to collapse, the other will try to expand. Okay. Yun yung ating explanation. Ionization energy and electron affinity. Define muna natin. Ionization energy is the energy needed to remove an electron. Okay? Energy needed to remove an electron. Kung mapapansin nyo, balik tayo ulit dun sa ating rule of 8. Elements will try to become stable. Yung elements na nandito, konti na lang mag-8 na. Okay? So, ang kanilang tendency, hindi na nila hahayaan pang umalis yung kanilang mga electrons, tatanggap na lang sila. Okay? Kasi malapit na silang mag-8. And therefore, Yung energy mo to remove one electron, very high. Ionization energy, very high. Malapit na kasi silang mag-8. Okay, yun yung dumbed down natin na explanation. Pero if you will read the chemistry books, ano siya? Another story. Next would be electron affinity. Electron affinity would just mean gaano kasabik ang isang element na kumuha ng electron. And that can also be explained by this one. Kasi as you go to the right, okay, ang inyong valence will progressively reach 8. And therefore, sabik na silang kumuha ng isang electron para mapuno yun. Dito naman, kabaliktaran yan, electron affinity or electronegativity, that's the same. The other end would be electropositivity dito. Yung electropositivity nung nasa left, very high. Kasi konting-konti na lang, itatapon nyo na lang yung isang extra and it will become positive in the making. But at the same time, it will reach 8. So sila sabik na magtapon. So they are very electropositive. They have low electronegativity. Dito, they are very electronegative. They have very high electron affinity dahil sabik na sabik silang tumanggap. Okay? Please remember, around 2, 3, 4. Marami ang questions dito. Okay. That's it for today. So I hope na okay lang yung speed of the discussion. And try to take down notes. And the next time we will be discussing other topics. Try to read, ito guys, ito yung concept of spaced repetition, para malakas yung memory. Dahil nag-chemistry kayo ngayon, yung next yung aralin, I suggest lang naman na this does not work for everyone, but it will create a smoother memory. Try yung aralin, hindi chemistry. Okay? Then aral chemistry, then hindi chemistry. Okay, so tapos na tayo. For today, we will have the next session naman. Announce na lang ni Ma'am niya. Okay, have your rest, guys. And
Thank you, sir.
magpahinga. Okay. Huwag niyong pilitin. Pag hindi na kaya, tulog niyo muna.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Bye, sir.
So in my next video, I will show you how to make this incubator